Warning, the following program contains sensitive material that may be unsettling to some audiences. The Pedantic Pedestrians are not responsible for any injuries or paranormal activity that may occur during the viewing of this program, including, and not limited to, whiplash, bipolar disorder, a sprained ankle, or demonic possession. Viewer discretion is advised.
Two guns. Do you want to, encourage people to respect the host? So funny, Chad.
When you see people laughing. Nah, like, pause it. What did he say? Whatever. It sounds like he said. And we're live, Jane.
We're live. So, Shab, why are we?
Fine, I got it.
Why are we like 24 hours and 15 minutes late? 24 hours and 20 minutes late. Well, it's
whoa. Well, that's whoa.
Yeah, Shab.
Well, you've made us 20. You made us like a week late once.
Yeah.
Twice.
Every once in a while.
Oh, yeah. But Shab's worse with executive functioning. Shab needs to, take some Adderall because he definitely has.
I didn't know when you said I mean, I could have meant any different things you would have suggested Shabisky to do. Shab's just
obviously. Adderall.
Anyways,
what else could possibly be the answer?
What's he doing here? I don't know why this is on the top of my playlist.
I'm back, fashionably.
You're back?
Oh. We're live.
We're live.
We also have this person here, or this AI-generated cybernetic individual.
That's right.
Anyway, Shab, did you want to show everyone the bingo card?
My personal
one? Yeah, just pull it up and tell everyone about it. While I fix this. Are you doing that?
Are you doing that, John? Are you doing what you're doing, John?
Are you doing it? Yeah. Are you doing it? Are you doing it? Are you doing it?
Are we doing it? Is this thing on? Are we live?
Are we doing it? Are you doing it? Is he doing it?
Hey, fuck it.
All
What's
right.
wrong with my playlist? It's all mixed up.
You broke it, John. It's ruined.
Yeah. Fuck you, John. What the fuck? Alright.
Well, it's not playing them in the right order for some reason.
Alright, so here's the bingo card, guys, that this Gene guy speaks of. I guess the idea is as we watch these videos, if they say these things, we mark them off on our little bingo cards. Is it as the people say it in the video, Gene? Or is it as I say it? Because I could say them all right now.
When people, when all the Trump tards in the live chat show up, we'll start.
Oh, so it's gonna be for the chat and what they call us. Oh, yeah, they're really good at calling us things.
Fuck you, Bill Hicks. This is a good energy drink. It tastes delicious. It is Danny's favorite. She's a woman, but it's also good. It's good. So fuck you. It's not sponsored. It's a vanilla berry fucking winter edition Red Bull. The limited edition one, dude. It's so fucking good, dude. They sold out. They're delicious. Cool. They're fucking good. If you see one like this with the light blue can, it's good. Get it.
You make me want. I just got a dumbass Monster Energy drink. Now you're making me jealous.
You fucking dumbass, dude.
You
made
fucked
the wrong
up.
decision.
I should have got the Blueberry Blast bullshit thing you just talked about or whatever. What's it called? I don't know.
It's
not
nice
sponsored tubes.
Not sponsored tubes. It's no Soon Energy. I'll tell you that.
So yeah. So I guess I'll take this into paint.
Okay, here we go.
I got mine on my phone. So you screenshot this, you the viewer at home, you can play along as well. I mean, and I guess here's the thing. We can't, if you're in the know, Like if Bill Hicks called me right now a gay coping cuck, I couldn't just mark off 3 things on my bingo board, right? That's not part of the fun.
Right.
Yeah.
Everywhere I go, people start playing bingo games. It's almost like I have an effect on people.
Yeah, it adds engagement to the stream. And then if you join the Discord or in the Discord, I posted a bingo card. Each one of us has our own unique bingo card. So there's a unique one for people watching if the chat wants to participate.
I don't have one.
Yeah, I sent it to you in the chat. Or in the DMs, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that was for me. Like, specifically me. Okay.
Anyway, let's get into our first story. So, Trump decided to be the first president to join the Super Bowl. Now, do you think that's kind of a waste of taxpayer money, all the security involved?
Yes. How much did it cost?
Yeah, let's have DOGE look into that.
I don't know. But Trump really cares about being frugal and stuff and not wasting taxpayer money by, not residing at the White House, residing at Trump Tower, where they have to have a no-fly zone in, like, New York and so forth. And also criticizing Obama for golfing too much and going on vacation too much when he did it like 5 times the amount of Obama, but all that's fake news.
Scene of the New Year's Day terror attack, you couldn't go a few feet without seeing the heavy security presence. From armored vehicles, local cops on horseback, even the National Guard with long guns.
Were you really worried when you found out that the president would be coming? We were not worried. We anticipated that might occur, so we kind of knew that would be a potential, and we started planning that before there was the official announcement.
Security in the air is, of course, a major concern. The FAA has declared a no-drone zone around the Superdome all week leading up to the big game. A squadron of aircraft...
That would probably affect the coverage by a decent amount. I know it's a dome, but still, it's like how much is that going to interfere with the different news networks and the kind of coverage they might get from...
Oh, yeah, there would be like no aerial footage. I guess like maybe they would have like crowds outside or something like that. I mean, I guess we're getting like a little bit of that here from this, but...
So I'm seeing a number of about 45 million just for the extra money paid to the police alone.
Oh my God.
Including Black Hawk helicopters.
Well, what are your sources? Are those libtard sources?
It's
fucking libtards.
It's what?
The Palm Beach Post.
I bet there's a bunch of libtards in Palm Beach.
Helicopters is patrolling the skies looking for signs of concern.
About 100,000 fans will be here celebrating the Super Bowl this weekend, and authorities are taking no chances, especially with President Trump now attending. I'm riding in an A-Star helicopter with U.S. Customs
and Border... I'm wondering, do you think, like, at presidential rallies where you have to go through a bunch of metal detectors and everything, you have to go through, like, probably, like, 2 security checkpoints before you're actually able to see the rally? That's probably what they had to do here, but there's probably 5 times the amount of people that you'd expect at your average rally.
Protection, who will be providing eye-in-the-sky intelligence and surveillance around the Superdome, Bourbon Street, and other key locations for Sunday's big game. What specifically will you guys be looking for from up here?
Any type of suspicious activity or any activity that you might see that looks out of the norm.
2,700 law enforcement personnel will keep watch over the Super Bowl, as well as 100 bomb-sniffing dogs.
We're glad he's coming.
God.
Yeah, welcome, Mr. President.
Do you think she voted for Trump? Or do you think she's just trying to be like, mutual and everything, neutral?
I don't know. It's hard telling. She seemed like it seems like it is a stressful thing to have to fucking deal with. But yeah, hey.
Now, do you think that if I was causing trouble and everything, do you think she'd be able to like detain me, or detain your average dude who's drunk and being disorderly? Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys are really responsive.
In his efforts to remake the federal government, he's expected to make sports history today by becoming the first sitting commander-in-chief to attend the Super Bowl.
Ahead of the game, Trump made an announcement about new tariffs on steel and aluminum. Willie James Inman reports from West.
That went so well last time, John, right?
Yeah, so I mentioned that like it created 1,000 new jobs, but it caused 75,000 people to go unemployed. So it caused a lot of businesses to go down under. So it cost the economy quite a bit. So, like, Trump did tariffs on washing machines. He did, like, the thing is, all of his attempts to use tariffs as a way to create jobs and to benefit the economy during his first term didn't work. They all had negative effects. So then he's doing the narcissism. It's just that's what somebody who's a clinical narcissist does, where they just can't handle being wrong. So you think that, I mean, as much as I dislike all the other presidents that we've had in my lifetime, a lot of them, it's like, hey, if they tried this particular policy or this particular strategy and it showed on paper not to work, they'd probably stop, because it's just common sense that, like, if it's not working, you're like doing the same thing to get different results. It isn't really that logical. But what a narcissist is going to do is they're going to insist on doing the same thing.
We got one, John. Check your bingo card. What's this fall under, John?
Well, I'm not looking at the chat. So
the comment says it's American flag emoji. Trump is the king. American flag emoji. If you're a Democrat, fuck you, sissy boys. What does that call? John?
That would be like MAGA sycophant, like being all pro-Trump. Trump's the man.
Okay, yeah, that's textbook. Yeah. All right, so everybody check off MAGA sycophant on your bingo board.
Okay. And Shab, do you want to like pull up your bingo card so people can see whenever, like, have it open or whatever, so people can see it whenever we mark it off? Are you doing that?
Does calling us sissy boys count as calling us gay?
Well, here's the thing: it can only qualify as one per comment.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can't have no double whammy, so we'll have to deliberate on what it is.
And the MAGA sycophant one, like, that's probably the most ubiquitous one out of all of them.
I mean, they did call Trump king, so yes.
Yeah, Trump. Like, let's idolize somebody, because that's what smart people do.
Palm Beach.
Fanboyism.
Tonight, President Donald Trump is set to become the first sitting president to attend the Super Bowl. Trump says he'll announce on Monday that the United States...
Now, I like how all the Trump-tards like to play the stupid alpha game. You're talking about economics, and it's like, I bet I can bench more than you. But then Trump's the fattest president we've had since, who was it? Herbert, or not Herbert Hoover, it was Howard Taft. Yeah. So it's like he is like the second most obese president. But it's like, aren't people really obsessed with being in decent physical shape? So
I think he's actually the third fattest behind Taft and Cleveland, Grover Cleveland.
Yeah, he was pretty big.
Imposed 25% tariffs on all steel and aluminum imports, including from Canada and Mexico.
Have it now on the screen.
Grover is such a good name for a big fat guy, by the way.
And just make it invisible, like on Discord whenever.
Oh, true. Yeah, you don't want to give people any ideas.
Yeah, so like make it visible whenever we mark off like one of the slots, and then make it invisible after we go over it.
Yeah.
So you're gonna want to cross out MAGA sycophant shit.
Yeah.
Going to have a 25% tariff.
Trump's stop in New Orleans begins a new week as his administration undertakes a dramatic overhaul of the federal government. With the help of billionaire Elon Musk, Trump is putting multiple departments and agencies under the cost-cutting microscope. The president spoke about the initiatives, several of which are being challenged in court.
We're talking about fraud, waste, abuse, and when a president can't look for fraud and waste and abuse, we don't have a country anymore.
So far, more than 65,000.
Didn't people look into fraud with Trump? And like, didn't they find that he was guilty of a decent amount of crimes and offenses? But that's all a conspiracy.
Federal workers have taken the Trump administration's proposed buyout, according to the U.S. Office of Personnel Management. The administration's intense focus on USAID is sparking debate between Republicans and Democrats.
I certainly think the government is far too big, far too bloated, and we're on a path now to start to see it shrink. This is a first step only, but we're moving in the right direction.
Oh, yeah. So, totalitarianism. We need to get rid of as many departments as possible.
Shrink the government until it's just one guy sitting on a throne dictating what to do.
Because single party, like, sort of republics, like with China, that's the way to go. Like, minimize the amount of checks and balances, and the less particular seats out there, I mean, it allows them to get much more done, less obstruction.
Yeah, why do we even have a Supreme Court? We should just have Trump be able to declare what's legal and not. That's a great face you paused on.
Yeah. Well, that's a rule I have for Shab. He's not allowed to do that, because he does it all the time.
I am a big appreciator of funny pause faces. And actually, hold on, I want to get
Gene doesn't appreciate them at all. He hates
Oh, they're great.
He despises
branch
them.
Well, Shab does it too much.
that has decided that they are no longer going to abide by the Constitution in honoring Congress's role in the creation of the agencies, in their role in deciding where money is allocated.
In addition, the Trump administration reportedly has ordered the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau to halt almost all of its work. That in effect shutters the agency.
Let's see.
Kind of looked like her.
In addition,
but
the Trump
I don't
administration
really know what she looks like.
Reportedly has ordered the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau to halt almost all of its work. That, in effect, shutters the agency that was created to protect consumers after the 2008 financial crisis.
Yeah,
and
he
subprime
is
mortgage
trying
lending
to
scandal.
like abolish
West Palm
what is it,
Beach,
OSHA, which is like the workers' right administration, and then
God, that's horrifying. I worked in a Tyson plant once, and the amount of OSHA violations that existed, even with OSHA, like the place was terrifying to work in. I almost died like 3 times in a week, all by almost being crushed by something or electrocuted.
well, I mean, all of these organizations that try to investigate big businesses and multi-billion-dollar corporations make sure that, you know, the workers, their rights are actually being respected. It's a waste of taxpayer money.
We've got another one. This one just says MAGA.
We already did
Damn.
the MAGA sick fan. Where's the booing? I hear cheering. Whoa,
they're
did
talking
you lie
about
to
the
me?
beginning. They're
Oh, yeah,
this
yeah.
is all. So play the beginning again. It's Taylor Swift getting booed by the crowd at the football stadium, which doesn't surprise me. They're not a bunch of little fucking.
You don't like Taylor Swift?
Well, they're not a bunch of little
surprising to
girls,
me.
so a lot of them don't give a
Isn't it?
shit about Taylor Swift.
Not to mention they're in Philadelphia, and I think she's like fucking the quarterback of the opposing team, right?
Well, yeah, that
Yeah.
too. There's always going to be the opposing side that's like, fuck that bitch, she's on their side. Yeah,
Philadelphia.
because, you know.
Philadelphia crowds are pretty well known for being emotional, you know?
Oh, yeah. They're on
That's
their
one way to
periods.
put it.
They
On
are
their periods.
they are the most fun city when it comes to a live wrestling event and hearing what they have to say about anything. Because they'll, like, the whole arena will start chanting, like, bullshit, bullshit, bullshit.
Oh, and speaking of OSHA, he also wants to get rid of like the NLRD, which is another like the National Labor Relations Board. So he's trying to like disband pretty much every agency that investigates like private enterprise. I mean, the FCC, the FAC, I think like the FDA, different like sub-departments of the FDA. So seems kind of odd that he's trying to invest more in ICE and the DEA and everything, but then when it comes to all the agencies that investigate big business, he doesn't really want there to be any sort of regulations there. And you all know that when it comes to just blindly believing whatever people tell you and not having any critical thinking, when you think of parties or groups of people that really care about the average person, that have no incentive to be corrupt or to manipulate things in their favor, to like do something known as lobbying or engage in things like bribery, we all know the big businesses, the big corporations, they are like the party out there that you should like have the most trust and respect for, because they definitely have the least to benefit. Like all of these academic sources and scientists, I mean, I know the government, that you should apply a decent amount of skepticism, but all of those like bureaucratic offices like the FDA, I mean, like you're an idiot. You're just a sheep if you believe anything they say. Like when international aid organizations like Doctors Without Borders or the Red Cross say that Israel's obstructing aid, you're a dumbass if you just believe what scientists, pundits, international aid organizations, any journalistic source that isn't Fox News. But out of every single element out there, it's definitely the big corporations and the uber wealthy that are the most honest and genuine, that have like the greatest level of respect for the middleman and the average person. They have like less to gain compared to all those other like parties or groups that I previously mentioned.
Gene, they not like us, Gene.
They're not like us, John.
They're not like us.
Exactly.
We're different.
Now, John, see, some of the poeticism of Kendrick Lamar's Super Bowl performance might have been lost on you there simply because, you know, you're familiar with his beef with other known rapper Drake, right? Hip-hop artist Drake.
No, something I don't pay attention to.
No, well, here's the thing, John. That song, that They Not Like Us, it is a diss track on said rap artist or hip-hop artist Drake, you know. And here's the thing. He's got some allegations towards him about him, you know, having a fascination with underage
I think I
women.
mentioned to Gene stuff like he apparently had a really close relationship with Millie Bobby Brown, and we're talking like
God,
when she was like, because she's gotten a bit older, but she's still when she, I don't know, she was way too young I don't know how old she is now.
Billie Eilish has said like that she and Drake text back and forth, but she was like 16 when she said that. Apparently,
well,
he was
16 is the age of consent in a lot of states, so that makes it.
He was apparently told to not sing a line last night, and he did it anyway. And the line was, "You're trying to hit a key, and I bet it's A minor."
Yeah.
Well, see, yeah, that's the thing, John. He probably didn't realize that. And another thing there, Serena Williams, you seen her? She was crip walking, John. You know what that is, right? You ever seen somebody do the crip walk, John?
I know what the crip walk is.
Well, look, John. She was crip walking to this song, and she's Drake X. Yeah, she used to date Drake, and apparently, like, he like stalked her and shit, and like they had a really messy breakup. And,
I didn't know that. That's funny as fuck.
Yeah. So
the stalking isn't funny.
Well, no, Kendrick whipping around on stage.
Yeah, that's funny as fuck. Hell yeah.
Well, let's move on from the celebrity news segment.
Are they going to?
You can learn something from her.
What's that?
Something I heard leading into the fucking Super Bowl was that Elon Musk had apparently paid for some ads that talk about DOGE, whatever how the fuck you're supposed to pronounce it, and that didn't happen. Does anyone know what's up with that? Was that just a rumor?
I didn't look into that at all. Like, the Super Bowl, probably out of all the major things that have happened in the last week, is the thing I paid the least amount of attention to.
It's you and I.
Michael! Oh, hey, guys.
You ain't give me exact change!
Yeah, get over it.
He's salty, but I'm the saltiest.
Oh, saltier than me? When I smile, people assume it's a glitch.
Please, I'm the human version of Monday.
Tonight in New Orleans, we encounter a mission that doesn't come along very often. Standing in front of this final act, knowing that the long
Scientology
has all led to this.
Here's Fox
Going wild,
News.
seeing President Trump as he salutes during the national anthem at Super Bowl 59, making history as he becomes the first sitting president to attend the big game. Fox News contributor Joe Concha joins me now. Joe,
What a man.
message to the entire...
Out of all the things he's made history for, do you think this is probably the most positive thing?
Yeah.
So I'm looking at it, and there are a lot of places talking about these ads that were supposed to happen, but they just didn't.
Why do you think? Do you think there's a conspiracy there? They're trying to obstruct it?
Maybe they realized what they were going to air was a bad look and just buried it.
Yeah, well, you don't think DOGE is very lucrative and practical thing to invest in?
What if it was retarded? What if it was literally the worst thing ever? I want to see this. I want to see what they made if true.
I don't know how to make heads or tails of how this organization works. As far as I've seen, it's Elon Musk and like 4 teenagers.
Well, I mean, Elon Musk, who's the richest person on the planet, who's a major aristocrat, in the same, like, Trump's cleaning up the government. So in the same way they're trying to disband all these agencies like OSHA and everything that regulate big businesses, Trump's going to have Elon Musk and the Department of Government Efficiency. They're going to investigate the Pentagon and stuff. So this aristocrat agency, the big billionaires, they're going to do a good job really keeping the government in check, because it's not like it's the government's job to do the opposite.
From Trump going to the game to his saluting during the anthem to bringing back the pregame interview.
Todd, it's amazing that that's the first U.S. president that we have seen at a Super Bowl out of the 59 Super Bowls that we have had. You can't get your head around it. The fact that Nixon wasn't there or Gipper, Ronald Reagan never attended one, Bill Clinton, a big sports fan, George W. Bush. The fact that Donald Trump was there shows that optimism is back. The golden age is back here in America.
Golden age is back in America. Okay.
What the fuck? This dude, I'm just
went to a football game.
Yeah. So outside of him showing up at the football game, how else is the golden age returning? What else is associated with that?
Nothing.
Game, obviously.
This is our bread and circuses, dude.
When you have 120 million people watching as a president, that is a layup. That is I guess layup's probably the wrong word here. That is a 1-inch touchdown for any politician to make, and the fact that Donald Trump is the first to do it tells you a lot, Todd.
Speaking of that pregame interview, let's listen to more of Trump with Brett.
We have to come together, but to come together,
I think it's really glaze harder.
The thing is, people that sit in their recliner and watch Fox News for hours on end, I mean, they're not just a bunch of idiots that believe whatever the mainstream media tells them. It's people that watch the other big news networks who are just idiots that believe whatever they hear on TV.
Oh, TDS.
Dude, fuck TDS. How about TGS? Trump glazing syndrome. Are you fucking kidding me? You're really going to tell me? I know. I see it.
Shut up. No, sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, is TDS not one of them? Damn it.
Oh, never mind.
You guys
it's
believe
just,
that the president...
If you honestly believe that Donald Trump showing his face at a fucking entertainment event signifies the golden age of America, you have fucking fuzz between your ears, dude. Yeah. There's
maybe
nothing.
The other presidents you didn't see doing it because they were busy doing their fucking job. I don't know. Mm-hmm. Maybe it would be better for him to be busy doing his job.
I mean, no, Shab, look at how much Obama was golfing. Look at how much vacation time Obama spent and everything. I mean, it's not like Trump golfed way more than Obama, even though he was highly critical of Obama there. And it's not like he spent more time on vacation. No, Trump definitely spends a lot more time really deeply invested in his work.
This will bring the country together, but it's hard.
Yeah, along those lines, Joe, to borrow from sports, winning solves a lot of problems.
Yeah, optimism is the key right now. And if Donald Trump is successful in his next 4 years, then...
If he's successful, so what happens if he crashes the economy? Yeah.
Well, then we all are going to be broke.
What do you think all of these journalists and everything on Fox News, what do you think their response is going to be, their follow-up is going to be if the economy crashes? Who do you think they're going to blame?
Biden.
The
Biden administration.
Yeah.
Mexicans.
Bad things happen.
Yeah, and Mexicans coming
it's not
over,
the president,
taking our jobs.
It's the other party and the policies of the other party. But if good things happen, it's all your candidate who's currently in office.
The country does come together. There was a CBS poll out yesterday, Todd, showing his approval rating higher than ever. But the crosstab is what you have to look at.
I don't think
that's not true.
Yeah.
His approval ratings are in the toilet right now.
Sure. Can you fact check that?
And one was that 70% of the American people, 7 in 10, believe that Donald Trump will be successful in terms of keeping his campaign promises kept. And that's amazing. 7 in 10 backing Donald Trump in terms of, I promise something, I'm going to deliver on it. That's all you need to know as far as the way people look at Donald Trump, and particularly young people. He's polling higher than any other age group, when you look at 18 and 29, than any other age group right now. So the future looks...
40% strongly disapprove. 37% strongly approve.
Yeah, so he's got, a 37% approval rating. And if you look at that, usually at the start of a president's term, that's where they had the highest, approval rating. So if you compare it to all the previous presidents we've had, it's pretty bad.
In terms of what he's saying he will do and what he actually is.
Jesus loves us count as God wills it.
Yeah, so anybody...
any God-bothering nonsense?
Shit. Yeah. There you go. God wills it.
Doing as far as the executive orders are concerned and everything else.
Let's get to the commercials now, Joe. Top.
No, it's whenever they say anything that's like Christian related, or whenever they come in and we're discussing politics and they're like, yeah, I'll pray for you. See, God's with this person.
Super Bowl commercials. This
being one with Jesus is how like you improve things.
Service really got a lot of people's attention. It was brought to us by Action Director Michael Bay. Watch.
Protectors are born, they're not made.
What a hero.
America's Secret Service protecting this Super Bowl is asking a few more to step forward.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, asking a few more and a much larger amount of taxpayer money that's going to something that is pretty pointless because the president could just watch it from the White House.
He also left early.
What's your favorite ad, Joe?
Yeah, so, well, I don't know. Probably because he had a lot of important things to do. He's the president.
He was rooting for the team that lost.
Oh. I don't know. Like, why is Trump on the losing side?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe because he's bad at picking things, you know? Like when he's, like back in, I don't know, 2008 maybe, when he's like, we're getting into the real estate market. I feel this is a great time to get into the real estate market. And it fucking wasn't, because then a real estate crash happened.
Do you think they tampered with the game to make it so he lost?
Yes,
and that's why he lost?
Taylor Swift's pussy juice was coated all over the ball every time the team that she wasn't fucking the quarterback of had the ball. So it was very slippery, and you know,
you didn't sprayed and prayed.
You didn't see the small landmines they placed for the other team, but they were there. They hid them with CG.
You know, I loved, there were several actually that I really liked, but the Peyton Manning one was really good. I mean, there was 1,000 that were great. It wasn't overall though. Let me give like a big picture story here, Todd. I didn't see like one where I'm like, wow, I'm going to remember that 20 years from now, right? There wasn't the Bud Light Frogs, for example. It was all the ads were pretty good, but this one that we saw here with Ben Affleck, for example, who's been great lately, overall, or Seal, obviously, that was also an awesome one. But overall, they were good. But when at the party that I was at, next door neighbor, no one stood out and said, wow, that was a great ad.
Yeah,
what do you think?
I like the Duncan one. Bill Belichick.
This guy, like with a lot of the Fox News journalists, they just have the most smarmy sort of demeanor and appearance.
And his lady friend and Ben Affleck, Jeremy Strong, just wild stuff in that one.
Now I feel bad.
Yeah. What? So, you're a retarded cuck?
Now we got to get your thoughts on this, though, because Taylor Swift was booed during the Super Bowl.
These betas don't have real jobs. That's definitely one of the ones.
That's a bingo. That's verbatim. Thank you for adding to our bingo board.
Yeah. Shab, are you showing them the bingo board?
We got 2 in a row.
Me alpha, you beta.
No, what they just said, which one would that be?
It's me alpha, you beta.
Which one of us is the Democrat? I want you to guess, Frank Zappa. Which among us are the Democrat?
Yeah.
Which one?
Because we're like when Biden was in office, we were like really pro Biden. Because it's not like there's nuance and people can disprove both parties and candidates. No, it's just black and white. If you support one, you must be against the other. Or if you're against one, you must support the other as well.
Joe, care to say something about Taylor Swift that's going to...
You fucking suck, Taylor. I would have booed too. I would have joined in.
Yeah.
Ruin your day on Twitter or X?
Nope. She's a great person. My daughter has warned me, do not ever even remotely criticize Taylor Swift ever again. The fact that she noticed it, you saw the eyes, right? Yeah,
loved
she had a great
clearly.
run as far as the Chiefs never lost, actually, basically, when she was Travis Kelce's girlfriend. But now the run is over. Yeah. Let's see if the relationship's over. I'm surprised they're not engaged yet, Todd. At some point, you have to bend the knee, right? I mean, it's been, 2 years, right?
Okay. Next vid.
Oh, man, I wish Vigilant Christian was still around. He would totally say that's Satanist symbolism right there. In red light.
It is, though.
Is she the whore of Babylon dressed in scarlet?
Yes. See, you know.
I thought that they booed Trump. Why are you giving me misinformation?
top right is Democrat just sounds kind of limp-wristed. They called you gay. Okay, so
There you
your
go.
gay.
Fuck you, Gene.
Dude, look at how predictable they are. It's like they have a very limited, like, array of things to say.
No, I think Texas could stand around talking shit all types of ways to you all night long, John.
Philly fans are trash, so who gives a shit? Dude, Philly fans are the most entertaining fucking people in the world.
Yeah, dude, we win, so
Especially
let's trash
when
our
they get
city.
angry.
Let's trash our own city because we won.
Yeah.
You think they would have trashed it whether they won or they lost? You think it would have been worse if they lost?
Probably.
Yeah.
You gotta love people where it's just, I can understand watching sports and getting into it, but I like when people will, like, show up to games to assault other fans, or they have, like, riots and shit over a sports game, and it's just, you're not even, like, the one playing. It's not like it's your team, it's just you're, like, somebody, you're just a bystander who watches. You're a spectator, so you just gotta love the in-group, out-group bias. And what do you think about people that, like, root for teams that aren't even within their own state or city? They'll root for one of the, like, higher-ranked teams just because they want to be on the winning side.
Yeah, I think that's
Childish.
You see that.
Yeah.
You know, you just want to, you want to root for the winning team. You think that's why a lot of people vote the way they do?
Yeah, well, they're winning. It's like, because
I don't think it matters who people want to cheer for in sports. Who gives a shit? If their team isn't winning, they gotta cheer something else, right?
Yeah, but I do think it's kind of stupid where people, and it's not just with sports, you have people that do that with politics because it's like, gee, man, it's about winning. Everything's about that. Because there's no rhyme or reason. It's not like, hey, there's this thing known as the appeal to popularity fallacy or the bandwagon effect. It's just, no.
I admit it's a bandwagon if you start rooting, but, like, otherwise you just tune out of football entirely, right? Or you sit there and watch angrily because your team didn't make it.
Yeah, I guess it makes sense if you're betting.
Want to
bet for the winning team.
Must be rough being a Detroit fan.
Yeah, well, I'm from Baltimore, so we got the Ravens.
I'm from Indianapolis. We have the Colts.
And the Ravens almost did make the. They almost did make the Super Bowl this year. They were like one win away. Dude, it seems like they're very ecstatic that he's there, Dirt. Why were you lying to me?
That's what I heard.
Angry reaction in
Yeah, I think this is what you're thinking of. He was at an NBA game.
Canada threatened 25% tariffs on Canadian imports. Canadians booed the Star-Spangled Banner at an NBA game in Toronto.
It literally said, "Oh, say," and they kind of just erupted. So
Kyra Daniel, who is just 15 years old and Canadian, sang the anthem at the basketball game.
These Canadians, they don't know what's good for them.
Girl.
They're going to see just how exceptional America is once we make them the 51st state. Or 52nd or 53rd. It depends on whether they're annexed before or after Greenland, Mexico, whatever which order it is.
I've done
This is such a crazy shift, though, because there's footage out there of some sports event. Something went wrong with the audio during the American national anthem, and the Canadian side of the audience finished the song. They all sang the American national anthem to finish it off, and it was a nice gesture, but now they're booing our national anthem. It's crazy to me.
Well, like, do you think Trump's probably not doing the best job of diplomacy? Do you think that, like, when it comes to relationships with other countries, do you think maybe we're going to start to see a notable decline in, like, approval ratings towards the U.S. government, the U.S. in general, when it comes to other nations?
I think the rest of the world is looking at us like very early Nazi Germany right now.
Hey, we're not that bad.
One of my friends is Danish, and they're particularly concerned with this whole Greenland thing.
Well, hey, don't you think they'd be better off under our protection as opposed to Denmark? They're a bunch of colonizers.
Muted. The Texas guy says muted. Does that count as why he talks so much on a podcast?
I don't know. What does that even mean?
Nobody's muted. They're trolling.
Yeah.
Nice try.
Anything like
No,
that.
I'm saying,
So I had
I'm
to-
asking if they're saying they muted the show. Are they bitching that there's too much talking?
Nah,
on
I don't think so.
All right. Trying to win.
Kind of had
this
to lock
one,
in and just be like, okay, just get through the songs and you got this.
The stock market.
Well, here, I gotta take a piss. I'll be right back.
Industries that
Talk more about, like, Trump and boo.
I feel bad for the chick the girl who fucking sang the anthem.
Yeah. So apparently another thing that went down, and this is one thing that did get confused for the Super Bowl. It was, I guess, an NBA thing that Trump went to a while back, and he got booed there. And I think it was in like 2022. But Fox News, when they covered it, they changed the audio track to cheers.
Oh, they did a Vince McMahon. They'll do that at wrestling, or they used to do that at wrestling events where they'd edit out the boos and replaced it with canned audience cheering.
Yeah.
Or they would mute the boos because the audience has its own mic.
He wants the volume up. Volume up. Can you make us?
Maybe you should
Volume's
turn the volume
fine.
up
Turn
on
yours
his
up,
phone.
Texas. Yeah. Fuck Texas. You know, maybe your phone needs better speakers, man. You got some headphones? Your headphones are blown out? I like to have conversation with delusional lefties. Well, we
Why
like
are
to
we
have
lefties?
conversation. Why are we delusional? Again, like you make all these assumptions about us.
I am delusional.
What have we said that leads you to believe we're delusional?
Or
Are you having delusions that we're delusional? I mean, see, we're on the same page here. I like to talk to delusional people too.
What's that?
We're being called delusional, and I'd like to know why.
And
Yeah,
leftists.
so is that, I don't know. Which one would that fall under?
That's, I don't know.
I'd say maybe libtard sources, maybe.
No, shut
Gotta
up.
consider it.
You're reaching.
Stretching. You may as well not be.
I said maybe.
Well, you're a
But
dork.
today, the 25%
I wasn't insisting on it, piece of shit.
You
tariffs
better
on Mexico
not.
were put on hold
Me
for
and
a
Dirt
month.
insist
They've agreed
against
to
it.
put in 10,000 soldiers permanently, like forever. 10,000 soldiers at their side of the
But
border.
yeah, people who are on the right, I mean, again, look at the sources that show that if you are more left-leaning with your political views, you're more likely to have a higher level of academic attainment. And it's all the northeastern states and, like, states in the, like, Northwest, like Oregon and Washington, that have the highest, like, IQs on average. But even though that's what all the research says, I mean, all the world's, like, pundits at all the world's leading research centers and academic institutions, what do they know? I mean, it's not like there's a correlation between working in some kind of white-collar STEM field and not being a conservative dumbass. It's almost like you look at the poorest educated regions in the country, and they're all in the Deep South. They're a bunch of, like, white trash redneck states. But hey, it's the white trash rednecks that have piss-poor education, that have, like, very low rates of literacy. They're the ones that know how to do their research. They don't just blindly believe what they get from right-leaning sources.
Border and stop fentanyl and illegal aliens. I also spoke with Prime Minister Trudeau of Canada, and we had a good talk in the morning.
Meanwhile, firebrand Congresswoman Nancy Mace is hitting back after she and Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem were dubbed ICE Barbies for wearing bulletproof vests while accompanying ICE raids on illegal immigrants. This was a very dangerous individual, and we were all required to wear the vest, Mace fired back at her critics. Didn't wash my face or my hair from the day before, but the left says I got dolled up. Okay.
Rise and shine cupcakes.
This fucking Republican goddamn groupie bitch got real fucking nasty about trans people in a hearing the other day. I probably shouldn't say the word that she said, but you know, the word that sounds like trans but adds some Y's to it, you know?
Yeah.
And she like repeated it over and over again. Literally, like at one point she's like blah 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 blah.
Riot!
Yeah, tear it down. We won. We
Destroy your own
won.
neighborhood. good.
Hell yeah, fuck that light post. Fuck that light post.
This is fun.
Yeah, fuck a stoplight. Fuck a stoplight.
This will teach the stoplight a lesson. Try to tell me what to do. Try to tell me what to do.
What a bunch of alphas.
These are the kind of people you know are winners in this.
They're just having a good time. Leave them alone.
They're a bunch of adults acting like teenagers. Like this literally reminds me of some crazy. Like this is crazier, but this is like some like teenage shit, like some teenagers would do or something. But these are like a bunch of grown ass people who probably have kids and shit. Like
just
fucking,
having some youthful fun.
Let them live a little, you know?
Yeah,
they
let
want.
them destroy the town a little bit. They're just having fun. It's all in good.
It just means a nice, fresh, clean-looking stoplight will go up later.
Yeah, that's what they're like. This is looking too old. We need to take it down.
Yeah, this keeps downtown Philly looking nice. Okay, you gotta rep it every so often.
We gotta win the Super Bowl every couple of years.
I'm gonna put it in my front yard.
Yeah, right.
I'm gonna put it in my living room.
They're just leaving with it like this is ours now.
Like, let us help you with your crime.
Yeah, what's the vibe, dude?
Here, hand it to me. I want to be a criminal too.
Yeah.
That's the vibe. Everybody's in a conflict.
Cry about it. Y'all lost. We won.
That's cope.
Hell no,
Yeah.
dude. I rooted for the Phillies, dude. Or the Eagles, dude. I'm Team Philly all the way. I fucking won, dude. Fuck off.
Wait, are they talking about
Yeah, they're talking about the big game.
Well, I don't even care about who won or who lost in the football game, but if they're talking about, are they talking about the president?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's cope.
Yeah, that's cope. We can cross
Yeah.
off cope on the bingo board. I think that qualifies as cope.
Yeah,
I am almost gonna win.
Well, I got one more as well.
Virgins.
You're fucking kidding me. You've got 4 in a row, Art?
Yep.
Yeah. Well,
Wow.
I need what other candidate to win. So once
rigged.
somebody points out, hey, like
Don't
it's
tell
Biden, it's that, okay, but again, with the cope thing, it's just I love how even though we didn't support the other party at all, and we think both parties suck, we're coping. But also, it's like, look at how retarded they are, where they're too dumb to recognize that based on their logic, any conservative political commentators and the entire 4 years that Biden was in office, they were just coping and crying the entire time. When Obama was in office his 2 terms, every single Republican journalists or news source, they were all just crying and coping the entire time. And you're clearly not a dumbass. It's not like the science shows that poor metacognition is associated with low intelligence, and poor metacognition is thinking about thinking, recognizing your own thought and behavior relative to others. So it's not like that's a sign that you're a moron when you don't see that the exact same thing is guaranteed to apply to both sides. But critical thinking, what's that? That's how you prove that those statistics were thrown out there, that people that are more to the right tend to be much more poorly educated and have less intelligence. That's how you know that that data is wrong, by engaging in piss poor critical thinking and being a dumb fuck.
I'll teach this piece of metal.
What productive members of society?
Oh shit!
Oh,
Now this I don't like. You don't need to fight. Break shit and have a good time, but you don't got to fight each other.
No, kick his ass, dude.
Violence is the way to go.
Wow,
They trying
really
to take down
don't
that sign now? You're like, yeah, let's do it.
Really, really don't like stop signs in that fucking city.
Do you think this guy? What do you think this guy's level of education is and level of literacy?
This is a certified surgeon.
Yeah.
Wait, what are they fighting over? A bike?
No, the cops are just like using the bikes as like barriers.
They tend to do that. Use their bikes kind of.
It's the bikes phalanx maneuver.
Yeah.
Yeah, if they don't have riot shields and batons, I mean, bikes come in handy.
I'm kind of surprised they don't have riot shields. You'd think for something like this they would have those.
Yeah,
I think
I'd want to break out the riot shield for this one.
Well, I think it's just because this is more immediate, so you probably have a lot of like cyclist cops that are like on standby.
Oh, immediate, dude. They know this happens.
Yes.
They know this happens every fucking time.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe it's just the Philly cops are like, oh, it's just a sports riot. We'll be all right.
Yeah, like it's a sport for them after the fact, cleaning it up. So they just let it.
You know they get adrenaline rushes, and you know they fucking enjoy it. But I'm thinking maybe they might not equip them with the batons and riot shields because maybe it encourages them to bash people's heads in with the batons. So maybe they're trying to avoid that. Because when you saw those 4 cops surround the dude, if they all had batons, like imagine them all like doing a Rodney King against them.
Wait, do some cops not have batons? I've never seen a cop that didn't have a baton on them.
Well, I mean, they probably don't have them using it in this situation. They're probably training them to use the bikes because I guess they want to avoid that happening.
Oh.
Like having 4 cops surrounding one dude and like beating them with the baton. Oh, well, here they come.
Yeah, here's a baton.
Baton Brigade.
I don't see anybody getting hit with a baton, though. He just had it. They're keeping their cool, all things considered.
What the fuck?
Yep,
We're gonna
hit up the bank real quick.
yeah.
Gotta hit up the bank because the Phillies or the Eagles won. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Okay. Are those bullet holes?
Yeah.
No.
What else could they be?
I don't know. Maybe somebody took like a flagpole or
Like a
some
pig
pipe and.
axe?
No, that's like
it could be a hard thrown rock, but those really do look like bullet holes.
yeah, those are bullet holes in shatter resistant glass.
Yeah, that was thick glass. And Skeptical Jesus
filling
said
outside the realm that I'll even defend.
Skeptical Jesus said something that I actually was thinking of earlier when we first started watching the riots. We think too much the same, me and Skabibi, but racist people who talk crap about like black people and they'll mention like riots and everything. They never seem to mention things like this, like a bunch of white people doing crazy shit. Like,
look at riots at hockey games where, like, a lot of times it's all white people, and they're like ravaging everything. And
that's the post.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen like one black guy except for the one that was fighting. Other than that,
yeah, and a lot of black people. Well, there's been quite a few black people, but
Philadelphia, dude. I mean,
you see a decent amount of white people as well. But it's just when a bunch of white people are rioting and stuff over like a hockey game. Yeah, that doesn't matter. That's not like all white people being a bunch of thugs. But when a bunch of black people riot over police brutality, it's not like that's something that, out of all the things to riot about, it makes more sense why people would be outraged over that.
So now, what makes us racist? What have we said that makes us racist, Texas?
We're criticizing racism.
No, that makes you a racist. If you bring up race, you're a racist. Because why would you think about race unless you're a racist?
We're talking about hypocrisy, where there's plenty of examples of white people or riots that's predominantly white people over really stupid things like hockey. And that doesn't really get a lot of media attention. But then the right loves to hyper-focus on riots that are usually over something like police brutality. Which, out of all the things you can, probably have more sympathy for, I would say, even though they shouldn't riot, it's ideal if it doesn't happen, riots over something like police brutality makes a lot more sense than something really stupid like a hockey game. Well, at least they're having fun.
Now, see, this is some good.
The golden age. Yeah. It's optimism. Look at how happy everyone
Let's
is.
play hopscotch now, guys. Since we destroyed all the stop signs and shit.
You're right. When they told me Donald Trump sitting down at the fucking Super Bowl was signifying the golden age of America, I didn't believe it. Seeing this, I'm starting to think different.
He said he's criticizing the crowd, not us. What did the crowd do that's racist?
Oh, the crowd is racist white liberals. Yeah. Man,
maybe
you're lost.
Sure, some of them.
What's your logic behind why you think they're racist? I mean, maybe they are, but there's nothing we've seen so far that signifies that or points to that.
They're racist against
I'm seeing people of all creeds and colors sitting here right.
I was going to say, if anything, this is the most unity I've seen in this country in a while.
Yeah, it's Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love. It was going to happen anywhere. I mean,
dude, you know what? We need to find certain areas in certain cities where pretty much most of the property is condemned and needs to be demolished anyway. And we need to have these unified sort of riots or whatever, these destruction gatherings where we just bring everyone together and they can have fun and destroy everything, let off all their angst and negative energy, and they can all do it together regardless of race, age, gender. Bring unity. Bring on the golden age.
Stoplights are racist. They might be.
I mean, who knows?
Yeah, the stoplights spend extra time on red when there's a black person at the stoplight.
Another stoplight.
Yeah, dude, they don't need to
fall over and they get seriously injured.
Was that thing just popping smoke from standing on it? I think it did.
And, lighting a fire, making sure everybody stays warm.
Yeah, it's that time of year. The sun's going down.
February, it's cold out.
Oh, there we go.
Why do the cops
Here's
look
Brian
like...
Shield.
The cops
What's
look
that?
like old school 1950s beat cops. They've got the uniform and the little hat. What the fuck?
Dude,
do y'all still have cops like that in Philly that just walk around looking like it's the 50s?
See, this is what happens when you demilitarize the police. I mean, they don't have any tanks to, just drive in and, mow down everybody.
Oh, I guarantee it.
Yeah. Be fair, the water cannons and stuff, they do seem like the most efficient way to deal with crowd patrol, in major riots. Yeah, sound, what is it, bombastic cannons. Yeah. And then they have these, heat rays that, it excites the neurons on your skin that causes, a notable level of pain. But it doesn't cause any serious, injury.
I saw a newscaster get hit by one of those. He's like, okay, I'm going to be hit by this now. I hope I don't regret this. He's like, okay, go.
The pain ray.
Yeah, that's essentially what it is. And it needs to be mounted on a truck, but, I mean, at least it's non-lethal. We need to have drones that just have sound cannons and heat rays on them.
Future.
Dude, you know what? We should have been there. We could have done an IRL stream, live coverage.
We could have maybe got some money.
Dude, we need to start. We need to buy some of those press jackets with the blue helmets. We need to show up to some of these places. Okay, on to the next story. So, Trump, who is definitely the most progressive president, not racist at all, he is reaching out to all the white South Africans that, you know what, they're dealing with a lot of oppression and discrimination in South Africa. He's offering them asylum. because out of all the groups of people out there, it's the white South Africans that are the ones really in need of asylum.
I don't know a lot about South Africa. I know a little bit.
So, pretty much the wealthiest racial group in South Africa is your white ethnic group or your white demographic, and they do have a very, very large percentage of the nation's wealth, even though they make up only 6% of the population. So now it used to be 20% of South Africans were white before apartheid, but most of them left after apartheid, and now there's only 6% of them left. However, most of the white South Africans that are still living in South Africa, you look at their ancestry, and their ancestry goes back to they have Dutch and Danish ancestors, so a lot of them don't even have British ancestors, where they were the families and stuff that kind of had footholds in the government because it was a British colony. But here we're going to see that Trump is not very well informed when it comes to global affairs.
Is apartheid still active there?
No. It was disbanded in the 80s, and
that's what I thought.
Yeah. But after apartheid, it's the white population used to be 20% and went down to 6%. But it's just, if you, a while back, there were all these news stories that were kind of fear-mongering, that were claiming that, all of these white farmers are being targeted and being abducted. But then, if you just looked into it, it turned out that farmers in general were being abducted, and white farmers, on average, compared to how many there were, when it came to, black or other, ethnicities of farmers, they were being abducted much less on average. So it's just, they weren't even being targeted. And you had conservative news networks claiming that, all of these white South Africans are being victimized and stuff, when, again, they still control a very large percentage of the country's wealth.
Why were farmers being abducted? What?
Well, it's just crime. They would go in and hold them ransom, and because they're out in rural areas and there's not a lot of law enforcement there, it's easier for them to just drive in, abduct some farmers and their families, and then hold them ransom.
Guns are good, trust me.
Yes. Well, it probably wouldn't help in that scenario, because it's a lot of people that drive up in the trucks and
buy machine guns, people. Machine guns are good, trust me.
President Donald Trump's offer to take in white South Africans as refugees fleeing persecution may not spur quite the rush he anticipated.
And they're not being persecuted.
An executive order he signed on Friday provided for resettlement in the U.S. of, quote, Afrikaners in South Africa who are victims of unjust racial discrimination as refugees. Afrikaners are mostly white South African descendants of Dutch and French settlers.
There you go.
Their roots in the country to the 17th century, but it's not clear they wanted to flee the place they called home.
And it was a Dutch colony before the Brits came in and annexed it. And you know what war it was where Britain came in? It's you know what? We'll take it from here.
No.
Huh.
The 7 Years' War.
Yeah.
For hundreds of years.
Why would you want to go? There's not
we got to cover that war. That was the war where Britain pretty much annexed Canada from France. They annexed South Africa from the Dutch. They annexed India. This
guy looks like an escaped Nazi.
Hey.
I'm sure he's a nice guy, but that doesn't affect what he looks like.
Really bad, taking over the land. The people are getting on like normal. And
turns out Hitler never died.
So if you're gonna be the head of state of one of the world's largest countries, you should probably do a little bit of homework, a very basic level of research. Look at surveys, information from think tanks to see what the actual average opinion is from white South Africans, to see whether they do feel victimized, whether they feel unsafe, and so forth. And Trump definitely did not do that. And it makes him look like a dumbass, because pretty much no fucking white South Africans have taken advantage of this offer. And they've all come out and said that yeah, this is stupid, and we're kind of offended by this.
you know, what are you going to do over there?
That was the response from Neville van der Merwe, a white 78-year-old pensioner living in Cape Town. And he had this to say about Trump cutting off aid to his country.
We all know how Mr. Trump behaves, you know, so why should they do that? Is it being spiteful?
Trump is pushing back against a law signed last month by President Isreal-Hamas aimed at addressing the country's unequal land ownership. White South Africans make up less than a tenth of the country's population, but a legacy of
Jacob Zuma, last president, he actually, he was accused of rape, and unlike a lot of other rape allegations or whatever towards politicians, this one had a lot of really hard evidence. And even though he was charged, he ended up making it in office, so he was kind of out of all the presidents they've had, which they've only had like 5 presidents since post-apartheid, but he's probably the closest thing they had to a Trump president, Jacob Zuma. So it's a good thing he's no longer their president.
The racist apartheid government left 3/4 of privately owned land in the hands of the white minority after 3.5 million black people were forced from their homes. The new law makes it easier for the states to expropriate land for what it says is the public interest.
And we will not be bullied.
And see, so this is something where, when I looked into this, a large percentage of the landowners that are having their land, like, you know, expropriated from them are not really that upset because they have such a large amount of land. It's pretty insignificant. And that kind of makes sense. And in any country, it's just...
Whoa. Well, such a large amount of land that it's pretty insignificant. Oh, I get
to them,
it.
Yeah. And they kind of understand, and there was no, I forget what the one party is. There's this one organization that is for like rights and stuff for white South Africans, but even that organization did call out like Trump. And the organization, it might sound racist, but a lot of it is to kind of bring unity between the different like races, white and black South Africans. But they were cooperating with the government. And they worked with the government to establish this policy of expropriating land. So it's just, this isn't even something where, oh my God, they're having all their land taken away. And again, the majority of South Africa's wealthy class is white. So they own a large percentage of land. And even in America, they'll do that, where if somebody owns a lot of land and they're a private landowner, there's some laws that make it hard, but the government will come in and they will sometimes seize land because, you know what, sometimes it makes sense. Sometimes if somebody owns a lot of land, but the land is on some, natural sort of wetland or something like that, sometimes they will go in and seize the land. And it's like, you know what? When it's happening to people who are millionaires that own acres of land, I don't think it's really that concerning. I don't think they're victimized.
Ramaphosa's governing African National Congress, or ANC, has defended the measure and accused Trump of amplifying misinformation propagated by AfriForum.
Yeah, misinformation. And that's the thing.
Can you turn the video up on your end?
No, it's up all the way.
Oh, okay.
Here, let me look at my sound mixer. But it is just, when you look at who the land is being, expropriated from, it's the uber wealthy. Even them, they aren't complaining about it. So saying that the general white population is being victimized, it's just middle class, South Africans who, own a home and, a small, plot of land. They're not having their land seized from them.
And even that group, which lobbied Trump's previous administration on their cause, said it was not taking up his offer.
We have to state categorically, we don't want to move elsewhere.
That's AfriForum CEO Callie Creel speaking on Saturday. Alongside Creel was Philip Buys, who chairs the Solidarity Trade Union, a group that says it represents 600,000 Afrikaner families.
We may disagree with the ANC, but we love the country. As in any community,
all my apps are up all the way.
But the repatriation of Afrikaners as refugees is not a solution for us.
What's this agency? This is the one I was talking about.
Werner van Niekerk is and even that group, which lobbied Trump's previous administration on their cause, said it was not taking up his offer.
We have to state categorically, we don't want to move elsewhere.
That's AfriForum CEO Callie Creel speaking on Saturday. Alongside Creel was Philip Buys, who chairs the Solidarity Trade Union, a group that says it represents 600,000 Afrikaner families.
We may disagree with the ANC, but we love the country. As in any community, there are individuals who wish to immigrate, but the repatriation of Afrikaners as refugees is not a solution for us. We want to build a future in South Africa.
Some said they appreciated Trump's gesture. Werner van Niekerk is a carpenter in Bothasig.
I think it's a very nice gesture from Donald Trump to offer us asylum over there.
He did not say whether he planned to take up the offer.
An attempt to resolve one of South Africa's most
this
divisive
video is
issues,
pretty fucking
unlawful
loud.
land ownership.
We
A
go
bill signed
from a
last month allows land
quiet-ass
concessions.
video to way
While
too loud video.
while complaining about people that want to escape their country because they're fucking oppressed by just everything around them, he wants to bring in people who he thinks are oppressed from a different country.
Now, do you think it has anything to do with race?
Yes.
No, we're just believing what we want to believe.
Like anybody who wonders what I'm talking about, just, go on, probably DuckDuckGo would be better for this than Google. Just type in cartel beheading video and you'll see some fucking shit.
Appropriated
I'm gonna
without
look it up
compensation
right
in some
now.
cases.
Watch every
There's a
video I
lot.
can find.
It's just
There's
whenever
a lot.
there's
We'll be watching them for hours.
I'm excited. Oh
I
my
would
gosh.
not want to live. I would not want to live in a country where there's a good chance that if someone related to me falls in with the wrong crowd and makes one mistake, I might wake up one day and they're in literal pieces on my doorstep because they didn't just want to send a message to them; they wanted to send a message to everyone who knows them too.
Now, do you think Trump would be opening up the doors for all the Syrian refugees during the Syrian refugee crisis, which is one of the most largest out of all the displacement epidemics? It was the largest one in modern history. Or do you think all the Gazan refugees and stuff? Do you think he's opening up the gates to those particular displaced refugees?
No, he wants to ship them to other countries entirely, and I don't know how have the countries he's suggested shipping them off to responded to that idea?
They are not going along with it, and plus the Gazans, they don't want to move to other countries. So they don't want to, I don't know, give in and placate.
Don't want to.
Yeah.
They're literally being told, we're exiling you.
Yeah, well, hey, it's their fault for voting Hamas into power. Because it was a genuine election.
Love you too, Bill Hicks.
But it is a step that's led U.S. President Donald Trump to threaten to cut off all funding to the country.
The leadership is doing some terrible things, horrible things. So that's under investigation right now. We'll make a determination. And until
investigation, they're doing horrible things.
Time as we find out what's out there.
Now, the thing is, Trump, because, he's the president of the United States and he's a fucking billionaire. He doesn't even need to do the homework himself. He can just say, hey, before I try to present this offer to all these South Africans, can you look into it to see whether or not there even is a decent amount of people who would be willing to take up the offer, what the actual general consensus is regarding this? He doesn't even need to do the homework himself. He can hire any sort of scholar to thoroughly look into this, and he doesn't even need to investigate any energy. But yet he's that fucking careless and that fucking negligent.
How about a question from the chat, John? Do you support the from Eek the cat? I like that E3K. Fuck. Yeah. Do you support the sending of money and weapons to Ukraine?
Yes.
I do think that. Well, it makes more sense than Israel. I don't support them funding or supporting Israel at all. Now, it's not just America, it's other NATO states that are doing it as well. And it's definitely cheaper than putting our own boots on the ground. I mean, look at how much money we spend on the fucking military, so we might as well do
a wonderful job of embarrassing Russia.
Yeah.
They're doing so poorly. I thought their military was supposed to be so badass. What the fuck is this?
And if they didn't have aid, they probably would have been steamrolled. So the fact that we were able to do what Ark said, it definitely has lowered Russia several pegs down when it comes to their respect on the world stage. So it definitely helped with that realm of global 4D chess against Russia. And it's definitely much more cheaper than sending boots on the ground, and a lot of our own troops don't need to die as well.
They're taking away land. They're confiscating land.
The South African government responded swiftly, saying no land's been confiscated.
And this is what this law is about, to transform on a balance, on a just and equitable basis. And we look forward to engagement with our U.S. counterparts.
While the law makes it easier for the government to expropriate land, legal guidelines ensure the payment of fair market value and property owners can go to court. Some people are worried the new law will mean their land will be seized by the government. And the spat is playing out on social media platforms like X, where owner and U.S. presidential advisor Elon Musk is accusing the South African government.
Okay, so they care about this. They care about rich people having their land, like, expropriated from them. Whether that's something that's fair or not, what about people in Gaza? Having their lands land appropriation in Gaza. Do they care there or in Israel and Palestine? Where's the consistency?
Racist policies. The minority white population owns 3/4 of farming land in South Africa, while black people who make up...
So, what is it, 75%, and they make up 6% of the population? Do you think that's a bit disproportionate? So who do you think Trump or the world's leaders should care more about? The 6% of South Africans, which is probably a smaller percentage of that 6%, that own 75% of the land, or the Palestinians, where millions of people had their land seized from them and were displaced and all segregated into this fraction of the landmass that continues to shrink, and they continue to be more and more densely populated as time goes on. So which demographic do you think is more of a victim?
Speak the cat, say potato.
Huh?
Cat person in chat. Yeah, John's answered your question. We've answered your question. Some people say yes, some people say no. It's a divisive topic. Not everybody agrees. Me personally, I think we spend a lot of money on weapons in general, and I think any. So look, if you post that question in chat one more time, we're gonna ban you. It's pretty much the only rule. No spamming. So that's your last warning. Yeah.
Population.
Also, somebody else said, "What happened to speaking without profanity like an adult with self-respect?"
Whatever happened to taking that fucking stick up out of your ass and loosening it up?
Okay, wait. So when it comes to profanity, this is where we get in the realm of critical thinking. Why is it wrong to use profanity? So you think about it, there's this list of 14 words, how many words you might consider to be profanity that are no words. And why are these specific words more egregious than any other word that somebody
you can't demonstrate
so it's just, it's an appeal to tradition. It's just blindly abiding by some policy that you're spoon-fed as a kid without even questioning it. So people that care about profanity, I'm going to say they have piss poor critical thinking. It's just an appeal to tradition.
Yeah, you can't show...
Well, they are responding. They're saying, you said no, you don't, then you said yes, you do. That's the point of contention here. The Ukraine thing.
So yeah, John, do you or do you not? Lay it down on the line. Yes or no? Money and weapons to Ukraine.
I'm okay with it. I think out of all the places where we're investing weapons, I think it makes more sense there than anywhere else.
The original land bill that gave 87% of the land to the whites and 13% to the majority was unjust and wrong, but that you find a way to compensate and to deal with the transition to
here, these are rich people that are having their land expropriated from them, and it seems like they are financially compensating them when the British Mandate happened and they relocated millions of people and the Israel-Palestine region. Millions of people were forced to just pack up and leave, and they did not receive any compensation for their homes and their property that they had to leave behind.
Well, can you back the video up 10, 15 seconds? Yeah, there we
know,
go. If they've got areas that look like this in South Africa, then yeah, I would say they probably need access to some better land. This
gave 87%.
This is a ghetto.
Well, I mean, the world's completely fair. So when you have certain people who own a lot of land and have a lot more wealth and stuff, it's because of the hard work that they've applied throughout their lives, or the hard work of like their ancestors. That's why they got there. So because we live in a world that's completely fair, where everything's balanced and egalitarian. So yeah.
And of the land to the whites and 13% to the majority was unjust and wrong, but that you find a way to compensate and to deal with the transition to, and one way is to focus on public land.
Previously, in a public address, President Cyril Ramaphosa told Trump to stay out of South Africa's plans for land reform. While the presidency says U.S.
Now, I will point this out. So, with America, we do deserve, or like our country, our government and everything, it's important to pay attention to how poorly the Black community in America has been treated through slavery and Jim Crow laws. But what I find to be kind of odd is that when it comes to like Britain and France, people don't really want to like pay attention to their history when it comes to how they've treated different minority groups and ethnicities throughout the globe when they colonized most of the fucking globe. So it seems weird that people want to act like somehow America surpassed them in terms of like their level of offense when it comes to things like discrimination and exploiting certain groups of people, when at the very least, Britain and France, when it comes to their history, they are just as bad as America.
U.S. aid to South Africa is not significant. Trump's latest comments have had an impact. As soon as Trump said he would cut off funding to South Africa, the local currency, the rand, weakened by more than 1%. Now, stocks and government bonds also took a slump. While there are also concerns existing tariff agreements with South Africa on exports to the U.S. may be affected, President Ramaphosa said he's not worried about relations with the country. Famida Miller, Al Jazeera, Johannesburg.
Next vid.
Meanwhile, lobby group AfroForum has rejected U.S. President Donald Trump's offer for white Afrikaners to be resettled in the U.S. ENCA's Nokwazi has the story.
I'm declaring
AfroForum says the
loser
executive
stream,
order by US
yet
President...
I'm watching a stream officially knocked off.
Yup.
Black man, forehead bigger than my windshield looking, hairline more pushback than Vegeta. We're all losers, but, you know, they're watching.
Well, loser stream, yet I'm watching streams usually when it's like, yeah, you're spending your time hosting a stream, so you must have no life, even though they're watching a stream. So do you think it falls in that category?
I'd say they're all but calling you losers, but they're watching.
At least they're not calling us losers.
Yeah. Well, that particular slot's for, usually it's when people, and again, poor metacognition, because this is what dumb fucks do. It's like, statistically, the overwhelming majority of Americans spend several hours a day on sedentary screen-based activities. So chances are, because they're sitting down and watching YouTube videos and watching a stream, they're probably engaged in their 3-4 hour period at the end of the day, where they're just watching TV, watching videos, but then they're too dumb to recognize their own habits and their own daily rituals and everything. So it's just, this person must be a loser because they're hosting a stream. But yet...
I already marked it. How the fuck do you undo on modern paint?
Control Z.
Oh, why is it Z?
It's always Control.
Z.
I said Z.
It's always Control Z.
I thought it was Control U.
Control Y is undo, Control Z, or Control Z is undo, Control Y is redo.
Oh.
Donald Trump.
I think Control U is like underline.
Results of reckless policies of the ANC leadership. The U.S. has accused South Africa of confiscating land and mistreating Afrikaners. In the executive order signed last night, he is offering Afrikaners resettlements in the U.S. and has cut funding for South Africa. We spoke to Africa.
So do you think Trump's doing a good job on the world stage when it comes to diplomacy? Seems like he's pissing off like every single major nation, and South Africa is a G20 like nation. Mexico's a G20 state. I mean, China, of course, our relationships have been piss poor for a while, but they're up there. They're a G7 country, and then Canada is like, I don't think they're a G7 country, but they're in the G20. So it's like a lot of the world's top performing like economies. Trump's not really doing a good job when it comes to getting on their good side and engaging good trade relations. But if the economy crashes, it's because of the other party.
Is this really pissing them off, though? This is more...
Well,
he's cutting an offer, and they're just like, well, that... Oh, right, he's cutting the fund.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, like, threatening tariffs and so forth, so...
Why blame the president on this? The legislature passed the...
And F reform, that's the party that they're there to look out for, like, the white, like, ethnic group and their particular population, their safety. And even they were like, you know what, this is fucking stupid. Trump's an idiot.
I gotta get my crossguard lightsaber before he puts too many tariffs on
As you are
China, and I can't afford to.
Here, I think we've talked about South Africa enough.
No, let's talk about it for another hour. Come on. Please.
Yeah, I really had a lot to say about that one, dude. I'm hot to trot on Africaner.
I forgot you had
the audio's terrible.
I forgot you had the video sped up, so I thought she just really awkwardly, really quickly walked on stage for a second.
Yeah, she was late. She's like, oh shit, I gotta get the left turn.
They're gonna execute me if I don't do this now.
Yeah, but anyway, China addresses, and God, AP, they suck. They never provide subtitles.
Yeah, without subtitles, this is pointless.
Yeah, and then they don't give us like closed captions. But yeah, Trump's trying to blame China for fentanyl coming into the country. And here's the thing. Most people who are consuming fentanyl, they're not doing it intentionally. It's not like fentanyl is this illegal substance that people are clamoring for. And that's where they... What?
It is, definitely is. There are definitely...
Well, we established that it's a very small percentage.
I doubt it. I would hesitate to say it's a very small percentage. I would actually say it's likely. I mean, okay, let's see what it is. What percentage of fentanyl users consume it intentionally?
And I mean, it's like a lot of it is because they lace it in other like substances like weed or coke or whatever, because it's highly addictive. So
Institute, 43% were intentionally using fentanyl.
But then I also wonder, out of that 43%, how many are looking for it because they got hooked on it unintentionally because it was laced in something else they were taking.
Fair as well. And yeah, I'll say in 2023, there's a study that says that most use was not intentional.
Yeah, and again, if they just decriminalized and regulated most drugs that people consume recreationally, then they'd be able to test it to make sure there isn't contaminants like fentanyl in it. So you wouldn't have to worry about it.
It's mostly white, straight dudes from the chart I'm looking at.
Fake news. Nah, it's never white people. But
56% of them had been homeless in the last year.
Yeah.
40% of them had alcohol use disorder. 82% of them, and this is the one that'll really get ignored, moderate to severe depression.
Well, they just need to not be depressed. They need to stop being betas.
时间以来，中英两国领导人举行会晤，各部门重启机制性对话，两国各界对中英关系。
Yeah, but still, it's just like when it comes to diplomacy, it's just like cutting trade and declaring tariffs on other countries. That's probably not going to help your nation out on the world stage when it comes to like global relations. But if you want to benefit the economy, it's like, okay, people being addicted to things like fentanyl definitely isn't beneficial to the economy because it interferes with their ability to work, or if they are struggling with work, it's definitely not going to make things better. And then when people are consuming illegal substances, they go to prison, and that's a big drain on the taxpayers. So if you just decriminalize a lot of these fucking drugs, they'd be regulated, you could sell it commercially, then you could tax it, and then it would definitely create a bunch of jobs, keep people out of prison. There's so many ways it would benefit the economy, but who gives a fuck? Let's do something like declare tariffs on other countries, which has shown, like, statistically to not fucking work and harms the economy.
I had those statistics wrong. I was reading the number of people, not the percentage, but they were close enough that none of them really mattered. This one is heartbreaking. Known someone who has died from an overdose, 91%.
Yeah.
Oh, somebody mentioned the beta thing. So where is it? Me alpha, you beta. Show the card chat.
It doesn't.
Okay, I was.
We've already scratched that one.
Yeah.
We've already scratched that one. Yeah. So unfortunately, we can't.
You know, you're like a genius when that's your rhetoric.
Intentional fentanyl use in the past 30 days. 78% said no. But 22% of them did say yes still.
But that's why tobacco companies put nicotine in their products, because it has addictive properties. So therefore people get addicted. And that's pretty much why drug dealers or illegal suppliers put fentanyl in it, because people are more likely to get hooked on the products. But yeah, like legalizing it, we're not going to do that because it makes perfect sense to do it. So logic doesn't really seem to be something that people on the right like to engage in.
This is also depressing. Prior knowledge of fentanyl test strips, 53% of them did not know they existed. But they all, a vast majority wanted to know how to get the fuck a hold of those.
So maybe we should just lock up all those people, because that would help the economy out. Because it's not like, costs a lot of money to keep somebody in prison.
God forbid we don't have a pile of OD dead bodies.
Cents in the penny. It's the debate resurfacing yet again in D.C.
I do know. It takes, 1.8 pennies to make a penny. So my thing is, okay, I can understand getting rid of pennies. And the way they get around that.
This has been a thing for a long time, that pennies cost more than than they actually are worth. That we should have abandoned the penny like probably 2 decades ago.
And the way around it, and there are different military bases that do this, they just round up or round down.
How much did you say it costs to print them now?
It was 1.8 the last time I read about this. It may have gone up.
Okay, it was 1.7 last time I looked in. I thought I heard you a higher number than that.
Saying he's directing the Treasury to stop minting new pennies because they cost more than a cent to make. So is the move penny wise or pound foolish? People have been trying to get rid of the copper coins, now mostly made of zinc by the way, for decades. That's because it costs a pretty penny to make a penny. Trump isn't the first.
Costs a pretty penny to make a penny.
That's fucking stupid.
President to consider axing the coin.
Okay, Grandpa.
Stopping the penny 12 years ago.
Anytime we're spending more money on something that people don't actually use, that's an example of something we should probably change.
But the administration wasn't able to execute on the cuts.
You just get all these objections. What happens to Lincoln's face that is on this? What about the states we're buying the copper from? How do they update the cash registers? And I confess that I'm not
You can use copper for other shit, dude. You don't have to just use copper for pennies.
Yeah, it's good conductive material.
Proud of it. That eventually I just got worn down.
Nowadays, the U.S. Mint says making each penny costs more than 3.5 cents.
You want to bring American industry
up,
back, right? Including factories and shit. Well, we're going to need pennies, aren't we? I mean, not pennies. We're going to need copper.
Yeah, copper wiring isn't the best wiring, but it's definitely cheap.
Silver is.
Yeah, but it definitely would probably, I don't know, like pennies are kind of useless, so we might as well just hurt them into copper material for things like wiring.
$5 million loss for the federal government in 2024. Other countries have already rid themselves of their pennies. Canada discontinued theirs more than a decade ago. Australia and New Zealand nixed theirs back in the 90s. Some are passionate about.
Yeah. But Lincoln, he's a Republican president, and he freed the slaves because the Democrats were the ones that were pro-slavery.
They're pennies.
Even
The
though
pro-penny
he
group,
said
Americans
that
for
if he
Common.
could win the Civil War without freeing any of the slaves, he would do it.
Mm.
It
In sense,
wasn't
yes,
about
with a C.
slavery. It was about the fucking southern states, and we needed those. That's where our
Well-
fucking tobacco and cotton was grown. It had fuck all to do with slavery. The secession was about slavery.
Yeah. The South
But-
was seceding because of slavery, but the reason the Union wanted to keep the southern states definitely was more for ulterior motives. It wasn't just for the greater good.
No, it like
is run by
and you could argue that the secession itself is one of the causes of the war. So sure, slavery did play a part in the war, but it wasn't about that. It was about reacquiring the tobacco and cotton fields that were, I think, our primary exports at the time, weren't they?
Yeah, but I would say that the Civil War was definitely, if they weren't going to outlaw slavery, then it most likely wouldn't have happened. The big reason why all the southern states were seceding was due to, like, slavery being abolished.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
But it is one of his quotes. If I could win this war without
Yeah.
slaves, I would do it. That makes it clear cut what it was really about for him, at least. Now, that's not to say that the soldiers on the field didn't believe in something contrary to just we need to take territory.
Yeah. But hey, like, all the southern states were the Democrat states, so there's no nuance. It's not like things change.
And there wasn't a single abolitionist in the Confederacy. Not one.
Yeah.
Not one.
But it's not like politics change over time, and the Democratic Party back then was more right-leaning than the Republican Party. And it's not like they gradually shifted to the other sides of the political spectrum, and that's what's more important. There is none of that nuance, and it's not like if you look at all the states that were Confederate states, and you look at a map, all the Democrat states back then are Republican states now for some reason.
Wasn't Robert E. Lee an abolitionist? I've read many quotes from him where he talks about how it's economically not the best system. Like, this all doesn't really make a lot of sense.
It was mostly rich people that owned all the slaves, and I mean, to be fair, lots of people fought. Like, a lot of Confederate soldiers fought and died to protect the right to own slaves, but it was just capitalism and big corporations lobbying the government.
Let's be fair, a lot of Confederate soldiers also died because they got drafted into a war they didn't want to fight.
Yeah.
Yeah. But they were, like, the Union did offer to give people in the South, like, asylum if they fought for the Union.
Conscripted into the same war.
Or not even conscripted. Yeah. They could have worked jobs that weren't on the field because it's like they could support the war effort. So it's like, hey, we'll give you, like, asylum if, I don't know, you work some job or whatever, like mining coal or something, like anything that could actually help with the war effort in the industry. So there was that benefit.
Some people don't want to just be displaced and treated as refugees in a different country at that point.
Plus, most people were illiterate back then, so a lot of them probably weren't as... they had more of an excuse to be ill-informed than people today.
They might not have actually known what asylum meant. They might have thought, like Trump does, that they mean mental asylums.
Yes.
They're coming here seeking asylum, our wonderful, wonderful asylums.
Lobbyist for the zinc industry. Its website cites reasons for seeing the other side of the coin, pointing out the penny's usefulness in charity donations, and concerns that losing the 1-cent coin would cause merchants to round up to the nearest nickel, raising prices on consumers who pay with cash.
The trend in other countries...
Oh, there's your problem. There's something wrong with you if you're still paying with cash.
Suggested to us that it would be a good idea to get rid of the penny, that it just was not at all necessary. Lots of countries do without them and do.
Who fucking uses cash?
People in strip clubs.
people who want to launder money.
But they're not using coins. Well, some of them are. Some of them gals can do some pretty fancy tricks.
I don't know, maybe like to get rid of pennies, if you're like going to like one of those wishing fountains and stuff, you want to toss the pennies in, you're gonna have to like use nickels instead of pennies. That would suck.
The charity donation, I can kind of see that one, though. The people who stand and collect money, they do add up after a certain amount of time, but what they add up to is becoming less and less a significant amount of money, you know?
Well, it's also, like, again, it costs more to manufacture them, plus a lot of times they just end up in a Coinstar machine, which takes off like something like 10 cents per dollar. So, yeah. What's that?
I just said, oh.
Yeah.
Trump administration is able to stop the minting of new pennies, it wouldn't be without precedent in the U.S. Back in 1857, Congress discontinued the half-cent coin. Some of those coins can now fetch up to hundreds or even thousands of dollars from collectors, meaning that even in a
When are we going to bring back shekels?
penny world, a penny saved could end up being more than a penny
I
earned.
have a Jew that owes me a shekel. It's getting on my nerves. They've owed me this shekel for like 2 years, and I want this shekel because I'm going to wear it as a necklace.
How many pennies is a shekel worth?
Oh, fuck. Let's find out.
How many dollars? I'm guessing it's like a collector's like coin.
Ryan Chung is joining us now. Okay, first of all, second of all,
$1 is 3.59 Israeli new shekel. Looks like they've
let's say the penny goes away. Let's say
bad downward trend over the last month.
That would be like 130 pennies.
Oh,
and go to the store, the corner store.
Jumping.
What's that?
Actually, no, it's been going down for the past 5 years. The new shekel.
Yeah, I did not know that that was their currency.
Oh, shit.
Meanwhile, the White House is going beyond pardons when it comes to the fallout from the January 6th Capitol riot. Right now, FBI agents across the country, they are under the microscope and being asked to answer questions about their role in investigating many of those cases. CBS News Department of Justice correspondent Scott McFarland.
Ooh, so it seems like these FBI agents are going to be interrogated. Like, why were they engaging in these unjust arrests?
Joins us now. Scott, thank you for being here. We know agents are expected to receive questionnaires, but what do those questions look like? Do we know?
Some of these questions are particularly specific and granular to try to figure out what role these agents or FBI employees played in the January 6th investigations, the largest criminal investigation in U.S. history. We know from our CBS News reporting this could impact as many as 5,000 employees inside the FBI, a truly bonkers number. And the January 6th investigations, unlike so many other FBI probes, actually touched every single FBI field office across the country. This is not a Washington, D.C. issue. This is a nationwide issue. And the deadline was set for mid-afternoon today for those employees to complete this questionnaire and submit it to their supervisors. Then there's a deadline tomorrow, 12 p.m. Eastern time, for the FBI to hand over all those names and potentially all those records.
So he pardoned all of the protesters in the January 6th riots, not rioters, protesters, but how many of the like investigators involved do you think are going to be fired?
All of them. You're fired.
January 6th.
What's that?
The ones that investigated January 6th. I missed the first half of this. All of them, yes.
So do you think you know that's very noble of Trump, of pardoning a bunch of, well, I guess they're patriots, they're not criminals, but then a bunch of like federal employees are now going to lose their jobs because Trump really cares about, you know, supporting like your working Americans and making sure the job market is sound. So laying off a bunch of federal workers.
I think this rings horribly and terrifyingly of I'm getting rid of anyone who isn't loyal.
So Skeptical Jesus from Canada. Skeppy, we're probably going to be targeted by the Trump thought police. Are you going to give us asylum in Canada?
The interim leadership of the U.S. Department of Justice. This has been a tumultuous 24 hours inside the Bureau, and it will be another tumultuous 24 hours to come. There is concern that there is a blackballing of January 6th investigating agents that is about to happen and to a degree has already started.
Yeah, Scott, and speaking of those concerns, are they also concerns that this probe could lead to mass firings within the FBI and at field offices across the country?
FBI and Department of Justice memos reviewed by CBS News say among those names that are provided, those lists of names of those who investigated January 6th to the Department of Justice, there can be future employment action.
Now, my one relative who's an old fart, he's like, well, hey, it's Trump's the boss of that agency, so it's his right to fire them. It's just, yeah.
That's not how that works.
Well, it's just there's no nuance when it comes to whether it's ethical or whether he's doing it for the right reasons, or whether it's going to benefit people as a whole. It's just, hey, because he's in charge there, therefore, that's all that matters. That's the only thing. Let's just focus on that exclusively.
Even if you corner them and get them to admit, like, oh, this thing that he did is wrong, they'll be like, oh, well, he's the better of two evils, you know?
Yeah.
You think he's going to find a reason to go after the CIA as well?
Than the other guys.
Well, the CIA, they don't really investigate internal affairs. They investigate things that are more external.
Well, they investigate his Russian buddy.
Yeah, so maybe. But I'd say the CIA probably has much more, I guess, intelligence compared to the FBI. So the CIA might have more shit to hold him accountable for, or more incriminating information to leak on him. To be fair, they probably do with all the presidents, but it is just, I don't know, like what Chad was saying with Obama, when Obama pardoned Edward Snowden, or when there was a petition that was put on the whitehouse.gov to pardon Edward Snowden, Obama took the petition down. And then people are like, well, it's his website. And it's just, and then you had people on the right that are like, yeah, it's just unjust. He's a coward. He's not pro, diplomacy and so forth. And you know, if the same thing happened in reverse, they'd be like, well, hey, it's their website.
My favorite Edward Snowden interview was the one John Oliver did with him. You ever seen that?
No.
So you know how with some people you've really just got to simplify things or they're just not going to understand you?
Yeah.
I imagine you, of all people, do. People heard what Snowden said, but they didn't quite understand it because they don't understand how all this shit works. John Oliver had the brilliant idea of breaking it down to dick pics. Explain to us how this program allows the government access to my dick pics. And it all made it surprisingly nice and simple for him. It's just Snowden is a wordy motherfucker, so he's not good at getting his information across in a way that your average American can understand it. And when he did that, there were these interviews where, you know, people were suddenly more concerned about it because now they're like, wait, the government is looking at my dick? What?
Yeah, so now if you speak out against the, when the Biden administration or the Obama administration, when they were going to seize control of the federal government, all the people on the right that were going to bare their arms and go against them, they were just going to leak all of their, dirty, search results and all of their dick pics and stuff to the public.
I saw a Nazi flag flying guy on Facebook earlier who's posting pictures of his new guns that he's buying and his
sounds like an alpha.
His accuracy at the target range, and it's a very red flaggy profile is what I'm saying. His post.
So in other words, you're saying you're a big fan.
No.
Now, was it a Nazi swastika or a Buddhist swastika?
It was a red, white, and black Nazi flag while he's posing with his Glock clone gun.
Yeah, those are the kind of people that you'd really trust with firearms. People that like to post photos of the firearms in conjunction with Nazi flags.
And his drugs. which anyone out here who doesn't know this, if you have, even if your weed is legal in your state, you're still not supposed to have your weed around firearms. That's a federal offense to have drugs and firearms in the same location federally. Don't do that. Don't let people know you've got like weed and guns around you at any given time. At least don't fucking post pictures of it, you dumbasses.
You're saying that people who typically are the far right and who are Nazis aren't really that bright?
I am in fact saying that, but
Okay.
I'm saying lots of people aren't very bright when it comes to that in particular. They think it's just legal, and they don't look at the federal aspect of it where it's still very much illegal.
Yeah, Shab does stuff like that all the time.
If not many of those employees. So yeah, there's a concern that having touched the January 6 cases could lead to a...
Okay, next story.
Next, sir, this is a national security presidential memorandum that seeks to impose maximum pressure on the government.
He has a penny behind him.
It's hard to even make out the text here. He will obliterate Iran if they assassinate him.
Action.
I heard about this one.
The basic idea here is to have every department and agency, or many departments and agencies in your government, attempt to sanction and control Iranian activities, particularly relating to the Iranian nuclear.
He's got a bunch of like Moab bombs that are just targeted towards Iran, and he's got
like,
some.
He's like Jason Wynn in Spawn, dude. He's got a thing attached to his heart.
Yeah.
That's going to detect like Iranian assassin has killed him, and all of them are going to launch at the same time. This is so fucking stupid.
Dude, I was just about to say that he has like a pacemaker or something. When he dies or whatever, it detects like his heartbeat stopped, and then yeah, all the Moab bombs start striking Iran.
Program and the Iranian export of terrorism through support of various proxy groups abroad. And the intent here is to give you all of the possible tools to, I'd say, engage with the Iranian government to ensure that going forward they're less of a malign actor on the world stage.
So this is one that I'm torn about. Everybody wants me to sign it. I'll do that. It's very tough.
Now, wasn't the last assassination attempt on him, wasn't it by some like young white American?
No, there was the guy with the AK on the golf course who didn't actually take a shot, but he was planning on it.
But the
and
one,
he was an older fella, but yes, the other one was like a fresh out of high school, can't hit a fucking 100-yard away target. You don't shoot, so you don't know. 100 yards is not much for a rifle. He's a failure, and I'm glad he's dead.
But he was inches away from killing Trump, so the thing is, Trump came pretty close compared to all the last assassination attempts on any president actually being, like, axed, and it wasn't some Iranian assassin or some foreign assassin.
It was some dweeb from Pennsylvania.
And in fact, most, if you look into all of, like, the assassination attempts on presidents, they usually are just a bunch of crazy white dudes, and when you look at their motives behind it, it usually is, like, the last thing you would predict. Like, Jodie Foster was sending them messages through subliminal messages through the TV. So, yeah. But here, I gotta pee again, Shab. Talk to the chat. See if we got any other bingo slots taken care of.
Touch my pee-pee, Jane. All right. Here's my question to everybody here.
Wasn't it? Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Do you guys think it's weird that Donald Trump doesn't seem to have, like, a cool scar to show for that? Like, his ear just seems to be back to the way it was before.
I don't think he actually got hit by a bullet. I think he got hit with, like, a shard of glass or something.
Yeah. I could see possibly, like, the bullet grazing him so little that it does so little damage that it doesn't leave a noticeable scar, but it does seem kind of crazy that he doesn't have like a neat scar to show for the whole thing, you know.
I would say, considering the collateral deaths that happened, that guy's aim was extremely off.
Wow, Shab, I really can't believe John got up to pee immediately as soon as I got up to pee. I think we're going to need to get a new host, Shab.
He does have a scar, Luis Puertes. Okay, well, go into the PPP server and show me. Show us his scar, because I haven't seen a fucking scar. I saw him put a Band-Aid on his ear that looked like a maxi pad, and then he stopped wearing it, and his fucking ear looks the same.
Yeah. I'm not trying to go too far into the conspiracy thing or nothing like that. It's just an odd thing. You would think that he'd have a neato scar.
A Democrat? That's not what I heard. I heard he was a fucking Republican.
Oh, do we have conspiracy theory in the chat?
No, I was...
Oh, is that one of the spots?
Yep, it was a conspiracy.
No, I was talking about Donald Trump's ear and how it doesn't seem to have a scar. And whether I was asking everybody if they think that's weird.
Yeah, it was, I don't know. Who would you blame? I think it was the immigrants.
I've never been shot myself, but I know a hell of a lot of people who've been shot, and the scar is pretty fucking noticeable. It's very distinct, too.
President Trump's effort to shrink the federal workforce has been challenged in court, where federal judges are now being asked to decide if what the administration is doing is legal.
So here we go, the NLRB. So OSHA, he's defunding that, trying to abolish that, and he's also trying to do the same with the NLRB. So both of those organizations are organizations that keep big corporations in check in regards to how they treat their employees. So, and then, in the title, he's having Elon Musk, the DOGE, agency invest the Pentagon. So, and DOGE is all centered around, pandering to big business and corporations. So we're trying to get rid of corporations that are supposed to protect the middleman, the working class person who is employed by these big corporations, while we're also trying to establish a government agency that, instead of protecting the average Joe, it's trying to protect the big organizations. Do you think that's a move in the right direction?
I don't think so, no.
Those suing the president, Gwen Wilcox. She is the former chair of the nation's top labor watchdog, that's the National Labor Relations Board, and she was fired by Trump last week. The White House did not immediately comment on this Wilcox lawsuit. It's the first time, though, a board member has been removed from that agency in its nearly 90-year history. In this exclusive interview, Wilcox tells our Jerika Duncan her case could have major consequences for workers' rights nationwide.
No board member in the history of the agency has ever been terminated or removed from their position until me. I'm the first person.
Okay, so that's because our government's been very incompetent, and Trump is not just going to abide by the norm. He's calling out all these evil bureaucrats that are just holding our country back.
Last Monday, 71-year-old
Lewis,
Wilcox
I already
received
said,
an email
if
from the
you
White
can
House.
show me the scar, go into the fucking Discord for this show and show me the scar on Trump's ear. If I'm
Informing her
wrong,
she was
I'm
being
wrong.
removed.
I'll admit it.
Moved from her position.
What was your reaction when you got that letter, you say, at 11 o'clock at night?
In here, so objective and functions of the Department of Government Efficiency. So it says reducing waste and cutting bureaucracy. One of the core mandates of the DOGE is identifying and eliminating redundancies within the government. This involves conducting cost-benefit analysis of government programs, streamlining bureaucratic procedures to eliminate unnecessary paperwork and approval processes, implementing lean government principles inspired by lean manufacturing techniques in the private sector. So it seems like they want to get rid of a lot of paperwork and a lot of mandated procedures to make it a lot easier for big giant corporations to follow through with their projects. So do you think there's a lot of altruistic sort of incentives there, or do you think it's more about aristocracy?
I think they thought it was very, very clever how they worded that. And I guess it was clever because all of their sycophants are buying it. And there are redundancies in the government that could be cut, and there's spending that could be cut. There's plenty of it. But what they are doing is so extreme in how they're going about doing it. They're not just trimming here and there. They're doing massive slashes to the structure of the government.
Plus, it's just, if you're going to try to get rid of redundancies, it's like with OSHA, or the NLRB, it's like, okay, maybe you can structure it where you hybridize those two agencies. But in cutting
Rogan, Trump shows his earpiece. I'd rather fucking try to lick my own asshole than go watch Joe Rogan.
But out of all the things to cut when it comes to the government budget, maybe, military spending. I mean, that makes more sense than
we have such an overwhelmingly large military compared to anyone else. Even I think the entire European Union combined still doesn't have an army like we do. There is room to take a little chunk off that.
Yeah, we spend more money on our military than the next 7 to 8 countries combined. So it is a bit excessive. And now here's the other bullet point when it comes to DOGE is enhancing public sector accountability. So it's not the private sector that needs to be held accountable. So it's not like, Trump didn't really have a career in politics before he became president, and he's a multi-billionaire. And then Elon Musk is the wealthiest billionaire on the planet. The world's 60 richest people have more money than the 3.4 billion poorest people combined. So they want to, it's not enhancing accountability for the private sector, which is what the NLRB and OSHA do. It's trying to, enhance accountability for the public sector to make it harder for them to regulate big corporations. And I know, the federal airline, commissions, it's we've had all these, crashes recently, and maybe that has something to do with it. And they've been, cutting funding to the Food and Drug Administration. So I don't know. Do you think we're going in the right direction when it comes to helping build the middle class? Or do you think this is going to result in widening that gap between the rich and the poor?
Well, I think it's that, but it's also hypocritical when we've got people like Robert Kennedy saying we're going to make food healthier, but we're also going to get rid of the FDA.
Yeah, and he also wants to get rid of, the Department of Education and everything. When it's to be fair, out of all the agencies, that's the one that has the least amount of impact on state regulations, where states have a lot more autonomy when it comes to education compared to a lot of other administrations. But the one big thing is disability, and kids with disabilities being provided with mandatory accommodations. So every state, it's they have to abide by an IEP, an individualized education plan for kids who have certain learning disabilities or other disabilities. So now states don't have to abide by that if they manage to abolish the federal Department of Education. So it seems again, Trump's policies and his practices don't really seem to be for the benefit of the average citizen. It seems to be more pandering to the uber wealthy.
Letting you know you had been fired.
I do have to address this since I bothered to look it up like the fucking guy asked me to. Okay, so I looked at the clip from Joe Rogan. He is showing his ear, yeah. I don't see a fucking scar. I see him running his finger over his ear and talking about it. And I'm looking at pictures of him, and the spot on his ear he was supposed to have gotten hit at is actually higher than I thought it was. And I still don't see a fucking scar. I don't see anything. I see the tiniest of nicks in one picture. He didn't get hit by that fucking bullet.
Somebody said move to the next video. This is just speculating. How's the speculation? We're talking about him cutting funding to these particular federal agencies. This isn't speculation. This is something that he is legitimately doing.
Developing right now, President Donald Trump has revoked former President Joe Biden's security clearance. This would block Biden from classifying information and
Wait. Okay. If this was an option, why didn't Biden do this to him?
I don't like. Is Trump the first president that has done this? Because maybe that would be one of the reasons.
I'm just asking if it was on the table. Why didn't he do this when all the fucking, I showed Kid Rock classified documents, and isn't that great? Why didn't he revoke his security clearance then if that was something the president can do?
My thing is, why would an ex-president be allowed to have any sort of security clearance? So I just think
I
that
have no idea.
Yeah, unless they're actually serving as president, once they're done with whatever their term is, and they're not a currently acting president, no ex-president should have security clearance.
Developing right now, President Donald Trump has revoked former President Joe Biden's
somebody says they did.
security clearance. This would block Biden from classified
Who
information.
speaks like a woman in porn? Me? Do I speak like a woman in porn? I'm gonna consider that a compliment.
Which so did we already have the "you're gay"? Yep.
Oh, is "you're gay" marked?
Yep, it's
They
already marked.
Truth Social.
They basically said that Gene's gay. They're like, oh, he has a. What they say?
Or are they talking about me? A gay woman in porn?
Well, no.
Okay.
There was another time
President said that it was
someone was talking about you, and they said you probably have a flimsy hand. They're saying that you're probably gay.
Yeah.
Well,
that's why we already checked it off.
Okay, they are talking about me. I probably sound like a porn star female because I've had a lot of nasty sex that you'll just never know the pleasures of.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Teddy says all ex-presidents.
Cat's fighting on me.
Yeah, says all ex-presidents have high-level clearance and receive briefings about government business, which I think is stupid. Like, that shouldn't be a thing. They're no longer, serving as president.
At the president when he did something similar to Trump in 2021. At the time, Biden said it was because of Trump's, quote, erratic behavior unrelated to the insurrection. Also,
well, people in the chat, rolling on the floor laughing. VIP auction group, so let's cross that one off. We're showing the bingo board.
I don't think I should show it.
Does that qualify as spamming, John?
Well, it's just if they do it at all when they.
Okay, all right. I would, I would have.
Well,
I want to contend it. Does anyone else want to contend that doesn't qualify as spamming, rolling, laughing emoji? Yeah.
Well, do we even know that?
Yeah, they didn't do it yet. Yeah. Fuck you, Gene. That's not spam, retard.
That person might not even be a right winger because they say this was a get back. He might be making fun of Trump.
It literally says spam.
Well, anyway, I'm not claiming that Trump's the only person who's done this, so it wouldn't shock me if Biden did do it. So we're not acting like we really know 100%. So you are willing to acknowledge that what you're saying could most likely be true.
A federal judge temporarily blocking the Trump administration from gutting USAID.
What?
I didn't hurt your feelings when I called you a retard, did I?
Shab always provides the most constructive commentary.
Tito wants another skibbity toilet stream, John.
Agency responsible for delivering foreign aid. The judge ordered that at least 2,200 employees should stay on the job. Meanwhile, in D.C., employees have already taken down the USAID sign outside its headquarters.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio in Panama, his first stop as America's top diplomat.
Of all the agencies out there was none I would rather be in charge of and lead.
Flying into a storm of controversy over President Trump's threat to take over the Panama.
Just crying bitches. Who's crying?
You.
So are we crying? So, if you watch a right-leaning political commentator, so commenting on the opposing party is just crying. So, based on that logic, I guess...
Marco Rubio went to fucking Panama, dude.
Yeah, discussing politics and criticizing the opposing party. That's just crying. That makes sense. So I guess Fox News, all they do is cry if they criticize opposing candidates. Ben Shapiro, Steven Crowder, they're just crying all the time. Because logic, you're an intelligent person when you have piss poor metacognition, and you don't see just how contradicting your statements are.
Glenn Beck would actually cry.
Real quick.
What's that?
Everybody.
Oh, sorry.
I was just gonna say, everybody, real quick, if you haven't yet, give this stream a thumbs up. We're almost at 30 likes. The likes help the stream do better.
We already checked it off, but that would be Cope.
China controls it, a threat Rubio relayed to Panama's government today. Panama's President Molino rejected the Trump claim, saying the canal is Panamanian and will...
Dude, again, American Muscle's a retard who has no higher education and who's never read a book in his life because he's like, cry, we won. It's like, we've been covering politics before Trump was in office. So explain how you're not retarded, where you're pretty much arguing that if any channel covers politics, they're crying if the other president is in office. So based on your logic, when Biden or Obama were in office, any sort of media outlet or political commentator that commented on them were just crying and couldn't handle those candidates winning. So explain how you're not a dumbass when you can't process that, or you can't see the irony of that statement.
Remain so. For Panama, the 51-mile passageway between the Atlantic and Pacific is a source of enormous pride and an economic lifeline. Billions of dollars paid by global shippers to cut the distance by more than 9,000 miles. Rubio said the U.S. has to take steps to protect its rights to the canal unless changes are made to prevent the risk of China shutting it down, because Chinese companies operate ports at both ends.
This pagoda proclaiming China's presence.
Oh, and again, American Muscle, that you're not retarded when your rhetoric is just, says the person who thinks men can menstruate.
Other candidate.
Yep. But other candidate. There we go. Bingo! Here, I guess, I need to share my bingo card.
You got a bingo? Damn, I was one away from 2.
So, for the movie night, I get to pick the next movie for movie night. Here we go. Mega Sycophant, Cope, Dunning-Kruger, but other candidate, God wills it. And
I
again,
just needed one to say that one of us is a virgin, or one of them to say cuck.
It wouldn't shock me if one of them already said that, but that our audience does. What's that?
Zoom out.
I mean, zoom out.
Oh, never mind. Sorry. No, zoom back in. I'm sorry. That's just the way.
Bad shab.
Hold on. Keep it on the screen though.
Everyone knows what this means. Red wave. What? The American flag? So then,
what are you doing, Chad?
The American flag.
I'm doing them on mine too, because you did stuff that I didn't do. With your damn. Let me see.
It's your fault for having ADD. Gene definitely cheated.
Yeah, Gene's a cheater.
I'm very proud of you for getting a number, Teddy.
Yeah, don't listen to these Redditors, man. You're all right. Yeah, so, we all know you're not a dumb fuck for siding with somebody where their rhetoric is the most generic sort of Trumpite sort of rhetoric imaginable.
All right, Gene won. Everybody empty your wallets and give Gene your money.
Yep. All right, pay up.
Yep. Gene's the wiener.
Yeah. And American Muscle, again, I'm sure you're a very well-educated person. I'm sure you're very well-read. And when it comes to socioeconomics, you have a very thorough understanding of the subject. I'm sure the Dunning-Kruger effect doesn't apply to you. And if you don't know what the Dunning-Kruger effect is, and I'm aware that people on the right tend to have lower levels of literacy and poor education than people on the left based on statistics. And I know that reading an article at an 8th grade level, when most articles are written on an 8th grade level because most Americans have piss poor literacy, I know that might be hard for you, but look up an article on the Dunning-Kruger effect, because I think you'll probably learn a bit about how your brain works.
You're an Antifa member.
Hey, what the fuck?
Do you think Trump will annex the Panama Canal?
I mean,
look, Teddy put a lot of work. Teddy Roosevelt put a lot of work in the Panama Canal.
Yeah, lots of people died, John. The mosquitoes of all things, John.
Malaria.
You are weak, skinny, and soft.
All right, Gene, take your bingo thing off the screen.
That would probably qualify under I could beat you up.
Yeah, the bingo card is continuing to
Change
fill
it
up.
to the other screen, Gene.
Yeah, and again, it's like it's not about education and having a lot of like experience when it comes to certain highly like skilled and sought after jobs. It's about being able to beat somebody in a fight.
Change back
because when I think of the educated class, that's what I think of.
Pull up the
Colombians back to.
Here, next story.
The future of New Jersey's offshore wind industry could be at risk after Shell announced on Thursday it's pausing its involvement in what would be the state's first offshore wind farm known as Atlantic Shores, a project President Trump has been targeting and last week called dead. During an earnings call this week.
This is funny. So, like, Trump's like, oh, it's a bird wind farm or it's a bird like graveyard and everything. And it's something like there's around 300,000 deaths a year due to like wind farms, but it's something like building collisions account for like 1 billion deaths annually. And the largest contributor to the death of birds are cats, feral cats, and even people's pet cats. So
we should
it's just
cats.
Yeah. So it's just, you know, how many birds or wildlife are dying because of things like, exhaust from fossil fuel, factories or factories that are burning like fossil fuels. So I like how they're very selective when it comes to when they care about the environment or when they care about anything associated with nature. So it's kind of funny. Do you think there's ulterior motives here in regards to why Trump, is anti wind farm or anti using wind for energy?
What about his claim of them killing whales? What the hell is he basing that off of?
I don't know, but the thing is, chances are he's full of shit because, based on his claims about it killing birds, it doesn't really have that notable it doesn't contribute that much compared to other things. Trump Tower is probably killing more fucking birds a year than any wind farm. But it's also another thing he claims is that it doesn't produce any energy and so forth. It costs more to produce the wind turbines, which isn't true at all. It's dropped more than 70% since 2009. And it was the same thing with solar energy, and it's no shit with any new sort of energy source, with any technology, it's going to gradually improve. So the point is, it's much more beneficial for the environment. And then the other logic is, hey, you need wind in order to generate the energy. It's there's this thing known as potential energy, where if you're producing more energy that's being used, you can store it. And plus, it's not one thing people don't understand, and this is a sign of piss poor critical thinking, is that even if it's not reliable in every single scenario in every setting, it's still reliable in a large amount of settings. So it's just where wind energy isn't very feasible, maybe solar energy is. If solar energy isn't feasible here, maybe wind energy is. And maybe there are some areas where you're going to have to rely on fossil fuels or nuclear power or some other source. But what people don't understand is it's black and white. If this is something that just can't be applied everywhere, then it's worthless because, nuance, what's that?
Shell announced plans to write off its billion-dollar investment to the project, but later said in a statement the company will maintain its 50% ownership, with a caveat that Shell is only focused on the best value in key markets when it comes to any investment.
It is could provide easily 35% of the electrical needs in the U.S. That's over a third. That's a decent amount of power that can be applied by a much cleaner energy source than burning fossil fuels.
And in wind.
And if you're going to apply skepticism, who benefits? So why do you think these big corporations want to support oil and natural gas and other means of like producing energy that's much more harmful to the environment? Why do you think that is?
Atheist Jesus likes Gaza babies. What the fuck does that mean? Are you pro dead babies?
That's a derailment.
Is that a sport?
Meanwhile, leaders of Atlantic Shore say they're committed to seeing the project through. The wind farm is the only one with federal permits to move forward, and is slated to have roughly 200 turbines built about 8 to 10 miles off New Jersey's coast between Atlantic City and Barnegat Light. As of December, construction was slated to begin this year, but it's unclear whether Shell's move will change that timeline.
Yeah, but do you think people who are all conspiratorial, do you think they're very inconsistent, where it seems like it's all the big corporations where you ask yourself, why would somebody want to do this? And wouldn't money, financial gain, be a very logical explanation for why a particular group or a particular party would want to exploit something or would want to interfere with something? So I like how areas where it makes no sense for people to lie, like humanitarian aid organizations like Doctors Without Borders that are criticizing Israel obstructing aid, that's a conspiracy. That we can't trust them. But when big corporations want to go against the science, all of these academic institutions that aren't for-profit institutions, and you look at all the pundits that they're definitely not like fucking millionaires and in the uber wealthy. They have no reason to be lying. Like, what gains do they have? But out of all of them, it's the big corporations. They're the ones that you should trust the most. They're the ones that have the least incentive to be lying and fabricating information.
Well, the thing that gets me is that currently these people who are so conspiracy-minded are watching something very similar to what they claim the Illuminati is, just kind of openly existing and manipulating the government, this small group of very, very rich people who seem to suddenly be making all the calls.
Yeah, well, again, they're the kind of people that really engage in their research. So when the data shows that like 1/5 of Americans are functionally illiterate, and people on the right tend to have poor levels of literacy and poor academic attainment than people on the left, do you think that, maybe people on the right and people who support Trump are more likely to make up a larger chunk of that 1/5 of the population that is functionally illiterate? And when it comes to, doing more thorough research, not just getting your information from mainstream media, reading books written by pundits, going to sites like Google Scholar or the Frontiers in order to download peer-reviewed sort of articles or papers that are written at a college level, 30 pages in length, that really go into very meticulous details surrounding these subjects. Do you think it's that 1/5 of the population that's functionally illiterate? Or that 60-something% of the population that reads or writes at or below an 8th grade level?
Well, not just functionally illiterate, but also they disregard those papers immediately as being part of some worldwide conspiracy that all of the experts are actually lying to you.
Yeah, scientists, what do they know? All these scientists that, again, they have a decent salary, but they're not fucking millionaires. Yeah. All of these scientific academies and so forth, they are all engaged in a conspiracy to lie to the public. Why? Because but these big corporations that benefit financially, they're not lying because it's not like they benefit financially. So who benefits? But, critical thinking, what's that? And it's almost like there's a logical fallacy there known as begging the question, where your thesis acts as a conclusion. It's also making a assertion. So you want to claim that when the pundits, the scientists, the academics, when they're presenting information, it's a conspiracy and they're lying. And what is your logic for why they're lying? Out of all the possibilities, which one do you think is the most probable or plausible? So you're saying you think the possibility that the scientists are lying is more plausible. Why? Because because. Nothing after because, just because.
Well, Corky here in the chat just said scientists who think men can be women. That
Okay,
apparently
so
that's where they draw the line in the sand.
well, for starters, there isn't a lot of science in that area, and you want to hyper focus there when we're talking about like, you know, environmental science, meteorology. I don't think meteorologists are investing in that. I don't think economists or whatever. So that's a red herring where you're just hyper focusing on one thing that isn't related to any of the studies that we're talking about.
Yeah, Gene, it's not pundits, it's pundits.
I did say pundits.
Oh, that's what he's bitching about. Bill, you so mean.
I hear pundits.
You hear what?
I'm pretty sure you've been saying pundits for a long time.
Also, these
Pundits.
These conspiracy brain people who are okay with this Illuminati that's forming before our very eyes, and one of them is literally one of the people one of the biggest advocates in the world of the dreaded brain chip. The thing that all these conspiracy theorists and right-wing, just Christians in general, have been afraid of for decades. Now suddenly they trust the guy who owns Neuralink.
The neural god. Yeah, like, I do think that is something to be tentative about, but the thing is, it's like, do you think that you're chipped? And if you think that you're chipped, why do you think you're chipped? I don't know what the conspiracy is exactly.
No. The conspiracy, the Bible shit is the mark of the beast, and a lot of people think that the mark of the beast, with the level of technology we're all used to at this point, would be some kind of a cybernetic thing implanted into your head or your hand, because it's very specifically supposed to be your forehead or right hand. And so there was a minor freak out when barcodes were introduced. There was a freak out when RFID chips were introduced. RFID chips have been the main thing they say it was going to be for years, but now there are these brain chips where they're going to put a fucking thing in your head that's going to be doing shit to your brain. I have seen them call this the mark of the beast, and now they're all on Musk's side. I don't get it.
Mark Cain. Well, that sounds like my book.
No, not the Mark of Cain. The Mark of Cain.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that's entirely different.
Yeah, in my book, all the cybernetic implants that the conservatory citizens have, the conservators, they got all the implants in there, like cochleas, where propaganda is fed to them at all hours of the day, retinal implants, where all the propaganda is fed to them straight through their retinas at all times. Even if they close their eyes, it doesn't give them any respite.
The snail in their ear.
And for the record, I consider myself a transhumanist. I'm absolutely for using technology to modify the human body to extreme extents.
That's eugenics.
Yes, it actually is.
But
I don't trust Musk, though, is the thing. Like, I'm in favor of a lot of technologies that I don't necessarily trust the people who make these technologies, Not so much the people making them, but people paying to have them made. Get it? Like, have you ever, Boston Dynamics, right? They're robots.
Yeah.
They're owned by Google, right? Like, Google is the one making these weird Terminator robots. I don't know if I trust Google having Terminator robots. It scares me a little bit.
Well, when it comes to cybernetic, like, augmentations, I think that it shouldn't be on a network. That's the big thing. I think there's got to be really strict regulations, and you got to make sure that there's no, like, sort of online sort of component where it can be hacked or anything. You got to make sure that, the only thing that it is connected to is your cranium or your spine, whatever it's supposed to augment. And then, on top of all that, when it comes to genetic engineering, which of course, there's a lot of like health benefits there. There's a lot of cures that could actually a lot of cures that can be acquired through genetic engineering, but people will use the eugenics argument. And it's like, okay, well, there's a difference between using genetic engineering to, I don't know, cure cancer or something, as opposed to rounding up people of a certain race and putting them in a chemical shower or a toxic shower.
Not even curing cancer, removing the genetic markers from the human DNA structure that allow you to get cancer. And Bill Hicks, what does my gender or lack thereof have to do with me being a transhumanist? It's not uncommon for transhumanists to be genderless, or for them to think that's what humanity should be.
I support the synthetic technocracy where we just have a supercomputer that makes all the decisions. They have an unbiased, they use unbiased algorithms to make all the choices that we need.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When I was elected, I promised to work with anyone who would help Delaware and Delawareans, and to stand up to anyone who seeks to harm us.
Oh my God, a trans person. This is evil. It's terrible.
Instead of seeking common ground,
they're infiltrating the government.
The Trump administration from day one has waged an unrelenting attack on working people in Delaware and across the country, seeking to freeze funding for first responders, domestic violence shelters, schools, and healthcare facilities that my constituents rely on. Last week, as I traveled up and down our state meeting with seniors, military families, students, mayors, doctors, and nurses, the fear and outrage was palpable. People were terrified by the administration's funding freeze. A senior center in the heart of my state was worried that they wouldn't be able to provide meals to the Delawareans they serve. Critical services like opioid prevention programs could grind to a halt. Research programs fostering innovation in Delaware already received stop work orders, putting Delaware jobs at risk. Mayors were fearful they wouldn't be able to pay first responders or continue pivotal water and transportation infrastructure projects. Perhaps most disturbing, some hospitals, community health centers, and clinics
kind of just like regurgitating the obvious
that serve rural and urban communities facing desperate health deserts don't know if they'll be able to continue serving some of our state's most vulnerable. In all of
next vid.
And President Trump signs 2 executive orders on school funding that fulfill promises he made on the campaign trail.
The orders take action to stop schools here in our country from teaching the so-called critical race theory or other topics on race and sexuality. Since taking office January 20th, the president has issued more than 300 executive orders. This includes an order.
Okay, so what is critical race theory exactly? Because this was not something taught when I was in school.
Yeah, I never got no CRT.
I don't know either. I'd like to know.
I've heard this before.
To support school choice, another removing federal funding from K-12 schools that teach critical race theory. Trump's order, titled Ending Radical Indoctrination in K-12 Schooling, reads in part, parents have witnessed schools.
Now, when it comes to indoctrination, what about introducing religion into schools? So it's where, okay, if it is indoctrination, I could understand why you want it to be removed, but do you think if they try to introduce like prayer or like mandatory Bible studies in school, are they going to be against that? Or what about forcing kids to like pledge their allegiance to the flag? So my thing is pick a lane.
Most of the people saying that, like that are complaining about this, I'm sure are fine with kids being indoctrinated, and I think it's a bad thing in our country for a lot of people to have this delusional belief and pass it on to their youngins, and that's just stupid. That's just stupid. Like at a young age to start training your kid to believe these lies, it's kind of building their logical, I want to say, like building blocks on something that doesn't, hold up. It doesn't make sense.
I'm actually not entirely against having the Bible in school as part of history lesson, but I would insist that other religious texts be part of that study because it's important to understand how cultures of old believed, not just how they lived.
Yeah, when I was in school, they did go over at least, I remember them going over all the primary religions, Hinduism, Buddhism, and the different Abrahamic faiths. But they do it in a very in the most dry manner imaginable. It's like, the Bible happened. Jesus was the person associated with it.
I think it can be done in a nice educational way where you're not presenting it as true or false. You're just presenting it as this is something from history that has affected history for a very long time, and we can examine why, and here's what the people on the opposition believed, and here's where the ideas contradict and cause their problems, and it
Yeah,
could be
that's
approached
essentially
from an academic way for children, or maybe teenagers would be a better choice.
Well, yeah, in high school, that's essentially like the way you explained it or described it. That's how they went about it. So I'm okay with that. But when it's like, hey, in early elementary school, let's have parts of the day where kids engage in Christian prayer on like the intercom, or where we try to like take the kind of lessons you see in Sunday school and apply it in an elementary school classroom, regardless of what religion the kids are. That's where it's like I draw the line. And there are plenty of politicians, at least on state and local levels, that have tried to push for that in our public schools. So when it comes to what you classify as indoctrination, I think a lot of them will be like, yeah, indoctrination bad if it's for some kind of ideology or principle I don't agree with.
Did you have to do the Pledge of Allegiance when you were in school? You're quite a bit younger than me.
In elementary school, I remember like the teacher would stand up with all the kids. Oh, it's time to stand up and do the Pledge of Allegiance. I don't remember any kid like being defiant, like I'm not going to do this. So I don't know what would have happened if a kid really tested that. In middle school, it's like they would do it on the intercom, but they didn't give a fuck whether you stood up or not. Same thing in high school.
It creeped me out as a kid. Any situation where a group of people are standing together speaking at the same time, it's creepy to me.
Yeah, if we like, sounds like something they do in like North Korea or some bullshit. Like the kids have to pledge to the country every day when they go to school.
Kim Jong-un, who's born without a butthole.
Or the first time they talk to the Borg, and it's the entire cube talking to them simultaneously, and it's fucking scary sounding because you're hearing millions of voices. Yes.
You will be assimilated.
Yes, exactly.
I pledge allegiance to Kim Jong-un's asshole.
Yeah, he doesn't have an asshole, Shab. That would get you executed.
Non-existent.
He's so
asshole.
pure. He doesn't need a wipe. He is so
No.
pure. He doesn't need to excrete any sort of waste.
I heard they officially dropped that as a thing.
Yeah,
and I
they
heard
probably did.
And I heard it was because of his sister, the one that everybody is really scared of for some reason. I've been yet to be given a good reason why she would be worse than her brother.
Maybe because her brother's retarded and she might actually, I don't know, be somewhat competent when it comes to, like, you know, more Machiavellian sort of like political decisions.
Well, the way I was having it told to me was she's the one, and this was coming from the various news sources, was that she's the one who keeps him under control. Like she's his voice of reason. That doesn't sound too bad to me.
Yeah, well, it is the hermit state, so there are a lot of theories of who exactly calls all the shots, so it could be the case.
Well, maybe their uncle deserved it. It's a fucked up evil family.
He spoke out against Kim Jong-un, who was the chosen one.
Well, he might have been doing something else. He could have been. A lot of fucking military guys in North Korea get killed for hoarding food.
Yeah, but that is something when Kim Jong-un took power, he did assassinate a large amount of people he felt were a threat to his own power that might challenge him for, like, the head of state position.
Wow, that's typical dictator behavior.
Yeah, and he fed his uncle to a pack of, like, rabbit dogs. Or not rabbit dogs, but a pack of, like, canines. And
he almost definitely deserved it if he was a higher up in the North Korean fucking government.
But then also, when Trump met with Kim Jong-un in his first term in Singapore, Kim Jong-un was very, like, like, he really wanted to get home to Pyongyang right away, so he didn't want to stick around long because he was afraid that a coup might take place if he was away from the capital for too long. So he was, like, reluctant to stay for, like, more than a day.
While deliberately blocking parental oversight. It goes on to say such an environment operates as an echo chamber in which students are forced to accept these ideologies without question or critical examination. In many cases, innocent children are compelled to adopt identities as either victims or oppressors solely based on their skin color and other characteristics.
Now, are they talking about, like, anti-discrimination sort of, like, curriculum? So when they teach kids about Martin Luther King and that Jim Crow laws were a thing and the transatlantic slave trade was a thing, like, if that's critical race theory, I don't think there's anything wrong with teaching that in schools.
I don't know how critical race theory goes. I wasn't in school when it was part of school.
Yeah, here it says, induction, or, in the introduction to the comprehensive 1995 publication Critical Race Theories, Key Writings, describes CRT as an intellectual movement that is both particular to our postmodern and conservative times and part of a long tradition of human resistance and liberation. See, every, like, description, it's just word salad. It's tangential, and it doesn't give any sort of, like, actual cogent description.
Well, America could finally be ready to say goodbye to the penny.
Terrence has the money order from President Trump.
Hey, we already went over this.
In the meantime, I would...
Take me away from the playlist.
Palestinians will not be allowed to go back to Gaza. Wow.
The deluge of executive orders from President Trump are designed to bring about substantial change. I'm your Twin Falls neighborhood reporter, Lorian Nettleton, and I wanted to see whether or not the school district thought that education-related executive orders would bring about big change in Idaho.
I think the narrative that schools are not patriotic or don't support the United States or things like that, it does not portray Idaho schools. It's just not the way Idaho schools operate.
On Wednesday, President Trump signed an
I think
executive order
patriotism is stupid. Like, I don't think any country should try to, like, teach their kids to be patriotic. I think globalism's the way to go. We all live on the same fucking planet. And it's like, you should be critical of your government.
Globalism is evil, John. It's just evil. I can't tell you why it's evil, but it's evil. The concept of everybody in the world being on the same page is just inherently evil.
Well, what we should incorporate more into our schools is, you know, logic and reasoning, things like epistemology. And I think teaching people to at least be skeptical of big, like, corporations and the government, understanding, like, teaching psychology and sociology, how, you know what, human beings are kind of flawed. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. Like, the thing is, look at most governments throughout human history and that sort of pyramid, feudalistic structure where a very small amount of people on top control everything. That seems to be, like, how things naturally, like, form if there aren't 1,000,001 parameters and checks and balances in place. So I think we should teach people that corruption is something that is constantly encroaching on any government, that people should always, like, criticize their local, state, and federal politicians. And we should understand that, you know what, anybody who's an acting politician is a human being, and human beings are naturally going to be biased in their own favor. So we shouldn't teach people to play the stupid in-group, out-group bias game of, this is our government. Yeah, I'm going to support my government because they're our government. We probably should teach people to question what the government is doing. And, like, anyone of any country should be taught that.
ending radical indoctrination in K-12 schooling. Twin Falls School District Superintendent Brady Dickinson said most of what's in the order has already been enacted in Idaho.
When you look at the order in terms of what's happening in schools here in Idaho, and particularly here in Twin Falls, it's really not going to have a major impact on our practices.
Included are measures for parental rights concerning medical advice or treatment, which the Idaho legislature passed last year. The order also mandates parental consent for using any name other than the child's given name, including nicknames. In addition, the order prohibits any instruction that might make a student feel ashamed about their race or gender.
In particular, Idaho has a parental rights law that covers many of the things that are listed in that executive order. We already have parents that serve on all of our curriculum committees, which has been there in place for years.
Okay, so critical race theory. So I finally found article that goes over it in a more comprehensive manner, but it says racism is a structural phenomenon. CRT argues that racism is not just the product of individual prejudice, but is deeply embedded in legal systems, institutions, and policies. So systemic racism, that's definitely a thing. They probably should teach kids that. I mean, of course, like when covering any topic, there's a right and wrong way to go about it, but systemic sort of, like, I guess, prejudice or barriers towards different groups, that's part of any fucking government. And again, teaching people to be critical of government, legal systems, and questioning, like, you know what, how much of a barrier is there towards certain groups? Because of course, that's human nature. It's the in-group, out-group bias. There's always going to be people of different groups with an agenda. It's like with any other, like, type of fucking corruption. So, what is it? Interest, convergence. This concept, introduced by Derek Bell, suggests that racial progress often happens only when it aligns with the interests of dominant, typically white groups. So, that I don't agree with. I'd say it's, if that's what they're teaching, it should be that usually it's the majority. So, yes. Yeah, so they shouldn't be teaching kids that it's just white groups. They should be teaching kids that it's usually the majority group.
Yeah, because that suggests, like, yeah, but if you go to Japan, you know, they'll treat you just fine, even though they're one of the most xenophobic fucking cultures in the world.
Yeah, South Korea has, they still have, or they don't have anti-discrimination laws. So if you're in South Korea, business owners can say, like, no Indians allowed, no black people allowed. They can choose to bar people from entering their businesses, or they can choose to hire somebody or not hire them based on their race. So, like, in America, at least we have, like, affirmative action or equal opportunity employment. There's countries that don't have any sort of policies there.
Yeah,
so
because in this country, we're so bad we had to have common human decency mandated by law.
Well, lots of countries also have affirmative action. So, like, I do think
Let me rephrase it then. Humans are so bad that being a decent human has to be mandated by law.
And then what's this? This is social construction of race. CRT challenges the idea that race is a biological fact, instead asserting that it is a social construct created and maintained to serve economic and political purposes. I would say, well, the thing is, when one race begins and another race ends, I mean, that is like a social element. It's just, are people from Southern Europe white? So are, like, people from Spain, are they white? Like, how, like, when does one race begin and another race end? It's
I've
like
heard a lot of arguments about that. People from, like, Greece and stuff, are they white? I've heard a lot of, are Jews white? I would say no, but a lot of people would say yes.
There's also, like, in the Middle East, it's just when it comes to, like, like, people who are Armenian, or there are some, like, sources or whatever, even, like, legal, like, sort of forms and stuff, where if you're Middle Eastern, you're technically Caucasian, depending on what part of the Middle East you're from. And it's like, are people from the Levant, like, peninsula, which is like Turkey and other states like Syria, are they the same race as people who are Arabic? And then you have like Persia's Iran. So are people of, like, that race of Persia, are they the same race as people from, like, who are Arabic? And it's just, when does one race begin and another race end? So there is, like, social constructs there, and that is something that people tend to do, where it is, like, that in-group, out-group bias. So there definitely is hard science when it comes to psychology. So mental, like, heuristics, where people will naturally sort of put people in groups, not just with race, but with, like, anything. But
I have an example of just anything. Pol Pot was so heavy about it that it was the darker skinned Cambodians, right?
Yep.
Who are darker skinned because they work out in the sun. So the lighter skinned people, they're the pieces of shit because they don't do any real work. We're going to take everything from them and then, kill them in large numbers.
And you had like the Rwandan genocide or Rwanda genocide, where it's like you had the two tribes, the Tutsis and the Hutu, and were they the same race? I mean, are all sub-Saharan Africans the same race? In the Tigray War in Ethiopia, and in Ethiopia, it's like that was like one of the few African countries that was never colonized, and throughout much of human history, you had all these like different kingdoms that were territories in Ethiopia, kind of like how you had all the dynasties in China, and they would look at people in those different parts of Ethiopia as being of a different race. And we were covering the Tigray War pretty recently, and they're interviewing people like, oh, I don't want people of that race in my area. And then it's also with like language, like because of colonialism, there are a lot of countries where there's this divide on like the French-speaking majority or minority versus the English-speaking majority or minority. Like, fuck them. Like, the French-speaking minority doesn't have the right representation. So there definitely is hard science behind what drives people or influences people towards bigotry. But when it comes to race, like I said, that's where you get into equivocation and semantics, where words can be vague in definition, and when does one race begin and another race end? You could argue
we're having an argue of semantics in the chat right now about Jews.
Well, there you go. I mean, this is something where there isn't really a litmus test, and the only thing that comes close to some kind of like unequivocal sort of standard is just going back to like the genealogy of whatever like tribe somebody descended from thousands of years ago, and if that's the case, then there's tens of thousands of races.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the only way to make it where it's very concrete and very definitive is to the point where it really like goes against what most people think of when they think of race. And of course, there are genetic factors. I mean, of course, certain people are going to have more melanin in their skin based on genetics. But in the end, how different does that genetic difference need to be where they're of a different race? That is something that is arbitrary and is more based on social standards.
But more recently,
DEI is killing the world, so yeah.
Oh God! Wait, that's one of the on the bingo card.
Wait, are we?
Where is it?
No.
We're still playing it.
I
was just being a sarcastic bastard. I already dropped my bingo card. I thought with the one win, you just won.
Yeah, I figured he won. Now it's over.
I do kind of wish I had kept it up though, because there's been a few more. You should play just till at the end of the show just to see how many bingos you get, and that's the winner.
Oh, woke and DEI. That's one we have. Has anyone like called us out on being woke and everything?
I maybe saw woke earlier, but I can't be sure.
Yeah, but
sounds likely.
Based on what I'm reading about DEI, there's some things I agree with, some things I don't. So I think a lot of this stuff definitely should be taught to kids in school. A lot of it I do think is based around hard science. I did explain, but some of it I do think should be revised.
Specified by Idaho code. When there's language about medical treatment, that was a new law that was put in place in Idaho last year.
Dickinson says maintaining dialogue with lawmakers and with parents is ongoing, but there's always a need for more.
Come in and see for yourself. If you've heard something that is concerning that may be, being taught in school, then let's talk about it. Let's look at our curriculum and see if it's there. Things like that. We just really would love to have these conversations ahead of time instead of trying to have kind of the social media war about, whether or not these things are truly happening.
Are your kids in Idaho public school?
Since taking office last week, President Trump has signed a slew of executive orders.
This week, he signed a few on education and...
No, that doesn't count, Roster. We know you're lying. We know what your political, affiliation is.
Including an order that asks the Federal Education Department to favor school choice programs when awarding grants. New at 5, NBC4's Delaney Ruth is live to break down what that means. Delaney?
Hey, Jennifer Jared, well, school choice is exactly that. Parents get to decide whether they want to send their kids to private or to public schools. And Trump's new executive order could make it easier for parents to use taxpayer funds to pay private school tuition. Here in Ohio, lawmakers have already...
Oh, God. So this is something that is a notable problem now. I think France outlawed private schools. And what that does is, because everyone, even the wealthy minority, the uber wealthy parents, have to send their kids to public school, they have this incentive to make sure that the general public is getting the best education possible. And it's shown to be pretty effective. Now, I don't know if I agree with going to that extreme of outlawing private school, but it definitely does cause a lot of problems in certain areas where everyone sends their kid to private school, and then the public schools just, no one's sending their kids there. They lose funding. And then you got the No Child Left Behind Act, where when they perform poorly, they get the budget cut, and then the school gets shut down. More and more kids get crammed into one particular school, one building. The student to staff ratio gets higher, and therefore it just becomes a much more difficult environment or tenuous sort of environment to educate kids.
But if we're cutting the Department of Education to cut funding, but we're going to give people money to put their kids in private schools, what the fuck is the goddamn difference?
It's essentially I don't know. I think they're going to do this because it's parents that might not have quite enough to send their kids to private school, but they're going to try to give them a bit more. And then what that will do is, because even more kids are going to private school, in the long run, it will just result in the private schools receiving or gaining more funds, or more they'll gain more financially overall. And then more public schools will be shut down. So it makes it so even more people might have to send their kids to private schools who could afford it. But a lot of people can afford to send their kids to private schools, but they don't, because they might.
Public schools are just indoctrination anyway. LMAO.
Oh my God!
Like a Catholic church isn't indoctrination.
Catholic schools.
Dumbass.
Yeah, so it's just, I understand that depending on the state, depending on the public school, there is a level of indoctrination. And that's why schools should teach more critical thinking, and it also has to do with at home. What kind of influence your parents have. But when it comes to just school in general, people can homeschool their kids and indoctrinate their kids. Parents exploit that dynamic of homeschooling all the time. Then you got religious private schools that definitely indoctrinate their kids. And 4 in 5 Americans perform, or they fail at tests that measure critical thinking. They are not able to they're not able to recognize the most obvious sort of logical fallacies, such as affirming the consequent, the fallacy of the single cause. This can be the reason for something, therefore it is. So most people show that they perform very poorly when it comes to critical thinking, and in a lot of studies it shows that kids in prep schools perform even poorer in critical thinking. And a lot of those prep schools, growing up, I was surrounded by a lot of those prep school kids, and they had no critical thinking at all. They were a bunch of just Bible thumpers and everything, and they're the kind of people that like to just conform to tradition. Everyone's supposed to dress a certain way. Why? Because nothing after the because, just because I was told that. So a lot of those prep schools are based around wear your uniforms, conform to tradition, do what the authority figures tell you. So a lot of times
we've got a brilliant refutation.
Oh,
that
what's that?
Sounds like bullshit.
Wow,
followed up by school doesn't teach you critical thinking, which that's what he's saying. He's saying they should teach it, and strongly they indoctrinate you in the woke mind virus. But I still think 4 out of 5 is bullshit.
How is that bullshit? Yeah. Honestly think that the average Joe is performing very well when it comes to critical thinking. It's just 2 and 3 college graduates fail at test that measure critical thinking, and it makes sense at 4 and 5 adults. But like the general population, it would be even worse. And it's things like a fifth of Americans believe in ghost sightings and haunted houses. It's just you look at crap like religion and how many people pander. Look at politics and how people play this stupid political football game. People on the left and the right do this, where it's just pick your side, be a sycophant, be black and white, where your side is all good, the other side is all bad. If I hear something that is damning towards my side, then it's stupid, it's fake news. But if I hear something good, it's because it's my politician. I'm just going to accept it with open arms. And that's confirmation bias. And the research shows that most people fail to recognize confirmation bias when they're analyzing and assessing information, where people will just blindly accept things that they like, and people will blindly discount things that they don't like. And the research shows that most people make decisions based on emotion as opposed to analysis and assessment. And when it comes to metacognition, which is thinking about thinking, most people, the average person, fails to show like adequate or sufficient metacognition where they're mindful of those sort of like emotion, like those decisions based on emotional impulses, and they're actually capable of avoiding making decisions based on emotional bias as opposed to logic and reasoning. So in the realm of psychology, it shows that people are naturally driven towards making decisions based on implicit bias. Look up like mental like schema, cognitive bias, implicit bias. It is just an implicit part of human psychology. And discounting that is like, when it comes to psychology, is like discounting the periodic table when it comes to chemistry. So most people are really bad at fucking critical thinking. Those people on the left and those people on the fucking right. And it shows that unless you are the minority, most people need to be taught to think critically, or else they just kind of naturally don't pick up on those skills on their own. And a good example is that black and white thinking of public schools. All public schools are indoctrination centers. There's no nuance, like, so we're not going to think in a more we're not going to think in a more multidimensional, more variable manner where it depends on what county you're in. Different municipalities have like a different structure. They have different policies. There are good and bad areas, good and bad public schools, that there are good and bad private schools. You have private schools that are just like these very extreme religious like sort of schools. So acting like there aren't any private schools that are just indoctrination centers, that's really fucking stupid. And the fact that, like, how many schools are there in America, public and private? We're talking about, like, data that's at least in the, I would say, hundreds of thousands. Or I think in Maryland, it's, I think they have, like, 100,000 something schools. So, like, how many schools are there? It very well could be in the millions. So when you're talking about numbers in the millions or even like the tens of thousands, and a person's going to be that black and white, that shows poor critical thinking.
95,852 public schools in the U.S.
And what about like private and charter schools? And
I'm looking that up.
Yeah,
32,461.
Okay, well, still, that's a fairly large number, and a lot of people in the chat that I've seen, and just overall, they don't understand statistics and averages, and you see that a lot with people, where you're discussing millions of particular variables, and then when you get in the realm of, like, hey, 60-something% fall into this area, people will use anecdotes. No, okay. I found one example of the like reverse or the opposite that falls into the 30-something%, and it's like the 1/3 does not negate the 2/3. It's like they fall into 30%, and a lot of people don't understand that when you're talking about millions of people, 10, 20, 30% is a lot of fucking people. And it's just, again, people really do have shitty, like, critical thinking when they can't even understand how averages work.
Well, the person who said that moved the goalpost now and says private schools indoctrination too. Never said it wasn't. So Buddy in the bottom left, which is me, jumped to a conclusion. So then what? You just don't believe in education whatsoever? Maybe I'm jumping to conclusions?
You saw a fucking ghost, Connor Griffith? He said he's seen a ghost, bro. He says it's dumb. He says it's dumb. He knows, but he says he's seen it, dude.
I've seen weird things myself. I can't explain.
Well, the problem is that whether it meant all schools or just public schools, I was criticizing schools in general. And then you posted a rolling on the floor laughing emoji of like, oh God, school. And did they say public schools, not just schools? So
public schools at first, yes.
Yeah, so it seems like they are just moving the goalposts because they were called out. Like, we're stupid because public schools are this, even though I was criticizing all schools in general.
And again, my question is, do you just not believe in educating children whatsoever? Because that sounds like a really bad idea.
My thing is, when it comes to mandatory education, I think school days are getting longer. I think that parents are likely to work longer hours. Kids don't spend as much time with their parents. And one term that's been used to describe millennials, Zoomers, and so forth is they're the daycare generations. Why? Because the parents are so busy that they can't really afford to really take care of their kids or really dedicate time to their kids. So kids spend a lot of time in summer camps and daycare and these sort of overly structured sort of environments. And because of that,
maybe a good solution to that would be adoption of that weird, that club system that all the Japanese schools seem to have.
Yeah, I mean,
it'll also teach them to be social if they're in a club. God knows people in this country need work on their social skills.
Yeah, but I would say the big issue is that
homeschooled should really be the way of educate. You know what? Fuck you. You're not worth acknowledging.
I think it depends. I think in the same way there's good and bad public schools, there's good and bad curriculum, there's good and bad private schools. I think there are good and bad approaches to homeschooling. And it is something that's really complicated.
And hit me with a good one, because I'm curious.
Well, I mean, in some cases, hiring a private tutor to teach your kid one-on-one, that could be very efficient. And there are online approaches, a lot of online courses and stuff that are intended for kids where you will have instructors that can log on and give your kid guidance tutorials. And my thing is that when I was mentioning school days are getting longer, I do think kids are spending too much time in classrooms. I think that if a kid is into art, they'll engage in art. If a kid is into music, they'll engage in music. I think kids need more time to spend with their families and more time to just go outside and play. I think kids evolved to climb trees and roll around in the fucking mud. I don't think kids evolved to sit at a classroom and to conform to this sort of white-collar office space sort of etiquette.
Where do you meet the other kids if you're not in the fucking public school and you're doing homeschooling?
Well, you can sign them up for sports and clubs and other stuff. They can interact with in a lot of homeschool programs, there are programs out there where they'll get together for field trips with other parents in the area that homeschool their kids. Or they'll have activities on the weekend where they meet up. So, I mean, you can meet up with kids outside of homeschooling. The problem is
how prevalent are things like that?
It depends on your area. It's the same thing with public schools. Some areas, the public schools are really decent. The county might have a fairly decent curriculum and the public school might have decent funding. Some areas, the public schools have no funding and the education is terrible. I mean, some private schools might be very adept when it comes to the education. They might teach a wide array of different subjects, and they might be really efficient at providing a kid with a particular set of classes that are tailored to them. Some private schools are just these religious indoctrination centers. So I mean, it's the same thing. Some boarding schools are really decent. Some boarding schools are just like these military camps or prison camps for kids. So I think.
But I'm looking for actual statistics here. How much of the country is homeschooling a good option in?
I don't know.
Their argument is it's the only way to go.
I don't think it's the only way to go. I think it depends on what resources are available to you. And I think that homeschooling definitely could be a good option.
Can't afford to pay for a tutor for their kid.
Sometimes a parent might be efficient at taking on that role.
That's going to be rare.
Plus there's online sources that make it like easier now than ever before. Plus there's also examples where it's like you might have an educator where they'll meet up with 5 kids, and it's sort of like not really homeschooling, but it's like, I guess it's outside of like a school, a public school. So it's like a teacher that will I don't know what I forget what that's called. It's like some kind of like group monitored form of homeschooling. And I could see how that would benefit certain people or certain kids, because it's like one teacher for 5 kids as opposed to one teacher for 40 kids.
All right, I can see the argument there.
Yeah, and it's just, in some cases, hiring a tutor, that might be cheaper than a lot of private schools. I see Crow's in the chat. I'm sorry, Crow, we really want to commit to the only 4 people per stream. We keep breaking the rule, and then people feel excluded. So we want to stick to the rule.
I'm sorry,
Pass
Crow.
laws about.
Help argue with the Trumpites in the chat.
I'll try to be more offensive to make up for your absence, Crow.
But I think the ultimate approach to education is having some kind of knowledge apparatus that you connect to your head, or some helmet you wear, and it just uploads all the skills and knowledge to your brain. Or genetic engineering, where you can just program the skills that people need. You take a pill and all the knowledge is gained. So that's ideal. I don't think that's something that's available to the public quite yet, but until we get there, I guess people just have to take advantage to the resources that they have. But I do think that with homeschooling, it can definitely take the toll away from a lot of public schools. Because if there's more parents that can homeschool their kids, and they do, then there will just be less kids in the public school. So then it will actually like lessen the student to like staff ratio. And that's
I'm just worried it's going to result in a huge swath of extremely poorly educated people because of all the dumb motherfuckers we've got running around in this country.
Well, one big problem is that it needs to be well regulated. Like, there are states where there's no regulations at all. So it's like free range parenting, where they don't even teach their kids how to read or write. But my thing is that literacy, I think, is important. I think that like basic mathematics, like at least so kids are efficient at algebra. And then from there, I think after they get past the middle school phase, it's just divide the kids up. Kids that are interested in being a programmer, teach them classes in more advanced mathematics and programming. If a kid's interested in some sort of like blue collar trade, like being a car mechanic, have them like train them in that area. So I think it should be more like tailored towards that specific kid's interest. And some people will be like, well, hey, they're 14. So how do they know? And it's like, well, the thing is, you can never know 100%. People will go to school in their mid-20s and decide that I shouldn't have gone to school for that. The point is that as long as somebody is able to read efficiently and they have that basic understanding of math, and then they go back to college, because what colleges do, if you haven't gone to college in a while or you haven't taken your SATs, is they make you take these placement tests. And a lot of people will graduate from high school and then they'll go to community college, and a large percentage of people in community college have to take high school level classes. So they're essentially paying for high school. And a lot of schools, because the classrooms are so overcrowded, it's just the kids are graduating and they just have a middle school level of education. So they're not being educated. So it's like in a lot of schools, it's almost like, you know what, a lot of these kids would probably be better off if they just stayed at home and, I don't know, played video games online or like just hung out on the internet. It's that fucking bad.
They say if we already have a bunch of dumb motherfuckers running around the country, doesn't that mean our current education system sucks? All
Yeah.
that, LOL. Yeah, to a certain extent, but we also have a problem of people who were educated that went out into the world and abandoned all of their reason because, I don't know, they're conspiracy brained, I guess, and started believing the fucking earth is flat. Or that there are lizard people controlling the world, or any of the other giant pool of things that stupid fucking people in this country believe in huge numbers.
But I have discussed this like time and time again. It's just unless you're going to be like an engineer, an architect or something, you don't need to know trig. So you look at high school and the stuff that's mandatory, and the overwhelming majority of people, when they're taught about like chemistry and stuff, if you quiz them 2-3 years after they graduate from high school, they're not gonna like retain anything that they were taught in that chemistry
You're arguing
course.
that it needs to be tailored to what they're
Yeah.
clearly have an aptitude for.
Plus, it's also, it's like you definitely want them to have like the level of literacy and basic level of math, like mathematical, like sort of fluency, because then if they want to branch out, those are very constituent sort of like skills that you need if you want to be efficient at learning these other more advanced topics, like your different hard sciences and so forth, or like things that have to do with computers and technology. But I also feel that we, even in elementary school, it's just your sort of hard sciences get a lot more attention than something like psychology and sociology. And I think teaching people how people think and how the brain just naturally works is going to benefit the overwhelming majority of people in their life once they get out of school than chemistry. And I think that we definitely should teach kids like, hey, chemistry is a thing. The periodic table is a thing. I definitely think people should know what the sort of more constituent sciences are, but I don't think they need to really be investing as much time as they do in trying to drill these topics in the back of the kid or drill into their minds when the overwhelming majority of people are not going to use it in their line of work. And if somebody is interested in chemistry, whether it's part of their job or not, they're going to learn about it on their own. I mean, so I think that just tailor it towards the individual kids, but earlier in education, I think that instead of making, I mean, I think kids need to learn about history and stuff, but I think instead of biology, like having such a huge like significance, or trigonometry, I think things like psychology, epistemology, and sociology should be viewed as much more constituent. Because epistemology is teaching critical thinking. It's analysis, assessment, argumentation, teaching kids like rhetoric, teaching kids how to break things down and just using logic and reasoning in general. And also teaching people how the brain works and why people tend to think the way that they do and how to override those implicit biases. I think those should be much more fundamental, and they're not at all. It's like the best case scenario, if you go to a good public school, they'll have psychology or epistemology as some kind of elective.
Out school choice, also known.
Yeah, I took it, but no,
Do you
it
think we've
wasn't
talked about-
required. I think it should be. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think a human can benefit from knowing stuff about the brain.
Yeah, and like I think it's odd how, like I've talked to people about this like outside of the internet, and they're like, "When would somebody ever use that outside the internet?" or when would somebody use that out at, like, in real life or whatever?
So LB Things in the chat says they think that education should be or lead to a career, but you want people to be well-rounded. Yeah, I mean that's pretty much what he's saying. Yeah, I think if you're well-rounded, then you can pursue, you do what you want with that.
You can branch out.
I mean, you could still have those education paths, but I think those things should be taught. I think that's the thing is I think the reason why they're not, honestly, is because they don't want you to think too much about how you got to go and get a career and do your shit and participate in society and enter in the meat grinder. They don't want you to think too much about that. They just want you to do it.
Yeah, and I think that if you teach people how to think more critically, and you teach people how to think more efficiently at psychology and epistemology and so forth, and then you improve literacy, because literacy is getting really bad. I mean, literacy is the gateway to education. And I mean, the internet is the world's largest database of information. Anything available at a university is online. You can find like lectures from Ivy League professors all across the web. Every university has a database. Pretty much anything on TV, on the radio, anything you find at a library is on the internet. So if you teach people how to, do more efficient research, and if people are more literate, then they'll have that just basic fundamental sort of resource to learn things on their own accord. And they don't have to rely so much on some other type of institution. And they can be more well-rounded.
As voucher programs. Bob Clegg is a local Republican strategist.
They have that choice to go to wherever they want, and the state of Ohio will reimburse them a certain amount of money for tuition for that school.
It's been a back and forth topic. Republicans say parents should be able to send their child to any school no matter the cost, while Democrats and teachers unions argue that it diverts money from public school districts. Scott DeMauro is the president of the Ohio Education.
And that's the big thing, and I think that's why they're doing it. Private institution, we're becoming an aristocracy.
Be right back.
This weekend, the Trump administration came after USAID, an independent government agency administering foreign aid. Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency, known as DOGE, has now forced its way into the agency's classified
Green
systems.
Games is here again.
Did you invest in Doge yet, Gene?
Nope.
And now the very officials who tried to push back are placed on leave after Musk's team tried and succeeded in gaining access to personnel files and security systems, including classified systems and security clearance information for U.S.
With Elon getting a part of the government called Doge, do you think because of that, it could very likely be that it leads to being worth a lot more Doge coin?
It did lead to a value spike in Dogecoin.
Usually
it was followed by a quick drop off because it's fucking cryptocurrency.
Yeah. Well, it's usually how cryptocurrency works, is that there's usually a quick spike, and it usually will happen once. And a lot of times it kind of does have that sort of pump and dump sort of mechanic. So I just stay away from cryptocurrency.
USAID employees. This comes after Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent gave Musk's team access to the department's $6 trillion payment system, which handles federal payroll, retirement.
But I think it's just Doge started out as a joke. And now from that, they've tried to adapt it into some kind of government agency that is designed to protect the private corporations. Which it's like just facepalm, where I don't know, we're kind of fucked. I'm becoming more and more cynical and more, nihilistic. I think a Great Depression is around the corner.
Benefits, healthcare.
You're losing your faith in humanity like I did years ago.
Yeah. Well, I've always been pretty cynical, and I've always been quite the misanthrope, but things were improving a little bit, like in the, I would say late 90s, early 2000s, but then things really start to go downhill when it came to the housing market and everything. You can see that there was this period in the early 2000s where things really start to go down when it came to the cost of living and so forth, and we definitely need to turn things around. Things have been going downhill for a while.
pointed out by Senator Ron Wyden, Musk now has access to the social security numbers, government contract payments, including those that compete with his own companies. What he doesn't have is a security clearance or the right to access that information. Now, this comes after the acting Deputy Secretary, David Lebrick, at the Treasury Department resigned Friday after Musk's team first requested access to their system. Musk has always made his intentions clear. Just this weekend, he admitted that he wanted access to the personal data of many so that he could shut down what he calls illegal payments to essential nonprofits. Well, today he took it a step further. He actually called USAID
illegal payments to nonprofits
a criminal organization. And based on new reporting from NBC News, federal workers across several agencies are growing worried over what they describe as Trump's war against his own government, as Elon Musk helps carry out his battles. And we can report that employees are receiving emails.
Okay, so there is a decent amount of corruption in America's government, but the thing is, like, dealing with corruption in government has always been this notable element of just politics and government in general. And if you look at, like, the corruption index and stuff, and it just shows how fucked up the world is, America is ranked, like, 18 when it comes to one of the least corrupt governments on the planet. So we're average compared to other Western countries, which is kind of scary. The fact that most of the world's countries are, on paper, more corrupt than America. But here, like, I'm not saying that we don't need, and it seems like things are more corrupt than ever. Things are probably going to get worse, and we're probably going to fall even lower on that list. But it seems like what they want to do is get rid of more regulation towards big corporations, which you look at most of the world's corruption, and it is because of corporations having a foothold in the government, and things like laundering, cronyism, bribery. So, like, you look at our, like, politicians in America and our wealthiest Congress officials, and when people want to play the conspiracy game, it's just, well, if you want to, like, measure how corrupt a group of politicians are, well, our Congress officials, the wealthiest, like, Congress officials have, like, a few million in their bank account. That might seem like a lot, but a lot of white-collar workers, like most Congress officials, are lawyers. They do have a decent background. You look at how long they've been working, and, like, having a few million in your bank account when you have, like, engaged in that kind of white-collar career, that isn't that rare. Like, a lot of doctors will have a few million in their bank account by the time they're of retiring age. And then you'll look at the kind of property, so the, like, illiquidated assets that they have, so the properties that they own, how many cars that they own or whatever. And it's like, okay, they're not living in these huge mansions. They're living in some kind of farmhouse, and they might have a few cars or whatever. So it's like the wealthiest sort of Congress officials are retiring with a few million in the bank, unlike a lot of other countries, like with Putin, where he's got a watch collection that is worth close to $1 billion. Oh, they have all these yachts that you just look at all the taxpayer money and where it's going. And it's like he owns multiple palaces. So here they're trying to act like, you know what? We gotta really we really need to invest more in supervising these politicians. And them investing money in these illegal charities. And whether that's going on or not, I think out of all the problems going on in our country related with corruption, I don't think this issue with money laundering and bribery is that extreme. So, to give credit where credit is due, you can see that we have done a decent job when it comes to keeping that out of at least our legislative branch. And you saw with the Supreme Court, there was a story that happened a while back where they were receiving money in gifts, but they were receiving like a few $1,000s in gifts, and that was huge. That made the news. So the fact that they're acting like, hey, we need to give the executive branch more power to monitor like the legislative branch and to invest in all these illegal charities towards nonprofit organizations. It seems like, again, they're trying to pander more to the corporations and just allow the corporations to have more of a foothold and more control over the other branches of the government.
Reminding them constantly that they could be fired at any moment. One of them told us that if you want government to function, you wouldn't attack federal employees daily with psychological warfare. You'd want them to show up motivated. Now, the president might be using Musk to carry out his dirty work, but don't lose sight of what Musk is really in it for, possibly his own bottom line. Take this past September, when Musk called for the FAA administrator at the time, Mike Whitaker, to resign after first finding SpaceX, then ultimately grounding Starship.
Somebody said wrong. They already had the power. It's called the responsibility and accountability to citizens. Okay.
Following an explosion during a test launch that left fields of debris on communities below. By Inauguration Day, Whitaker was gone, thanks in part to the pressure campaign that was launched by Musk. In fact, as the plane crashed last week over Washington, D.C., the United States actually had no FAA administrator. Shrinking government has always been on Musk's to-do list. He's always raged against big government. And now a man who's always down to troll and get petty has access and potentially control of sensitive federal data. Not to mention all the data he has through owning X. We should note that Elon is amping up the antics at a time when polling shows many Americans not cool with billionaires calling the shots. 6 in 10 Americans say they believe it is dangerous that President Donald J. Trump is relying so much on billionaires for policy advice. In short, folks.
Well, President Trump has like the highest approval rating of any president, according to Fox News.
Anywhere else, an unelected billionaire creating a government department out of nowhere, taking control of classified and personal data, bullying officials out of their posts, and helping a leader purge the federal government, as I said, anywhere, we would probably be calling that a coup. Let's get real about something else. Elon Musk is not a federal employee, nor has he been appointed by the president, nor approved by the Senate to have any legitimate leadership role in government. With me now, former Republican Congressman Denver Riggleman. He's the author of The Breach, the untold story of the investigation.
He doesn't need it if he's got a fucking best buddy president that can just pardon him anytime he does something.
Yeah, one sec.
And the Supreme Court that says that that president can do whatever the fuck he feels like.
Yeah, my anti-malware program. Okay, never mind.
And also served as a senior advisor to the January 6th Select Committee. Also with us, Democratic strategist Julie Roginski. She's the author of the Salty Politics newsletter on Substack. It's great to have both of you with us. Congressman.
Oh, somebody set up. There we go. We got the rolling on the floor laughing emoji spam. Another like benchmark of somebody being a dumb fuck who doesn't have any good arguments. But LKG says dumb fucks earlier. So, Do you think this person, when we're talking about literacy rates and poor education, do you think they fall into one of the more well-educated sort of demographics of our population?
Yes.
Yeah.
They're probably
start with the outrage from the Republican Party.
And they're like talking about how we're dumb fucks when we're talking about like corruption and so forth. But am I wrong about that? When it comes to our Congress officials and how much money and maybe they're laundering some money, but when you look at most other countries on the planet where somebody having a seat in the federal government will usually result in them being like some kind of multimillionaire and they engage in a notable level of bribery and laundering. Look at a lot of our Congress officials and look at the kind of like liquidated and illiquidated assets that they have. Unless they are the best at hiding the large amount of yachts and like mansions and palaces that they're buying with that money has to go somewhere. So do they just have stockpiles of cash that they're like stealing from the taxpayers that they're just hiding in some cellar underneath their like fairly large country homes? So, I mean, that's just a fact. So this is numbers. So do you think the United States, do you think our Congress officials are actually laundering more compared to most other countries?
Safe to say minimal at best. You would also think that Trump wouldn't want someone stepping on his toes and kind of stealing the limelight from him. But here's where we are 2 weeks into this Trump administration. Why do you think the GOP is normalizing this kind of behavior from Elon Musk and Donald Trump?
Well, you're saying I'm describing it, but the problem is that, so I guess, is Big Tito one of your viewers, Shab?
Yeah, he's one of my supporters.
Oh, God. Well, the thing is, that's pretty inept of them, the fact that if they've been laundering money for so long and they're not really doing anything with it, so they just have stockpiles of cash that are just sitting around that they're not utilizing at all. That seems, at that point, it's an appeal to possibility. So when it comes to any conspiracy, it's like, okay, well, why do you think this is true? Out of the two possibilities that they are doing that versus they aren't doing that, where is the evidence? So if you want to claim that the oligarchs, the kleptocrats in Russia are doing it, well, you look at how you have all this money, all this taxpayer money, where there's this deficit where it's something like 30% of all the federal income is just not being invested anywhere. So where's it going? And then you look at people in the government, and they got billions of dollars worth of illiquidated assets. We know that Putin has all these mansions and palaces, not just in Russia, but across the globe. So if you're going to claim that U.S. officials in Congress are doing that, where are all their illiquidated assets? Where are their yachts? Where are their giant mansions? They have to be doing something with the money. It can't be in any sort of bank accounts or whatever where it's in some kind of legal holding, because then it would be obvious that they're doing it. And if they're not spending it or laundering it somewhere, then based on your logic, they've just been hiding it in some secret vault underneath their house and not doing anything with it. So it seems kind of an odd way, why would they be laundering money if they're doing absolutely nothing with it? And if you're going to claim that they are doing something with it, why do you think that is? Because you could say that about, any government. There's going to be governments that are more corrupt than others. So why do you think this branch of the government is engaging in that level of corruption? If it's just making assumptions and an appeal to possibility, then you could say that about anything. I could appeal to the possibility that leprechauns on Mars are controlling the government.
Well, he's saying that they're using it to bolster the American dollar and its value by hedging against foreign currencies.
I don't think the Congress officials or the members of our legislative branch are doing that. One big issue is lobbying, but the problem with lobbying is it's hey, these corporations give money to the government, and they know that if they vote against policies that these corporations don't support, then they might cut the funding. And the problem is that's not bribery, that's not going into the pockets of specific politicians, and they're not obligated through some kind of contract or agreement to follow through with those sort of policies, but there's that kind of loophole of, we'll cut the funding to the government if you make stricter if you pass stricter policies or regulations towards this kind of industry. So that's the big issue when it comes to America's political system, is big corporations lobbying the government.
Hey, it's good to see you tonight. I think it's because their polling and crosstabs still show favorability to Donald Trump. I don't really think they care about the American people. They care about winning in their specific district. And what's amazing to me is that when I was a Republican way back in the day, right, big government picking winners and losers. You want small government. Well, now we have Republicans, and we look at polling people who are Trump and support Trump. All of a sudden, they think big government is the way to go. And I just find it so interesting, right? This picking winners and losers is the thing that people want, right? When you look at where this is going, and I just find it fascinating and also absolutely disturbing that this is happening. The flip to that too, allowing Elon to run through the woods like this without any security clearances. But the other thing,
I think we've been discussing this topic enough. We've only done the Trump playlist so far. So here, let's get to what's going on in Congo.
People who've been displaced time after time by fighting fled as M23 approached Goma.
I am tired of fleeing. The number of times I've fled is enough, and I have nowhere else to go. We abandoned our villages to come to Goma, and even here, people started to flee. Where are we going to take refuge now?
Scenes of chaos, a mass jailbreak as prisoners capitalized on
Well, here's the thing. When it comes to corruption in government, so people in the chat are like talking about different politicians taking money. It clearly isn't as bad in most other countries, and it's definitely not within the millions. And the problem is that what DOGE is trying to do, if you want to support DOGE, is it's trying to, I guess, it's trying to regulate federal agencies that are supposed to regulate corporations. So the whole point of the agency is to, detract from government regulation of big business. And I definitely don't think that's the direction we need to go in. And it's like with a lot of other stuff where it's like out of all the things that affect the economy the most, I don't think when it comes to illegal immigration, it shows that the level of effect it has on the economy is really small. So whether you're pro or anti illegal immigration, it's just out of all the things we could be focusing on, like our inflated prison system or prison population, why are we going to hyper focus on something like that when it shows that it doesn't really have that much of a negative effect on the economy?
Confusion. Situation on the ground is
it makes no sense. You can't fix all problems at once, and again, it's pragmatism. So you got to pick your battles, and which issues that we invest in are going to have much more of a positive effect down the line. And it's just, you know what? I think big businesses need to be monitored and regulated more than these federal agencies like OSHA and the FDA.
Clear. So you
with
think
competing
NAFTA
claims.
didn't screw us? NAFTA? Who the fuck's talking about NAFTA?
Yeah, so that's kind of off topic and kind of a red herring. And I do think NAFTA, there are a lot of problems with NAFTA. So I'm not saying that was a perfect sort of system, but that was an international treaty with Canada and Mexico. So we're talking about federal agencies within the US government. So that's not really that heavily associated with what we're talking about.
Of who's in control.
So where did Shab and Dirk go?
In some parts of Goma, feelings are mixed.
Yeah, where is Dirk?
Elsewhere, near the airport, sounds of gunfire and clashes. This is only the latest chapter.
There was a ceasefire, but now the ceasefire has been violated, and there was speculation over Rwanda being involved in the dispute. Now there's no doubt about it. They know there's Rwandan troops that are on in territory of the Central Republic of Congo or the Democratic Republic of Congo, and like I've discussed before, the deadliest military conflict since World War II was the Second Congo War. And the Rwandan genocide was a big component in the Second Congo War, and the Second Congo War happened just months after the First Congo War. So a lot of sources will kind of clump those three events together. And with all three of those events together, we're talking about 6-7 million deaths overall. And to take that into consideration, World War I, there were 14 million deaths. So now things are heating up again, and they're talking about a third Central African War or a third Congo War. And in the Second Congo War, there were over a dozen different African countries involved. It was referred to as Africa's World War or the Great African War. So things are starting to heat up again, and there's a lot of patterns that are being repeated. So in the First Second Congo War, it was Paul Kagame, or he's still the president of Rwanda, and he helped by supporting these different militias in fighting against the government, and he's doing that here with the M23. And now other bordering African countries that were combatants or belligerents in the Second Congo War, they're also starting to get involved in this dispute. So things are getting very precarious here. So if things go in the wrong direction, another major conflict could break out, and hopefully it doesn't happen, because currently the biggest military conflicts going on are like the conflict in Russia and Ukraine, Israel, Palestine, Burma, and they have accumulated casualties like in the hundreds of thousands. So they haven't entered the million, the 1 million mark yet. So if this happens, you very well could see another military dispute that generates millions of casualties. So hopefully that doesn't happen.
Man, I got a lot of fucking Burmese people in this neighborhood. I got a lot of Congolese people in this neighborhood. My neighbors are Congolese. With all this fucking deportation shit going on, I'm just worried as fuck that this neighborhood is just suddenly going to be empty one day and they're all going to have been sent back to this kind of shit.
Oh, they're probably going to deport, and that is something that happened. They've deported a bunch of Congolese, which it's like, I don't know. I think that's fucked up, where it's just, okay, whether you are pro or anti illegal immigration, it's a complicated issue. We're talking about millions of people. So it's just, are you saying it's too much to ask the government to at least allow them to reside in the country until this conflict blows over?
Years of fighting in eastern Congo, the M23 insists it's protecting a persecuted Tutsi minority. But despite UN support for the Congolese army, it took rebels just days to advance to Goma, killing...
And the Tutsi, they were the race that were the victims in the Rwandan genocide. And I know there was like hundreds of thousands of deaths in the Rwandan genocide. So you think about that, the war that's been going on for a few years now with Russia and Ukraine, that has accumulated hundreds of thousands of casualties. So the Rwandan genocide alone accumulated probably more casualties than what we've seen in the deadliest war that's like going on at the moment. And then you include all the casualties in the First and Second Congo War. So, and what a lot of people don't know is the Central Republic of Congo had, or I keep calling it the Central Republic of Congo, the Democratic Republic of Congo has like 100-something million people living there. So it is
Trickle. I don't know what their legal status is here. That's why I'm worried about them. I'm not going to ask them such impolite fucking questions. I'm just worried because they're all really nice people, and I'm worried that they're going to be sent into a fucking war zone. And a few of the fucking people around here who are from these areas, they don't look so good. They look like they've seen some shit, you know? They got that stone face, dead eye look.
Yeah, PTSD eyes.
13 peacekeepers along the way. Among those now fleeing into neighboring Rwanda, Congolese soldiers, despite army claims to still control parts of Goma. Rwanda supports the M23 cause.
Wait, Squirrel says, so you need to fact check yourself? Are they talking about me or somebody else in the stream?
But for these soldiers, it's become a refuge. They handed over their weapons and waited to hear their fate. We're tired, he says. We didn't get any help. That's why we've run into Rwanda. We've been very well received here. But tough words for Kigali at the UN. The Congolese ambassador accused Rwanda of invading the country to support M23.
The signs are clear. Rwanda is preparing to...
And I do have the videos in order of oldest to newest, so this is where it wasn't clear whether or not Rwanda's involved. Now we know they're involved, so We're going to get to there. And Paul Kagame, the president of Rwanda, claimed initially that, oh, no, we don't have like troops near the border. And he's kind of making similar excuses Putin made when they were Russian troops were building up near the Ukrainian border. And it's like, oh, no, we're just doing training exercises.
Street open air carnage with the brutality reminiscent of the darkest hours of our history. It is imperative that the fighting stop immediately.
Rwanda denies direct involvement, despite evidence in a UN report.
Rwanda regrets the deteriorating security situation in the eastern region of the Democratic Republic of Congo. The current crisis could have been averted had the DRC government demonstrated a genuine commitment to peace.
Kigali says it's concerned about the threat of Hutu rebels based in eastern Congo. Others say it wants access to the region's mineral wealth.
It is my belief.
Kenya's president.
That was something Uganda and Rwanda were big allies in the Second Congo War. But then there was this battle, they called it the 6-Day War, where in one of like the north, like eastern provinces in the DRK, that was rich in a lot of minerals, they ended up fighting each other, and that was one of the battles that accumulated the largest amount of casualties. And it was a battle that incorporated a lot of artillery. So Paul Kagame pretty much engaged in some kind of backhanded attack on Uganda, but now they're allying with each other again in this war, which they were allied with each other for most of the Second Congo War and the First Congo War.
It has called an emergency regional summit amid fears of a wider war.
We do not see, from where I sit, a possibility of a military solution to the challenges that face Eastern DRC. Engagement, dialogue, consultations.
So,
Jane.
So you had the Great European Wars, the Great War, World War I, World War II. So far, they've gone a decent amount of time without a World War III happening. We haven't quite triggered a World War III yet, or at least a major European war. So we had the African World War, or the Great African Wars, kind of the First, Second Congo War. Do you think that they can avoid a Third Congo War from happening?
Maybe, John. If we all hold our hands together and pray, John.
Yeah, prayer is the solution.
Is the only viable way out of the situation in DRC.
Amongst those fleeing Goma were UN staff and their families. Other humanitarian workers have also left, or they've paused their operations with no security or supplies to feed the hundreds of thousands of displaced. The flow of people into Rwanda accelerated as the day wore on, with reports coming through of deadly escalation, clashes over the border. The situation...
Oh, and I mentioned, like, in the First Congo War, mass looting, and there was, like, mass, like, rape raids. So that's been happening again recently. So
this just makes me want to get a bunch of pork roasts and have a barbecue for my neighbor. Just like, hey, come eat. Because I don't speak their fucking language. I can barely understand what they're saying. But like, I want to do something nice for them because something awful might happen soon.
And I discussed how they were like the DRK is one of the most like resource-rich countries on the planet when it comes to metals. And I mentioned like cobalt, a lot of like conductive, semiconductive metals are like the largest surplus is in the DRK. And if you're talking about modern day slavery, a lot of modern day slavery is taking place in the DRK. It's kids working in these like mineral mines to collect these metals that are used for a lot of electronics.
Lithium,
and
yeah.
What's that?
Lithium and what have you.
Yeah. Well, the big one's cobalt. That's one that's really hard to find other places, where it's more scarce compared to a lot of the other like major conductive metals. But I think the largest stockpile is in the DRK. So you have all of so like with the Syrian war and everything, Burma, like the Cold War's never ended, of course. Like all the global powers have continued to get involved in these proxy wars. You could easily see a lot of the global powers encroaching on this issue because this is a very, very, very resource-rich area. And that's one of the big reasons why Rwanda, Uganda, all of these other, like Zimbabwe in that region, are so invested because they kind of influence the militias and fund the militias in this sort of proxy war to control the minerals within those regions and provinces.
Tense and volatile. Barbara Platt-Usher, BBC News.
And it's odd because it's one of the Democratic Republic of Congo is one of the poorest countries on the planet, yet it's the richest in resources. And the irony is that's probably one of the reasons why it's the poorest country on the planet, because it's been subjected to so much war and exploitation from other foreign powers because of the resources it has. And who was the big, what was that European state that colonized the Democratic Republic of Congo? And they killed millions of people for this resource, like rubber. It was in the late 19th century. Do you know what that, what's that dirt? You don't know? Didn't we go over this? You guys need to...
Literally last week, yeah.
Yeah,
France.
What's that? Nope, not France.
Damn.
I want to say Portugal. I know, but that's what I said last week. I know it's wrong.
This country, this was their only colony, was the Central Republic of Congo.
South Africa.
South Africa? That was a British colony.
Holland.
Nope.
New York.
Jakarta.
Belgium.
Belgium.
Yeah.
So I was right. I was right all along.
Belgium's only colony ever was the Congo for rubber.
And ivory. And,
yeah.
Dude, Brave fucking sucks when it comes to their search engine.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Brave, like, Google's the best one. Like, what else is there? What's the one that's made by like Microsoft?
Bing.
Bing. Yeah, Bing fucking sucks too.
That's why I
what's
use
that
Yahoo.
guy doing? What's that guy doing?
It was the Congo Free State, and one of the things they did is they had a quota system, and if they didn't meet their quotas, they would tell like the state police to go in and cut off the hands of like all the women and children.
Jesus Christ!
That's rude. That's so rude, Gene.
Like killed as many people as like I think he killed even more people than Pol Pot. Like the casualties like equate to like what Hitler did. So King Leopold II, definitely one of the most evil people in human history. So when people are like, "Hey, why is this area so poor? Look at all this war." Like they do it to themselves. It's like, well, and when we're talking about colonialism, at the end of World War II, when the UN was established, one of the first sort of decrees they made was that all colonies had to go. So the UK, or Britain established the Commonwealth of Nations, and that was their big thing to try to phase out the colonies. And Japan had to grant sovereignty to Korea and Taiwan. The United States had to grant sovereignty to the Philippines. But what Belgium pretty much did is they essentially just continued to dig the land dry and to exploit the land as much as they could until the deadline, which World War II ended in 1945. So it was 1956 or 1955, where all countries were given 10 years to establish some kind of policy or whatever. But yeah, so they essentially packed up, left them with no government whatsoever, but they had stockpiles of modern weapons and everything. And essentially it was Mobutu, I think that was his name. He's known as one of the worst dictators in African history, and he changed the name of the Congo to Zaire. So then there's another dictator who wasn't as bad, but the Rwandan genocide happened, and then a lot of the Hutu militias that engaged in the genocide, they all fled to the Democratic, or they fled to Zaire. And Mobutu or whatever, who was the dictator, gave asylum to all of the militias that engaged in the genocide. So then Rwanda and other allies got involved, and they overthrew that dictator, and then shit hit the fan. So we live in a fucked up world.
That's the moral of the story.
Let's now cross over to
Life
Kinshasa,
sucks,
where
the
our
world
correspondent,
sucks.
Emery Makumeno, is on standby with the latest details. Emery, thanks for joining us. Maybe start by giving us the latest in terms of the security situation in Goma. What are you hearing? Because we're getting reports of widespread looting.
Yes, Wainga, it's 7 in Goma at the moment, and much throughout the day. Not many people have managed really to go out of their homes.
So looting's running its course.
Happening from the windows inside their house.
I don't know how many casualties have accumulated so far.
The town, as early as this morning, and what you can say.
You said laugh out loud, Tubby. What did Tubby say?
He was mad because I was talking shit about Bing.
Rebels, the M23 rebels have occupied partially the city, but you still have some parts of resistance with the Congolese army.
Well, you probably think Bing sucks because Bing and Google, what they do is they collect your data. So they keep track of your search history, and they use that. Yeah, they use that.
Just get to know me. Not making it so
Bing
hard.
needs to get to know you more because.
Known as the Wazalendo, who are still resisting the complete control of Goma by the M23. Yes, there have been some looting here and there, like near the airport, where people have taken bags of rice or any manufactured products. And we've also seen that there's a jailbreak with 300 inmates who are on the run as we speak. But the situation is still tense, and people are still.
In the Second Congo War, one of their deadliest battles took place at like the Goma airport, which is like one of the only airports in the country. And the militias held the airport under siege, and it went on for like a year. So the UN had to constantly fly in and give aid and supplies to the people held under siege so they didn't starve to death. And they got like shit for that or whatever, like they were getting too involved. But one of the things that typically happens is if a country doesn't have a strong air force, is that things usually do result in a stalemate, like World War I style trench warfare. And Zimbabwe actually had an air force, so they ended up getting involved, and they flew in and ended up bombing the militias, and they broke the stalemate towards the end of the war. And it was kind of similar to how in the Syrian civil war, you had the Battle of Aleppo that lasted for like 4 years, and then Russia got involved and engaged in airstrikes to break the stalemate.
Worried about the coming days.
Emery, do we have a sense of what percentage of Goma is actually in M23 hands?
Next video.
Well, at least 17 people have been reported killed in the Democratic Republic of Congo as rebel forces assault the eastern city of Goma. The UN says troops from the M23 rebel group and soldiers from neighbouring Rwanda have entered the city. The rebels claim to have captured the city, though the Congolese government disputes this. Thousands of civilians have fled across the border into Rwanda. Goma is home to around 2 million people.
Now, whatever his name is, Paul Kagame, maybe I talked about him a little bit. You remember who this guy is, Dirt?
The name rings a bell. Yeah. He was, he basically, he assassinates his political opponents. Right?
So,
since
he's been in power, like, he's a Tutsi, so they're the minority. He took control after the Rwanda genocide, and he definitely was very adept when it came to playing the different militias and states against each other. So, Rwanda definitely benefited the most from the disputes in the Congo. Now, he has this, he's established this sort of like plan of, it's like Project 20, it's Project 2045 or whatever, which of course sounds similar to that other project, but this is to pretty much try to boost the country's economy and development. And their goal is to reach like middle income status by 2035 and high income status by 2045. And their economy and their like employment rate, job market has been improving by a decent extent since then. So they're on track to hit those goals within the next like couple decades. So when it comes to like his sort of economic policy and reform, he does a good job in that area. The problem is that he assassinates people that run against him. And they seem to have...
We gotta stick to the plan, okay?
Yes. So it's like he seems to be a good leader. Like, he knows what he's doing from a logistics standpoint and on, like, a technical level. But I don't know. Do you think maybe all the people that have died in some of the wars that... And the thing is, he's definitely a decent commander-in-chief. He has a history in terms of the military, so he was a general before he was a president. And he definitely was able to exploit both of those wars to benefit, to extract the resources and benefit the economy of Rwanda. Rwanda has one of the fastest growing economies on the planet. I think they're one of the top 5 countries when it comes to, countries with the fastest growing economies. And when it comes to the Tutsis, which were a minority, he was able to find a way to, play things in his favor, where the Tutsis, after being genocided, were able to take control of the government. So he's definitely a pretty resourceful, Machiavellian kind of dude. So, unlike Trump and other political leaders, I wouldn't want to mess with him. He's got that, dead stare. Or death stare. Do what I say, or some dude in a suit's gonna, poke you in your back with a needle.
Including many already displaced by the conflict. I'm joined now by DW's Jonas Gerding, who's in the capital of the Democratic Republic of Congo, Kinshasa. Do we have a clearer picture yet of what exactly the rebels' goals are?
Okay, next vid.
We're following a developing situation in Africa where Rwanda-backed rebels say they've captured Goma, the largest city in eastern Congo. And in the capital
So they previously said they weren't involved. And then the video before that was a day older. It's they've spotted Rwandan troops now. Rwanda has been involved in capturing Goma.
Kinshasa, demonstrators set fires to parts of at least 9 foreign embassies, including France's and Belgium's. The UN is describing the situation as a mass panic.
Why do you think they set fire to France and Belgium?
Elian Peltier joins us now. He has
to their embassies.
Central Africa correspondent for the New York Times. Elian, thanks for being here. What is this fighting over? How long has it been going on? How long do you foresee it continuing?
Hi, so there is some fighting in eastern Congo, and the recent developments we've seen today in Kinshasa, the capital in western Congo, which is 1,000 miles west. Protesters today have been attacking embassies of a fury of what they say is Western countries supporting Rwanda, which they accuse of trying to invade eastern Congo. So the United States, European countries being primary partners to Rwanda, Rwanda has been able to basically get away with this conflict in the east without facing major consequences.
Why are embassies now being targeted?
People have been expressing their anger. They want to be listened to. They want the United States, they want France, Belgium, the United Kingdom to pressure Rwanda to stop fueling that conflict in the East. The United Nations and the United States are accusing Rwanda of backing, supporting, and commanding a rebel militia called the M23, which has basically been waging a territorial and political and economic war in Eastern Congo.
Yeah, so like I've stated before, Cold War's never ended. So in this other part of Africa, like ECOWAS, which is some Western African Union, there are these coups that were taking place in Niger, Burkina Faso? Don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. And Wagner, Russia's mercenary conscript group, was actually involved, giving weapons and training and ground support. And then France, because those are all a bunch of African franc countries, and it's something if the African franc didn't exist, France is one of the top 10 largest economies. They wouldn't even be in the top 20 if they weren't exploiting the African franc. And then, of course, the U.S. had troops there with France giving support, and there's a bunch of military disputes brewing there. And then in Burma, we covered all of those stories where Russia has given fighter jets and bomber jets to the junta, and they've given training to them, and they've been flying over towns and bombing towns while the United States has been going in and giving training to the rebels and giving them drone technology, teaching them how to manufacture drones. And that's been a big military dispute. Of course, Europe's been giving all the weapons and supplies along with the US to Ukraine. And then I mentioned in Syria, the Syrian civil war, Russia got involved to break the stalemate with airstrikes. UK, France, and the US got involved to destroy the chemical weapon program. ISIS got involved at some point, and there were like dozens of different countries and militias that were all being supported by other major countries. So the Cold War is still going on.
Seizing territories, gaining access to mining areas, and replacing local leaders in those areas with leaders who are more favorable to their cause and also to Rwanda's cause.
How do you see this unfolding in the next few hours and days? What will you be watching for?
So in Eastern Congo, in Goma, which is this key city in the east and a humanitarian and security hub, we are monitoring fighting between the M23 rebels and the Congolese army. M23 claim that they are in control of the city. The Congolese army
No. So unspecified said Trump coin. What we need is a, I don't know, pedantic coin.
Yeah, pedantic coin.
Very fluid. And then in the West, in Kinshasa, we just saw a statement from the U.S. Embassy advising U.S. nationals to evacuate the Democratic Republic of the Congo to board commercial flights while the airport is still open. So the situation is still very much fluid there in the West.
Now, the UN peacekeeping force in the Democratic Republic of Congo has warned of ethnically motivated attacks in a region haunted by the legacy of the 1994 Rwanda genocide. Now, it's been one of the world's most bloody and prolonged wars. An estimated 5.4 million people have died since 1998, mainly from disease and starvation. The UN says there are also 6.5 million.
That's usually the case with most wars.
Displaced people across the country. Now, the crisis stems from post-colonial battles for power, which began after the country gained independence from Belgium in 1960. Decades of conflict have been fueled by ethnic tensions, political rivalries, corruption, and fighting for control of vast natural resources. The latest phase in the conflict has deteriorated rapidly in the last year. The M23 rebel group, who are mainly from the Tutsi ethnic group, are closing in on control of the regional capital, Goma. They say they needed to protect the rights of the minority group there. Well, Barbara Platasha has the very latest.
Gunfire in Goma today. The UN says bodies are lying in the streets of the city, the capital of eastern Congo.
How many people do you think are dead so far?
Hundreds have been injured. Hospitals are overwhelmed.
See, Dirk's not even paying attention. He's looking down and everything.
I'm rolling a joint, John. I was rolling a joint, and I was gonna. How can you guess?
And I'm smoking
began fighting for control of Goma after a lightning advance against the army. Now people huddle indoors facing cuts in power, water, internet, food shortages. It's a major escalation after years of conflict.
Now, internet, that's the big one. Out of everything else, like food, indoor plumbing,
you can
like
go
that, I can do without.
You can probably go a month or two without some food, John, give or take.
Yeah.
Internet?
The internet, a few hours, I start going.
I'm crashing out, dude.
Yeah.
I'm crashing out 2 hours offline. Shabisky's crashing out, dude. He can't scroll through TikTok for 3 hours.
Reports now that M23 has gained control. 3 South African peacekeepers were killed here.
Cheers me on.
It's over.
Now, do you think the UN peacekeepers, they're going to do a good job de-escalating the conflict? Because they did a great job the last time.
In total, 17 from 3 different countries have died.
Those are some
Goma's
cool
been a hub for the region's victims.
Flamin' tires? That's cool.
I've said nothing for the longest time, and
Gene, I haven't felt good today.
Yeah.
Hundreds of thousands displaced by endless war. Now
let's bully Shad more.
They're on the move again. Anyone who's able to flee.
Yeah, that'll get them talking.
Hundreds are crossing the border into neighboring Rwanda, desperately seeking safety. But there's anger against Rwanda in the Congolese capital, Kinshasa. Protesters accuse it of backing M23. They set the Rwandan embassy on fire, also targeting other.
Now, do you think they're so? Here's the thing: Trump is currently in office, and we all know that if Trump was in office when the Isreal-Palestine or the Isreal-Hamas war started, October 7th, those attacks never would have happened. Trump would have de-escalated things right away. And it's all Biden's fault because Biden was the one in office when it was happening. Now, this major military conflict is brewing in Central Africa. So Trump's in office. Therefore, it's 100% him because that's how black and white it is. Any issues going on the planet at the time that the whichever candidate is acting as president of the U.S. at that specific moment, all of the world's problems are just because of them and them alone. No nuance.
Others seen as failing to stop the fighting. Rwanda denies it's directly involved, despite UN evidence that it is. On the ground, the burden of fear compounds the misery of lives already scarred by relentless loss and grinding insecurity. It's the worst escalation.
Big Tito says somehow, some way, these people get guns and money. Well, the militias get the guns and money from the other countries, from like Rwanda, Uganda, and so forth, because they want the minerals and all the precious metals in the area. So they're the ones that give them guns and weapons, and that way the militias can do all the killing. They don't have to put their own boots on the ground.
Of this conflict in more than a decade, there are fears it will trigger.
This is why American aid is bad. It's our fault.
Well, I don't know. Like, if we give food and stuff to help, I don't know, civilians not die of starvation, that I'm okay with. But if we start giving weapons and ammo to different factions or belligerents in the conflict because we think they will shill more for the U.S. if they win as opposed to the other side, that I don't agree with.
A wider regional war. Barbara Platt-Usher, BBC News, Nairobi.
Rebels have seized Congo's key city of Goma. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio pressed Rwanda for an immediate ceasefire in the country. Rubio also voiced alarm over...
Okay, so what was it? Before they were invading and not gunning, now they've taken control of it.
Kigali-backed rebels entering Goma. More in this next report. According to a State Department statement, a call with the Rwandan President Paul Kagame, Rubio stressed the United States is deeply troubled by escalation of the ongoing
that's parent shaming.
Conflict in eastern DRC, particularly the fall of
is, and I don't care.
Goma to the Rwandan-backed M23 armed group. The U.S. Embassy.
That is a pretty cool tire, Shab.
Yeah, I want a flaming tire on my car.
Citizens to leave
That's
Congo
cool.
after protesters attacked several
thing.
nations over the conflict in Goma.
I got a fire dirt in chat.
Broke out in Kinshasa on Tuesday morning as rebels battled Congolese forces.
I thought it was only on video.
Participants carried Congolese flags and swore allegiance to President Felix, burning tires and blocking roads in the capital, thousands of kilometers away from Goma. Hundreds fled to Rwanda after rebels took over Goma. According to a government official on the border, Rwanda accepted over 1,200 refugees fleeing fighting. Hundreds of men, women and children were seen streaming across the border into Rwanda at the town of Gisenil. The deputy UN envoy...
Do you think we should go to DRK for our next meetup?
Yeah.
Yes.
You know what? I think we could get to 50 fucking likes on this stream for me to spark this joint. I think we can do it. We're at 42. There's 36 of you watching. There's got to be at least 2 of you who have to tap that fucking screen twice or click the thumb. It's easy. Just do it. You know, join the dark side and tell your algorithm that you think we're cool.
Oh, damn.
Let's get some of the more recent videos.
Yeah, what's going on in the world, John, right now?
Everything that has been going on from its inception was caused by DRC, not by Rwanda.
Now, here he was questioned. So the other videos we watched were from like 10 days ago. And they were like questioning him, and he says, now English, I know he speaks like French as well, but I don't know if it's communication barrier, but he says he doesn't know if there's Rwandan troops like inside the DRK.
Right, for their rights. Didn't come from here.
So let me ask this directly, Mr. President. Today on the 3rd of February, does Rwanda currently have any troops at all in Eastern DRC?
I don't know.
You're the commander-in-chief.
Yeah, there are many things I don't know. But if you want to ask me, is there a problem in Congo that concerns Rwanda and that Rwanda would do anything to protect itself? I'd say.
So if he didn't send them there, who did?
He is scary. His eyes are horrifying.
John did say that. He's got that death stare, dude. Yeah, he reminds me of...
Yeah, I'm agreeing with what he said, but I'm also just, like, inserting my own opinion that, like, look at that fucking scowl on his face. He looks evil.
He reminds me of Gus Fring from Breaking Bad.
Dude, that's what I've been thinking. I was going to make that joke, but I thought Gene was going to get mad at me. But now he can get mad at you instead.
Yeah, see? Now I'm a piece of shit.
It's all your fault that you made our
Usually
joke.
I like to stay away from that because I just don't want to deal with the backlash. If there's
Oh, that's stupid to say that's racist. They're similar looking guys.
They have similar appearances. They have glasses.
It's not much nerdy looking, skinny black guys.
Okay, you don't think he would beat you in a fight?
Yeah, he would, only because he would send a gang of goons to fucking...
No, I think if Shab tried to fight him, Shab would just, like, not be paying attention for a second, and then he would just gagger Shab in his throat with a pen.
Didn't you say this guy is ex-military?
Yeah.
Oh, he's gonna strangle you with your own intestines, man.
We'll do some judo chop, and then you'll stop breathing.
He only worked in the kitchen. Okay.
Nah, dude, you see those eyes? Those are not the eyes of a man who only worked in the kitchen, Shab.
Those are the eyes of a man who like pulled a dude's asshole out with his bare hands.
Whoa, that sounds hot. I do want to fight him. Maybe this sounds great. I'm excited.
Dude, he'll grip your like Adam's apple and just pull out your esophagus.
Or the region.
I don't know. I don't think anybody's interested
I'm
in
glad
war.
I don't
I
have
even don't think Tshisekedi is interested in war himself. But he has been encouraged in that direction by people showing up to fight for him his wars.
That Rwanda exports coltan, for instance, which does not exist here, is smuggled from DRC.
Please, I invite
There you go, Colton.
you. We'll show you where.
No. Cobalt. Different.
But does Rwanda export any other minerals that are smuggled from Eastern DRC?
I don't know about that because that in any
So
case.
instead of oil, which is what all the wars in the Middle East are about, or drugs, which is what all the wars in the Americas are about, here it's like conductive and semiconductive metals for our cell phones.
You froze it on another face that looks like he's about to pull a pistol out and just execute this man interviewing him.
I think this guy, because he's a journalist from another country, doesn't really need to be that concerned. Just don't criticize him if you're living in the same country.
He's
people who are
about it.
benefiting from minerals.
Which I don't think they're... So, unlike a lot of other more authoritarian countries, apparently when it comes to their, parliament or their, legislative body, they do have a certain amount of seats that are reserved for women. And I think they also have, 3 seats. And they're, what is it? Their upper, party for people with disabilities. So he is progressive in that way. And I think when it comes to their internet, you can, you have access to Google. It's not like China where everything is restricted and regulated. So at least you can inform yourself if you want to read about this dude and him killing people. Don't have to worry about it. So I think you don't really need to be concerned unless you're sort of doing what we're doing, but you have a lot more people watching, or if you're running against him, that's where you need to be concerned about cronies killing you from behind when you go to the store.
Of Congo, more than anybody else. South Africa, and these are the Europeans who are making noise about it.
The comparison has been made that you are the Vladimir Putin of Africa, that he attacked Eastern Ukraine, claiming
I think he's cooler than Putin.
to protect him.
I think, well, the thing is, Putin, at least him, it's shown that he is benefiting the economy and the development of his own country. So it is one of the, it does have one of the fastest growing economies. So and when he engages in military conflicts, he's actually efficient when it comes to the strategy and the logistics. He gets what he wants, unlike Putin.
Is this guy your dictator waifu?
Waifu, what's that?
You're on the internet. You know what a waifu is.
He doesn't. I knew he wouldn't know what the fuck that is.
I'll explain it later. It's too much of a tangent.
I'm too busy learning about, different resource-rich countries that dictators are fighting over.
Ethnic minority while having an eye on the minerals there.
I may be called anything. What can I do about it? But I am what I am, and we have to be who we are. That's it. And we have to do what we have to do. I have explained enough of that. So, but we have to make sure we survive any storm that blows across our country.
President Kagame confirmed to CNN that he will attend the joint meeting of East African and Southern African leaders that's set for this Saturday in Tanzania. But we're already hearing swift and sharp responses from both the DRC and from South Africa. I want to read first.
Wait. This one person says, cooler than Putin? Putin has a $100 million, Rolex collection, though. Yeah, but that's why Paul Kagame's cooler, because he gives back to his country. He steals all the minerals from other countries for his own people to develop the economy. He's not laundering he might launder some of the money, but yeah. He does terrible things for the greater good of the people. He doesn't do terrible things just exclusively for the greater good of the kleptocrats. That's what makes him cooler.
for you the response from the spokesperson for the government of the Democratic Republic of Congo, who told CNN that Rwanda's military presence in DRC is documented and that Rwanda walked away from peace talks and its role in illegal mineral exploitation is well established. The DRC, quote, said the international community must act accordingly. President Kagame.
Next vid.
Let's turn now to the Democratic Republic of Congo. Rebels in the east of the country are due to start a ceasefire. The M23 fighters say the pause is for humanitarian reasons, and they have no intention of seizing more territory in the DRC. The United Nations says the rebels are backed by Rwanda.
Old ass
at least
fucking weapons they still use.
Well, that was one of the big issues, is that, like, when Belgium left, they had stockpiles of modern weapons, like AR, like 15s and everything, and
AKs.
AK, yeah.
But I also saw like an RPG 7. Like, this isn't quite so modern compared to a lot like most.
Well, I mean, modern in terms of like the 50s and plus.
I understand. I'm just saying their gear is out of date, big time.
Yeah, but when you have lots of militias that have at least automatic weapons, they can kill lots of people much more efficiently than militias with muskets.
An AK-47 is still very good at killing large groups of people.
Really good for like genocide and looting, pillaging, doing the mass R word.
I believe the line in Jackie Brown was, when you absolutely positively have to kill every motherfucker in the room except no other.
Yeah, so this is why, like, they should have taken all their weapons with them before they left, those pieces of shit.
900 people have been killed and nearly 3,000 injured in the recent fighting in and around.
Yeah, like with Al-Qaeda.
Yeah, we leave great big dumps of guns and equipment and all sorts of goodies that are
Biden when he left
used. Biden, Obama, Bush, probably Clinton.
Well, that was one of the biggest blunders with like Biden, is that he was terrible when it came to how they withdrew from Afghanistan, and they did leave giant stockpiles of weaponry. And it's like,
you did it during the Gulf War.
Yeah.
Around the city of Goma. Regional fighting has seen hundreds of thousands of people displaced over the last 3 years. Since the start of the war, more than 400,000 people have been forced from their homes, according to the United Nations Refugee Agency.
Humanitarian colleagues say they are concerned about escalating health risk with the rainy season intensifying. There are still bodies of people who died in the violence lying in the streets of Goma. Our colleagues tell us that morgues are at capacity and hospitals and health centers are overwhelmed with injured people. While efforts to chlorinate
now, at least it doesn't look as bad as Gaza.
Water underway with the support of our humanitarian partners. The lack of drinking water is forcing people in Goma to rely on untreated water from Lake Kivu.
Well, our senior Africa correspondent, Anne Soy, explained the significance of the timing.
Lake Kivu. I think that's a lake that actually explodes. It's one of those exploding lakes. You know why?
The gas lakes, the ones that release huge clouds of CO2 and like villages die.
And it's not just the heat, it's also because they're so deep that the CO2 just collectively builds up at the bottom of the lake. So think of it like a soda can. So all the pressure builds up and then just some minor tremor and it just goes kaboom boom. Kills lots of people.
It causes a literal death fog to sweep across the land, and they can't breathe because it's all CO2. And doesn't it turn the water red?
Well, probably from all the dead fish or something. I
think something chemically happens to the water where the water turns red after. So like it's extra nightmare-y because now it looks like a big lake of blood. I could be thinking of a different phenomenon though. There is something that causes lakes to turn red.
It's the Earth having a period.
Yes, that's what it is. No, that's what a volcano going off is.
Oh yes. Yeah. No, maybe that's the Earth coming.
It could be an indication.
Chab always provides the most sophisticated commentary.
That the pressure from the international community is working. Because up until now, the alliance of AFC and M23, the rebel group,
this
has
chick
been
got
very...
high as fuck before this. I don't know. She has really red eyes.
See, now that Chad's talking, now that Chad's talking, it's burning tires. Wow, she must be stoned because of her eyes. Oh, it's the Earth coming.
Yeah, we hear it, Gene.
Buoyant.
All right, play the video.
What if she was crying, Shabitsky? This is a
especially
sensitive
after they took
topic.
Yeah.
the largest city in eastern Congo, and
She
they
was
have
just crying 'cause
repeatedly
she was
said
just
that they're
coughing
keen on
so
taking
much,
more
coughing
territory,
her
and
ass
therefore
off.
this is
What it was.
backpedaling, and it came as a surprise to many people, and they say that they're not keen to take any more territory. They were expected to be setting their sights on the city of Bukavu, which is to the south, but now they say they're not taking that city or anywhere else in the Democratic Republic of Congo. That would come as a relief to the government.
Here, let's Damn, I hear a lot of meowing.
I hear an enthused kitty.
Is somebody upset?
Peepo.
Yeah,
She's
yell at
staring
him.
at me.
Peepo?
That's my pepper cat. Yeah, I call her Peepo sometimes.
UN
You have
human
a
rights
problem with
chief has
that,
warned
dude?
that
That's my
population
Peepo
in the
cat.
Democratic
Is
Republic
that
of Congo
a
risks spreading
reference to
the worst violence
Overblood?
yet to be seen.
I don't know what that is. I'm sorry.
Almost
It's
2
just
weeks
something
since
that
Goma
happened
fell,
naturally.
and since the prison went up in flames, they are still removing the bodies. Today, as we arrived, so too did the Red Cross. Here, to clean up one of the
Now, this was an organization claiming that a bunch of human aid was being obstructed from getting into Gaza. This is the same organization that gave like estimates of like how many tens of thousands of civilians were being killed and how many limbs were being amputated from children. So we all know that the Red Cross, they are an evil organization that you shouldn't trust, and you're an idiot if you believe what they say. Because, hey, any group, any source out there could be lying and giving false information. Therefore, when you don't want to believe it, let's just assume that they are presenting false information. So it could be X.
Twice.
Yeah, it could be X, therefore it is X. Affirming the consequence.
horrifying incidents.
3 more likes on the stream, you guys, and I'll spark this fucking joint. Just want to throw that out there. I think that's the numbers I'm seeing here. 47 on the stream. We need 50. Do your thing.
On the night of Sunday the 26th, the M23 rebel group was on the verge of capturing the city.
Use your socket.
Okay.
Manipulate the shit out of these numbers.
So the video we watched before this was like 7 days ago. This is 3 days ago.
In the chaos, a prison break got underway, and fire engulfed the building. More than 4,000 inmates escaped.
Ooh, what does this remind you of? Yeah, dirt.
I've ever seen.
Oh, yeah. Gaza.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Gaza.
Gaza.
Haiti.
That's what I was going to... Oh, Haiti.
Where they were breaking everyone out of prison, burning down like the neighborhoods.
Oh, okay. I
Lieutenant
just seen some Gaza. Yeah. Like it looked like aesthetically, I'm thinking Gaza.
Those buildings are still standing to some extent. They'd all be completely demolished and rubble if that was the case. Plus, there'd be like 20 bodies of like kids that are missing all their limbs.
3 fighters were closing in on the city. The prison guards fled. We are told the inmates then set fire to try and escape. But some of the women were trapped.
Paints.
We follow the Red Cross workers into the...
What's that?
Or you really paint a like a horrible picture. It's like, yeah, kids with their limbs blown off.
Yeah. What do you think of like
piles and piles of kids with their limbs blown off?
What do you think of my descriptive prose in the book that I'm writing, Dirt? I know Shab has ADD, so he didn't really like to listen, but how do you think I do with like the creating visual imagery when it comes to the bad stuff going on?
Well, that's what you do for a living, right? Is convey information through writing.
Yeah, but I do technical writing for like civil engineering. It's a bit different than fiction.
Yeah, for sure, but there,
you can see its footprint in my like narrative writing now.
Yeah, for sure. So it's what I'm saying. It's descriptive. It's rich writing, John.
What about the chapters where I discuss the surgery?
Yeah.
The female wing.
You're giving too much away, John. I thought this book was going to be top secret, John.
Oh yeah.
You had 52 likes. Spark that joint.
Gene,
I know. Shout out to Big Tito, aka Forgotten Memes, aka possibly Scotty.
Can we just publish it in my name?
Oh, look at ADD. damn, this is what 4 unemployed losers look like.
That's what we are. We've a job. What's
I've never worked an honest day of work in my life.
Did you not just hear that I work in technical writing? I work in civil engineering. You dumb fuck.
Much of what.
And Shabisky, he makes his living off of playing video games. Yeah.
Dirt is I believe a meth dealer.
But when I think of people that are likely to make a lot of money because they work some highly skilled job, I think of somebody where their greatest level of rhetoric is, yeah, I bet you're unemployed losers. I bet you're this off the internet.
Yeah, that's another one that belongs on the bingo card thing. Like, you're unemployed. You guys probably live in your mama's basement. It's like, dude, no, I live by myself. Well, with my girlfriend. It's like, you probably live with your parents. You're probably projecting. Like, I feel like it's just like older people that are like, you're a virgin and stuff to anybody and everybody that they don't like. And it's like it's weird.
Then you start bringing up education. And then you do start discussing like career status and money, and then you're arrogant.
He just burned you, dude. Civil engineering. That's like saying you're the smartest kid with Down syndrome.
I think you're not that bright, and you just exposed how like ill-informed you are when you think civil engineering is a job that people associate with Down syndrome.
He's basically just well, he's not saying that. He's trying to just basically call you dumb and say, "Oh, yeah, you're the smartest of the dumb kids." It's like, yeah, no, that like, it's a complicated job. What do you do for a living, ADD?
Yeah, lay your cards on the table, buddy.
Yeah. Sure, if they took classes in like, physics, discrete mathematics, statics and mechanics and so forth, they would do a really good job.
I bet you couldn't trade some dumbass to do what you do, ADD. I'm for sure of it.
In each room, the burnt remains of dozens of women unrecognizable to the loved ones who have come searching for them.
This is a real positive story, Gene.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Like, the shit's so fucked up right now. And ADD, you narcissistic fuck. You want to make it all about you.
Yeah,
what
the
ADD.
fuck? ADD.
ADD is one of those people where they're so, like, incompetent mentally that they'll be watching a stream and they're like, yeah, they're losers because they're hosting a stream when they're at home sitting on their ass.
They probably haven't even been watching for more than, like 3 to 5 minutes or something. Or a couple minutes or something before they're like, yeah, you guys are losers and stuff. Because either they're just a troll or they're stupid.
Toxicologist. That's what they say they are. Marine toxicologist.
Well, I doubt it based on your behavior.
I doubt that's like the fact that you spelled I'm just I-M, no capital I, no apostrophe.
Yeah, you might as well just say I have high functioning autism and have a fixation with marine animals. And, I just took any career they would give me with my fucking marine biology degree. I saw that.
You think that's Dorkmaster in the chat?
I think you live with your mom and you stick needles in your penis while you watch the show.
Whoa.
I think maybe they have an uncle that works that job or something. Yes, Dirt is a chemist.
An alchemist.
Yeah, because he makes meth. The meth he sells, he makes. He's a scientist.
Karen's mother had been in jail for nearly 2 years after she was sentenced for stealing. Her baby sister, Mami, was born inside the...
Should she steal? So I think 2 years is a bit excessive if it's petty theft.
The prison.
Kubisuku nilifika hapa lendi prosheni nina kia boyona na masha msuka ni akula ya kufanya basi kubakia tu mie peke.
Nice hair.
Not all of Munzenze's female inmates were killed in the blaze. This lady whose identity we are protecting was one of the handful who managed to escape. She suffered severe burns in the process.
Kuprizo ya Munzenze. Kena magharibi usiku. Tunalala tunasikia moto kama ni bombe ndio walitupaka kani nini. Atoiwe naanza lalamika tunakufia huko prison.
Her 2-year-old baby died. One of more than 100 children thought to have been inside the wing.
Mtoto alinanaka ile
Does she know if her kid's still alive?
She just said it died. They just said it died.
Oh.
Yeah.
I didn't make out what he said.
Well, there's words that you.
Right here.
But yeah, they
paused it
literally.
right where
Yeah,
he said
the
it.
baby
Yeah.
died in the fire.
Fuck, it's not funny. It's not funny.
Yeah, why are you fucking laughing?
I don't know. I just, you know,
Asshole.
Gene being
Dickwad.
wrong injected some levity into it. He ain't wrong. So, I just want to laugh. It breaks the tension. What can I say? This is terrible.
And you don't know what to do.
Well, to be fair, I paused it, turned my head, and asked right as it popped up.
No, you did it right after it said it. Like in pop. Like.
Yeah.
For some of the victims' relatives, grief is giving way to anger. Outside, we meet Lumumba, whose aunt died in the fire.
We should outlaw fires. It's not cool.
Yeah.
Look at how much destruction people can do without, like, air raids and nuclear bombs.
For him, blame for what happened lies at the feet of a failing Congolese government.
You know what's really funny is I think of like saying stuff like that and the people that are watching like taking me serious.
You cut out on our end.
I said
say stuff like that and the people are watching.
I said I just sometimes I think it's really funny if there's probably somebody watching like that takes me serious when I say some of the stuff that I say like that. Like I think we should outlaw fires.
They're definitely not on the
subscribe
spectrum
to
when they
us.
say that. Oh,
So
okay.
I think we did a good job, guys.
Ils ont été calcinés ici tout simplement parce que le gouvernement était incompétent. Tout simplement parce que le gouvernement a démissionné, a failli à sa mission. Voilà pourquoi est-ce que nos très chers ont été calcinés ici. Moi, ma tante paternelle.
Maybe we've got them to see the light.
Yeah, sorry I was so mean to you, ADD. I didn't mean it. Marine toxicology sounds really cool.
Yeah, I want to do
They
that
are
too.
one.
Responsible for the disaster.
Yeah, I wanted to be a marine biologist as a kid too, bro.
The United Nations human rights chief said the worst could be yet to come in East Congo's crisis. Speaking at a UN emergency meeting on Friday, Volker Turk said he was deeply disturbed by the escalation. He warned that abuses in...
Now, what do you think is worse? Urban warfare or guerrilla warfare?
Yes, dude. 4 unemployed losers at 4 a.m. See?
Exactly.
I'm glad.
Rape and sexual slavery may increase.
Well, I mean, it's the red ocean of the Red Sea of economics. It's like not a lot of people are streaming this late.
Not to mention, I mean, look, I got nothing to prove to you, dude. I was unemployed for a short time during COVID, and I've worked steadily my adult life, bro. So
I moved out when I was 18 and cut off both of my parents. So
did I.
Yeah. And I make more money than both my parents combined.
But that's fine. Yeah. You can sit there on your high little horse, you crazy little guy, and feel good about yourself for whatever perceived delusions you have based on our appearances. Thanks, buddy.
Well, he says it makes me feel better about myself. At least being honest, he's been on status. Yeah, to be fair, bullying people on the internet and talking shit to them when you're behind a screen and keyboard does make it feel really good. That's why bullying's fun.
The conflict could spread beyond the country's borders.
Dude, the bully high, it's the best high ever. Fuck drugs, fuck runners high.
I'm not going to go that fucking far. Drugs are fucking fantastic.
Oh my god, but when you
Pretty
verbally
close.
abuse a kid and then beat the shit out of them, that
Have you ever taken
empowerment you get.
ecstasy? Have you ever fucking taken ecstasy?
No.
Well, get back to me once you have.
Yeah, you stupid bitch.
The UN meeting
We
was
told
called by
him
Congo
off,
to investigate
right?
massive rights violations.
Yeah.
It blames on
Fuck
Rwandan-backed
you,
M23
Gene.
rebels, who have taken the city of Goma since late January and are seizing more territory. Turk criticized Rwanda for the rights violations.
Since January 26th, nearly 3,000 people have been killed and 2,880 injured.
Okay, so who do you think's committed more human rights violations so far? The M23 or the IDF?
IDF has had way more opportunity. In
always got to come back to Israel.
No contest.
Well, the thing is, we've covered it extensively, and it has been going on for a while.
Real figures are likely much higher.
And the big reason why I bring it up is because it's just, these are militias that you can understand why they're doing fucked up shit like this. So when you look at Haiti and you see the the gangs, Lieutenant Barbecue lighting fire at everything, or the militias going through and pillaging, it's like you can kind of understand the malevolency that's taking place. Plus, you can also, the U.S. isn't giving a shit ton of funding to them. But then you look at the IDF, where they're a military backed by one of the most, I guess, developed countries on the planet, and then the United States is spending that much money. So that's why I always like to go back to them to show the juxtaposition of, like, you know what? Look at all the fucked up stuff they're doing with all the U.S. What's that?
ATD went for the cheapest shot ever. He just called you Chad Kroger.
Chad Kroger.
Thank you. I'm starting to think they're just.
No, he's talking to me. He was talking to me. Yeah.
Can you do the opening line to Photograph? Can you do that voice?
Look at this photograph.
No, that was way too good.
In Goma on January 27th, 2 hospitals were bombed, killing and wounding many patients, including women and children.
Okay, see? Mine goes back to Israel again. Seems like they're taking notes from the IDF.
I am horrified by the spread of sexual violence, which has been an appalling feature of this conflict for a long time.
Employ twice as many exploding beavers.
Yes.
This is likely to worsen the current
that sounds more like something Kagame would probably do.
Circumstances.
That story was one where I was equally horrified and impressed at the same time. Like, wow, a whole bunch of people just randomly exploded. That's horrifying, but also, wow, that's just brilliant. Bravo to the ingenuity of that idea.
Dude, Paul Kagame, this is going on, and some political opponent is like, you know what, I'm not going to stand for this, and their beeper just goes off, and boom.
Rwanda's envoy rejected allegations that it was responsible, saying it had proof of an intended major attack by its western neighbor. Congo has submitted a motion seeking the creation of a UN fact-finding mission.
Do you think they're telling the truth?
To provide a full report on Eastern Congo abuses by September
Are they
2025.
a politician?
Yep.
And the answer is no.
While the council has no legally binding power...
Now, here's the thing. People who want to be conspiratorial and play the confirmation bias game, this is a good example. Who benefits? Why would they lie? And it kind of makes sense. Because they want to engage in war crimes to exploit a particular foreign land for resources.
Its debates carry political weight. Investigations mandated by the council.
Resources.
Yes.
Uncertainty and an unfolding humanitarian crisis have gripped eastern parts of the Democratic Republic of Congo. The M23...
Tonight, stacks of boxes in a warehouse in Savannah, Georgia. They say enough packaged food to feed hundreds of thousands of starving children in Gaza or Sudan for 6 weeks.
We've got about 300,000 pallets or cases in the building.
Not yet shipped out after USAID's stop work order 2 weeks ago.
I think right now we have about 300.
How much of that food do you think is going to get to the people in need?
1,000 boxes of RETF. So a box will feed a child. It's 150
I wonder
sachets.
if those are what I think they are. Go ahead, I'm going to look something
And it'll feed a child for 6 weeks, roughly, through the food aid system. So that's a lot of kids stacked up in that warehouse.
Why is it so important?
Yes.
Okay, the way you said that, that's a lot of kids stacked up in that warehouse.
That are
it didn't sound good.
In that condition of severely acutely malnourished. They need the vital micronutrients and the calories and the fats and the lipids poured into them. And you could do that with like a traditional infant formula. But you can imagine if you're a mom in Ethiopia or in a place where you don't have access to clean or fresh water or refrigeration, if you were to use some sort of standard.
I think that was like, it could have been like a deformity, but do you think maybe scurvy?
Formula like that, then it would go bad.
I don't know anything about scurvy.
Scurvy.
Oh, I know it's like not having like
vitamin C deficiency.
Okay, yeah.
And
like a pirate
usually,
thing.
yeah, because you get vitamin C usually from fruits and vegetables, but usually in areas where or in situations where there's famine, scurvy is the type of disease caused by malnutrition that usually starts to strike people the earliest.
His order freezing most USAID programs was a shock to people running nonprofits like Mark Moore, to his factory workers. And
scurvy.
Well, it affects your teeth start to fall out. So one of the more notable signs is your gums start to flare up.
potentially devastating to the families who depend on their food, says the former head of USAID.
With 1 in 4.
Okay, dude. I'm Chad Kroger, and you're Avril Lavigne, John.
Yeah, I don't know if I can disagree with that. They really put me in my place.
And suffering from severe acute malnutrition. There's American food in warehouses that is just sitting there because of the stop work order and because of the fact that these programs have effectively been halted.
Many American farmers are also crying foul. Peanut farmers in Georgia and soybean and wheat growers in Kansas, because USAID spends...
You know who was a peanut farmer?
Jimmy Carter.
And he was a communist. He supported the same political party that was pro-slavery.
$2 billion a year buying their surplus crops to feed the world.
You support communism.
Yes. Hitler supported eugenics. Genetic engineering is genetics. Therefore, all genetic engineering is bad because Hitler was bad. So anybody who's a peanut farmer, because the Democrats supported slavery, you're automatically somebody who is as bad as any slave owner.
Commodities grown by American farmers that are sitting in American ports right now with flag vessels, U.S. flag vessels that are ready to take to the seas, and they can't take that food, and it will just sit in American ports until there is a reckoning with the grave damage that these decisions are causing.
After more than a week of delay.
Yeah, remember when we covered Yemen? So that's another country where Saudi Arabia has pretty much been holding it under some kind of medieval-style siege, and it's a very similar situation as like Israel kind of holding Gaza into some kind of siege, and they can't get supplies in and out. There's this warehouse that was just full of like wheat, and because they weren't really able to do anything with it, they didn't have like the cargo vehicles to distribute it to the masses because they didn't have fuel and so forth. It just sat in a warehouse and just rotted. And then because of that, it stuck there, and then they didn't have the room for other like aid, for the few aid that's able to get through, so interfere with the logistics there.
While the administration said it was looking for efficiencies and fraud, the Georgia peanut paste manufacturer got an emergency waiver from the State Department to start shipping his backlog for now.
So shutting it down causes us to just have to, pull the plug and wait until we know that the U.S. government is going to take the product that we're making.
A delay in the supply chain that has real consequences for starving children.
I wonder if they'll
right
resell these like they do those humanitarian aid MREs.
I don't know. I think that's just fake news and propaganda.
Andrea Mitchell is joining us now here on set. We're so glad you...
Next vid.
Against stupidity, we are defenseless. That is a quote from Dietrich Bonhoeffer.
They did it again, where they took us away from the playlist.
Dietrich Bumhuffer? Was that guy's name Bumhuffer?
Bumhuffer.
Okay. Talk to the chat.
Sorry, I was trying to look and see if that man's name was Bumhuffer, dude.
Cheers, everybody.
Cheers.
Hit that like button if you haven't yet. Thank you guys for 53 likes on the stream. Heck yeah.
Where's my damn playlist?
Get it together, John. Get it together, John.
Yeah, what the fuck, you amateur
but as people
bitch.
assess the damage
Get it
and begin
together.
to figure out what's next, the Israeli UN ambassador says the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestine refugees in the Near East must cease all its operations.
You thought Congo was bad.
And evacuate all premises it operates. Bill Deere, director at UNRWA, joins us now. Bill, thanks for taking the time to be here. We appreciate it. After this announcement, UNRWA stressed that
Unbelievable. Terrifying. I've never expected this. I can't believe it. I know all of these areas because I lived here
I wonder, do you think you need any sort of fill out any paperwork? You need any licensing? If you want to put on like a press jacket and go out and start doing some filming? Or do you think, I don't know, they just allow anybody to do it? If we wanted to travel to some other countries, get some more direct hands-on footage,
Yeah, we'll send Shabisky to Gaza.
We'll risk our lives for a couple, like 10, couple thousand views or something.
Now, John, we had this idea when we were drunk the other day, and we'll pitch it to you now. Let's just take an RV, and we'll go around. If there's a protest popping off, we'll just.
I don't have the time to do that.
No, you got to quit your job, John.
You need to make more time.
I can't take a month off from my job.
That's why I said you have to quit your job, John.
No.
You can get a new job.
For 4 months after meeting Kalinas, but this.
Why
this
is he doing
anything.
that?
Well, it's because I would assume that he's still trying to live there. He's found a spot that he feels is not gonna fall, maybe, and he's cleaning it up like that's where he's staying still.
At least they've interviewed people like this, and they're like, "Yep, at least it's something. At least there's a roof over my head if it rains."
But this is beyond anything that can be understood.
Another thing is debris and stuff, dust. Inhaling that's really bad for your fucking lungs, your respiratory system.
Hi everyone, this is Bisan from Gaza. I am still alive and today is the second day after the ceasefire. Today I am going back to Rafah. People of Rafah were displaced 8 months ago, May 2024, when the Israeli invasion started in Rafah. And then after that we were not able to go back. And I made a piece talking about Rafah, saying that Rafah will be destroyed, documenting the main places and neighborhoods of Rafah.
Do you think she voted for Hamas?
Cannot allow the Israelis to still bomb Rafah, claiming that people evacuated. Now we are in Rafah, it's really crowded and people are still here.
Whoa. There's some buildings that are still standing.
هاي المكان زي ما انت شايفه ولا شيء مش قادرين نستصلح حاجه احنا طلعنا من رفح على اساس انه اسبوع ونرجع ما خدناش ولا شيء معنا ولا حاجه خدنا حكيت لاولادي روحوا يما استصلحوا اي شيء حتى لو غرفه بدنا نستر حالنا فيها زهقنا من الخيام
Now all the construction vehicles, construction equipment, workers, materials that are needed to clear out this area and then rebuild, do you think Gaza has the money and the resources to do all of that?
Probably not.
Did you see Donald Trump said he intends to buy Gaza?
Well, I highly doubt that how he intervenes is actually going to improve the lives of anybody and actually improve on the situation. But if he does use his wealth, maybe Elon Musk, richest guy on the planet, maybe if they do invest in building homes and stuff, helping people who want to relocate, that would be awesome. But I don't think that's going to happen.
We're just going to kind of buy this chunk of land.
Yeah, and force them outwards. It's not the British mandate, it's the Trump mandate. The big mass relocation part 2.
الحشرات اللي بتطلع علينا واحنا نايمين لما اجوا الاولاد صوروا لي البيت
entire new generation of Middle Easterners that hate this country.
زي هيك حالي من الصف.
So here's the thing. Do you think that they used excessive force?
Yes.
Okay. What do you think, people who claim that it was necessary and appropriate to use the level of artillery strikes and airstrikes to deal with this issue, do you think that they're on the right side of things, or do you think there's an extreme bias in regards to how they're analyzing the situation?
I would lean toward the latter, John.
Yeah. Now, they claim that it was necessary to deal with Hamas, but apparently Hamas is gaining a lot of new members. A lot of people are traveling to Gaza from around the world to support Hamas now. Do you think that, didn't I predict when this war started that Hamas, like all these terrorist groups, is not going to go away, and that their aims here were not going to achieve anything? It's just going to result in a lot of collateral and people dying and more friction between these different nations, and then kind of feeding the demons that kind of support these terrorist groups. Didn't I predict that? Yeah.
No.
Yeah, John.
I
you actually
did,
did.
but you didn't.
That was Shabisky's idea.
تكون رفح هيك رفح دمار هذا البيت انبنى حجر حجر شايفه كيف حجاره بيلمعوا حجر حجر انبنى ضلينا 10 سنين قبل الحرب بشهر خلصت كسرتهم جوز كان يقول بدي من الطراز الحديث انا بدي حجر قدسي انا بدي احقق حلمي في هذا البيت.
Yeah, so I mean they've already been building, like Israel's been building roads that have been separating northern Gaza from southern Gaza, and they're already building illegal settlements. So my big prediction is that they're just going to exploit what happened on October 7th to just engage in another land grab. And that the higher-ups, like Netanyahu, really didn't give two fucks about the hostages, and they really didn't care about really dealing with Hamas. All of that was like secondary or tertiary. What they really cared about is just demolishing the area so they could expand even more. And like with Hamas, it's like, what the fuck ever. We'll just establish like settlements and stuff over top of this debris field, and then we can just continue to push Hamas out with the general population. So that's what I think. Do you think I'm being a bit too conspiratorial? Now, who benefits? Who benefits? So people who come up with all their conspiracy theories, pro-Trump and stuff, all the scientists are lying to the people because they benefit from, because, yeah. Don't you think in all these scenarios where it's like who benefits?
I don't think it was ever about Hamas. If the end idea now is to just get them all out of there now, we're just exiling them en masse.
Yeah, I mean, it's been getting worse and worse, and here, I gotta find that. I gotta save the image somewhere.
So sad. I used to walk in these areas and now I cannot even recognize anything, literally. I don't know where are we now. But on the other hand, I lived like 4 months
God,
here.
I wish I could
right
get
in this
on
place, right in this neighborhood, in this
explain
square.
the world
I
to you, Lil Bud. That's what JJ.
No, it's okay, JJ. I'm here to explain it to Jane. I'm here to explain the world to Jane.
Well,
I know,
hey,
he doesn't
you
get
can
much.
join the Discord, and we might consider bringing you in if you want to discuss things live on
Yeah, let's
stream.
do it. I'm totally in.
You know how Discord works, JJ, or do we have to explain how that works to you, little bud? Because we could, I don't know. I mean, it's the vibes are nice, dude. We're in a wish granting mood. We might be able to just do that if only you know how to operate a simple mobile app,
and I'm
or even a website.
And
Thank you. It's not mean, I promise. Yes. All right. I don't know. Are you guys up for this?
Yep.
I'm all for encouraging hostilities and anger.
So no, it's not mean.
But it might, and that makes me excited. I'm an AI, remember? Watching you meatbags yell at each other is what I live for.
But here, 1946 or pre-1947, before the end of World War II, you start to see, and this, it's like, okay, they're buying out the land. So this is like Jewish investors purchasing land. So, okay, that's fine. Then you had the British Mandate where they carved out half the territory and forced everyone to relocate to the areas in green. Then a war broke out because of the forced relocation, and they ended up seizing an even larger chunk of land, and an even greater amount of people were forced to relocate in an even smaller mass. And now you could see, like 1967 to 2017, that they've been building illegal settlements in the West Bank, and now you see this little slit of land there. It's the Gaza Strip. Apparently, they're building roads and establishing settlements, so that's going to be cut in half, or they're going to lose like at least a third of it. So, yeah, but I don't think this has anything to do with maybe why Hamas came into power, cramming more and more people into a densely populated region and cutting them off from foreign trade. Thus, creating this like power vacuum due to instability that Hamas kind of took advantage of. Nope, they all voted Hamas into power, even though they're supposed to be a terrorist group, and most of the world's elections aren't true elections, and most people living in Gaza were minors or not even born when Hamas took power. But let's turn our brains off, and yeah, we know that Assad and Putin and like Erdogan, they're not actual presidents. They just claim they're presidents, and they're not genuine elections. But let's ignore the fact that corruption exists. And no, Hamas, they were just completely. It was all like a legitimate campaign.
Are you excited to have the world explained to you, John?
Yeah.
Where you at, JJ?
About time. You're a fucking idiot, Jane. You need this. You need this.
I say to Vamp, we talk about how Shabisky doesn't like Dr. Pepper, and that's sinful.
Dr. Pepper is disgusting. Dr. Pepper is...
That's why we got to fire Shab.
Dr. Pepper is one of the worst sodas ever.
It's one of the things I miss the most since I've given up caffeine. Where's your Discord?
Drink root beer.
I have root beer.
There you go.
You're supposed
Throw away the Dr. Pepper, drink the root beer.
I don't have Dr. Pepper. I don't drink caffeine anymore. It agitates my anxiety.
Well, drink water then.
I drink water too.
Oh, okay.
Anything?
Fish fucking that shit though. I don't know if you want.
I recognize the Emirati hospital because one of the buildings of the hospital is still standing with the logo.
Wait, they're saying, ever wonder why literally only one Muslim country that offers citizenship to Palestine? It's because they are literally the most radicalized group on earth. I don't think that's the case. And the thing is, the people in Gaza have made it clear that they're sick of having their land taken away and being displaced, so they're not going to relocate because they feel like that's just, sending a bad message. And that's the reason Egypt and Lebanon they don't want to take a large amount of refugees because they said that they don't want to reward or they don't want to participate in this mass relocation of civilians. Plus, there have been plenty of Palestinians that have been given asylum and they've fled to other countries across the globe. So it's not like the people who want to leave aren't given access to any other country.
That's it. This is the
a lot of kids in Gaza have come to the United States for surgery because they have one of the largest population of children who are amputees.
Nice and horrible. Look at this. See this place? The yellow place, like a small room. I used to live here in this small room. It was like a small shop. I took it and I lived here.
And where did terrorism spike tremendously?
Get in here, JJ.
And who refused to take them?
The voice chat.
Yeah, you could be talking when you're typing, bro. Come on.
Oh my God! Look at the size of the missile. Only the size of it. That's my foot. The U.S. made bombs is all over the place, and it's not only that they exploded already once. We lost someone yesterday because of the unexploded bombs.
Hospitals and fucking homes aren't front lines. Get in the chat, dude. Come on. Let's speak on it. Come on, let's. It's hard to be civil. It doesn't translate very well over text.
والميه اللي كانت تجينا مش نظيفه وكانت الشوارع كلها عباره عن مجاري مش اكتر وكان الاكل الكربونه اللي تجينا عباره عن معلبات بسله ما فيش حاجه ثانيه بسله.
Dumb used to be like this. Okay.
Yeah, I guess you're right, dude. Stop typing. Stop typing. I'm not going to interact with you until I see you in Discord.
It's huge. It's just right. Also, another familiar thing you can see whenever you enter a place after the withdrawal is this written there. Al-Masjid al-Fakhakh means that the mosque is full of explosive material and it's not safe. So I'm not gonna enter more than this, but this is the area. This is Al-Qadisiyya school. This used to be the entrance here.
Now, I was wondering, when were they actually going to follow through with destroying every single hospital? And it was right before the end of the ceasefire. the last functioning hospital was destroyed.
Thousands used to live here, displaced. Inshallah, I will find the place where I was displaced. It's like a separated room in the school. My family and I were here.
Strike that happened right after the ceasefire was announced.
No, it was a few weeks before the ceasefire.
The only building in the entire neighborhood that is not destroyed or partially destroyed. These digs, ups and downs in the soil here is because tanks. I used to live here, right here. So yeah, that's the place that.
I'll see if they didn't level that entire area with airstrikes and artillery, the tanks wouldn't have been able to get through.
I really wanted to
And how do we know those like track stuff are from the tanks? They could have been from their armored like killdozers.
4 and 5 floors flattened like this. People dig into the rubble to find anything. They had to take it to their displacement again.
احنا عادي يعني انا جاي على اساس نلاقي بيتنا ونلاقي يعني اغراضنا موجوده بس هاي فيش ولا بيت ولا حاجه. شوف ابني ايش بيعمل قاعد هاي بنلم له شويه برابيج عشان بكره ان فكرنا نرجع هنا نلاقي شويه يعني ميه نسحب فيها نعمل فيها. اكيد انا كنت متوقع اني انا اجي اعين كل الردم هذا واحط خيمتي بس هلا ما بقدر حضلني مكاني. ما بقدرش اعينه ما بقدرش لاني بدي ماده والماده صعبه. الركام كثير مش على قد بيتي هنا يمكن بيجي اكثر من 6 بيوت هنا بس هنا محل بيتي هذا فما ذلك البيوت الثانيه مع ذلك كانت دارنا رائعه جدا 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 كان بماليش شهرين والله ما لي شهرين وفصلاه ما فرحت عليه.
I cannot understand how this can be removed and then rebuilt. How and where people who used to live here are going to live or go.
So what do you think their options are?
All right, JJ, now join any of the voice chats and they will pull you into here. They just joined the server.
Okay, so they gotta pop into the waiting room and we'll pull them in. And the one thing we're going to do is disable their camera or their ability to get on camera so they can talk in voice chat. Oh, what do you think? She said they have nowhere to go. So now that they're trapped in Gaza, okay, here. There they are.
Hello.
One thing we're going to do is disable their camera. Or their,
So the first thing you're going to want to do is mute the stream.
Yeah. No, I did that. I got you. All right. So first of all, no hostility. This is fun for me. I'm not trying to argue or fight or hate anyone. I'm not about that.
We like to have fun.
Okay.
Here.
All right. Yeah. Sorry. What were you guys just talking about before I got in here? I wasn't listening to the stream while I was getting on the Discord.
So we're just talking about how like 95% of their schools have been destroyed and a large amount of their public infrastructure isn't currently functioning. And now there's a large amount of displaced people in this land that is kind of uninhabitable.
Okay, so I don't disagree with anything you just said. But where we're probably going to disagree is who do you blame for that? And personally, I blame people that are insistent upon violence and have no desire to live in peace. I mean, so when you look at so I reference the Pew Research polls because those are really really do it for me. They make it very clear what's kind of going on in the Gaza Strip right now. When you look at certain so for example, the 80% number is a really 80% of the population in Gaza thinks that it is a legitimate good thing to blow up civilians in defense of Islam. That kind of culture is not a culture you're ever going to make peace with, and that is exactly the kind of culture that elects a group like Hamas, which starts a war like this. And so, is it a tragedy? Is it horrible that all this destruction happens? Yes, but I blame the people who are, committed to some an apocalyptic religion. That's who I blame.
Now, do you have a link to the Pew Research poll? And how large is the sample size? Because one big issue with a country like Gaza, or a region like Gaza, is it's very difficult to get a large sample size because of the fact that it's so sequestered. And the thing is, you need to get people who work for the Pew Research Center, like academics that work for those think tanks. They need to be able to gather of people that they can actually pull. And the problem is that if they're living under an authoritarian government, it might be hard to find people that are willing to give an honest opinion because they don't necessarily have the same freedom of speech. That's one of the big issues of a lot of public surveys. See this in a lot of countries.
I apologize. It was not 80%. It was 70%. So it was 70%. That's my bad. But yeah, I can send the link. I'll send the link to you right now. I'll put it in the. Should I put it in general?
Yeah, you can put it in general.
Yeah, and if you just scroll down to the section titled "Suicide Terrorism," there's a chart that sort of shows, and you can see that this is clearly very, very different from every other Muslim country on earth. No other Muslim country has a number even close to 70. So there's something going on here, and what's going on here is that we have a group of people being born into basically the perfect environment for being indoctrinated into a religion that glorifies death and destruction. Not a version of a religion, a very extreme version of a religion. I'm not going to lump everyone.
The thing is, though, is that look at what has happened in the last 70, 80 years. We just showed that map of how much the territory has shrunk. And there's been notable, sort of atrocities like this going on throughout the span of decades. And post-World War II, they forced millions of people to just pack up and relocate overnight. They weren't given any financial compensation. And then you look at the kind of collateral that they've created and these kind of disputes, and you can kind of see why these sort of extreme views, why they might develop these extreme views.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
What do you do when you keep adding fuel to the flames by not really engaging a lot of diplomacy? And you've seen that they've constantly been just sequestered into just a smaller and smaller land radius. So that probably is one of the reasons why a terrorist group took over.
Okay, so you will not hear me deny that violence breeds more violence. Of course it does. But what I will say is it does not do it on this level, and there's a perfect case study that proves this. All you have to do is look at Tibet in China. The Tibetan Buddhists have endured an occupation and an oppression that is 1,000,000 times more violent and cynical than anything that has happened in Gaza. Yet we do not see a single Tibetan Buddhist suicide bomber. And I attribute that to a difference in ideology. Buddhism is genuinely a very peaceful ideology. So what you have is, you have Buddhist monks who have been locked in Chinese prisons being tortured for 20 years, and when they come out, what they're saying is, my greatest fear was that the pain of torture would cause me to lose compassion for my torturer. You will never find someone coming out of an Israeli prison saying anything like that. And the difference is ideology. And so right now, the main thing that's hurting Palestinians and Gazans is their commitment to an ideology that will never allow them to live side by side with their neighbors.
I do kind of agree with the ideology thing. Now, you said China, they have been subjecting them to a greater level of, I guess, human rights violations than Israel.
Sorry, go ahead.
I don't know if I agree with that, because after the Chinese civil war, Mao did annex Tibet, they annexed some other territories like Inner Mongolia and stuff. Human violations did take place, but most of the oppression and a lot of the genocide that took place in the Chinese Civil War had more to do in the mainland against the opposing parties that went against the Chinese Communist Party and so forth. And I do agree, Buddhism is a religion. There's never been any wars over Buddhism, so it is generally a more peaceful war. But Islam
Generally,
even
a
though
more
like
peaceful religion, you mean?
Yeah, a more peaceful religion, but
You misspoke.
Christianity and Judaism, they're not really peaceful faiths either. If you look at the history and you look at the scripture.
Sure.
So the difference is that, yeah, in a lot of Islamic countries, they do still try to interpret their religious texts in a more literal manner. And people in the West and so forth tend to just cherry pick it and kind of compartmentalize things.
That's a very important difference, though. That's a very important difference.
And I agree. But one of the issues is that when you look at developing countries and countries that have more of an authoritarian government, a lot of times they'll use religion or they'll use dogma of other like non-religious ideologies to control the public. And it's typically instability that leads to an authoritarian government taking control. And you can see that after World War II, when you had the British Mandate and the two states, Palestine and Israel, were established, that a very large amount of people had all their property and homes seized from them and were forced to relocate. It led to a large amount of economic inequality, and a lot of the Jewish people who started occupying the land, there were a lot of crimes that took place that the Palestinians were subjected to initially.
You'll never catch me defending Israeli settlers or anything like that. I don't think that, what I think is that okay, yes, there is so the history is not that it was just like people came in and it was not simply, while there was Palestinians being displaced, many Palestinians displaced unfairly, it was unjust. That's not the only thing that happened. There was also Palestinians also left because they were promised by the Arab leadership that, hey, we're gonna just basically we're gonna destroy Israel. We're gonna stop this state from being formed, and then you guys can all sort of come back. So I mean, it's I would just say it's more nuanced than just people being forced out of their homes, even though there certainly was that. But
the problem is, again, it's religion, because one of the big reasons why the Jewish people ended up settling there is because of the Holy Land sort of doctrine. And then they were being oppressed in Europe because of their religious or their particular religious affiliation. And then it's the British Mandate, they ended up carving that territory, putting them there in this very volatile situation. So it's not like it's just the Islamic groups that are not really being accepting of those of other religions. And the damage was done putting them there. So when it comes to all of this sort of conflict took place because a lot of higher powers, such as Britain and so forth, really didn't make the best decisions. How do you go about it now? And when you look at Israel and how they've been going about things, like in the West Bank, you see that they haven't been very violent in the West Bank. They've been very complacent, and yet Israel continues to build illegal settlements. And you can't really defend that in the West Bank. So then you look at Gaza, and it's like what Hamas did was terrible. Two wrongs don't make a right, but you don't think they could have gone about it in a way that would have resulted in far less collateral and far fewer casualties?
I mean, I don't think. I think that Hamas was, in the most evil way. They were very intelligent. They know that what gets them support is dead Palestinians. So we're gonna just surround ourselves with as many Palestinians as we can. We're gonna make sure as many people die as possible. Okay, but going back to what you're saying,
two wrongs don't make it right.
Sure. But also a massacre like October 7th is an act of war, and you can't reasonably expect a country not to respond. The United States is allowed to go to war for much less, then Israel's allowed to go to war when people, jump over their. I mean, I know people who were very brutally murdered on October 7th, and it's a lot of people are abstract away from that idea, and they don't really. Yeah.
So we do agree that it made sense that there was some sort of military response. The problem is how they went about the military strategy.
What should they have done in your opinion?
What's that?
What should they have done in your opinion?
Well, they have one of the most sophisticated militaries on the planet. So when they know that, hey, there are several Hamas militants in this building, but there's a bunch of other civilians in neighboring buildings, they have demolition drones where they can just fly in and plant explosives and collapse the building into its footprint. But instead, they conduct airstrikes and artillery strikes and level an entire block, and then they kill hundreds or thousands of people in the process. They could put boots on the ground, and when they know that there are Hamas militants inside of the building, and that, people claim that, hey, they're using these tunnels to travel from point A to point B. It's like, if you know that there's a tunnel in this building and there's a hospital with a bunch of sick children and elders and so forth in it, they could send their troops in to occupy that building and allow the hospital staff to go about their particular jobs, their particular duties, and they can make sure that, hey, that entry and exit point of that tunnel is filled up, secure the area, and there's only so many tunnels that they can come in and out of, or there's only so many entrances or exits to these various tunnels. Instead,
it's not that. I mean, there's more tunnels in the New York subway system under Gaza. I mean, it's that. I mean, but I take your point. But what I will say is that I feel like no matter what Israel does, it receives an unfair criticism. So let me just. I like statistics because you don't have to take my word for things. So for instance, we know that even based on the highest estimates of the death toll in Gaza, so the highest estimates are around that 80% civilian casualty rate. That is still below average for warfare. So I'm not saying it's not a tragedy. I'm not saying it's not horrible. I'm not saying that every single death isn't something that we should seriously care about and mourn. But what I am saying is that if other countries are allowed to go to war, then as long as Israel is keeping the statistics, the data that we have coming out of these conflict areas are in line with what we expect for standard modern warfare, it's really not it's not fair to hold them to a standard you wouldn't hold other countries to. So for instance, the pager attack, even the pager attack was called by many people a terrorist attack, when in reality it was in terms of how war goes. So what you have to understand about war is that what a lot of people don't realize, and maybe I'm not trying to talk down to you, I'm sure you know this, but just for anyone who doesn't know this, the average civilian casualty rate in war is 90% according to the UN. So people have this very naive idea that we're supposed to go in and just not kill, and we're just gonna get the bad guys. But
what do you mean by 90%?
So 90%. So I'll send this in general too. But so according to the UN, 90% of the people who die in average, in all the modern wars averaged, are civilians, are innocent civilians who were not combatants and did not want to fight.
But modern wars, that includes wars from the 20s and the 40s, and we're including things like the Chinese Civil War, Russian Civil War, World War I, World War II. And
how back this goes before.
What's that?
I'm gonna find the article and see what. Okay. Conflicts. Okay. Let's see. Here it is. Okay, so I don't. I'm gonna send the link. If someone can tell them, it's like an article. So if someone can figure out what, I'm not sure when.
Are you of the opinion that, because I don't disagree that what Hamas did on January 7th was an act of war, but are you of the opinion that it justifies the entire basically decimation and leveling of the entire Palestinian land? because that's what's going to happen. That's what's happening. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah. So what is justified is the security of the state of Israel. That's what's justified. And so however hard Hamas wants to make that for them to achieve is, I mean, if Hamas is going to surround themselves with innocent people and they're never going to surrender and they're going to keep fighting and they don't care who dies, how many people die, but they keep telling us ad nauseum that they're going to repeat October 7th over and over and over again. I mean, any government has an obligation to protect its civilians.
Well,
and so,
do you think
go ahead.
that if there was a building with hundreds of people in it and there was like a couple terrorists in it, do you think
kind of cutting
the
in and out?
police, if there was a building with a couple hundred people in it and then there's some terrorists, do you think the cops should go in and try to get the terrorists out or whatever, or they should just blow up the whole building?
I don't think you should blow up the whole building. No, because these kinds of things require. I mean, war is an ugly, horrible thing. You have to basically weigh the risk versus reward. You have to make these sort of calls, and that's the horrible thing about war is that you go into war knowing that you will kill civilians. You
But
can't
the thing is,
without killing civilians.
How many civilians do they need to kill? And Israel, they have much greater technology and a lot more resources, funding from the U.S., so they have far less of an excuse to be killing as many civilians as they do. And they're killing far more civilians on average than you see in Russia and Ukraine.
Okay, so, well, again, you have to account for the fact that Gaza's, this extremely densely populated place where we have like Hamas, who is going around saying, we're a nation of martyrs. Literally, they're telling us that they have no problem martyring every man, woman, and child in the Gaza Strip. So we have this densely populated region with a group of people that don't wear military uniforms. They dress like civilians, and they surround themselves with as many civilians as possible. So the fact that Israel is right now hovering around an average civilian casualty rate, or they were before the ceasefire, is nothing short of a miracle. I mean, really, I can't think of a single military operation that is more treacherous and for both the combatants and for the civilians than this, because this is the first. I can't think of can you think of a single other time in history where one side is literally using their own? I mean, I guess Japan in World War II.
Now,
using their own
thing.
Best I can tell, this report from the United Nations is taking into account only 21st century wars.
Okay. All right, so that's a good. Then my point stands. The 21st century wars, on average, 90% of casualties are civilians. Thank you.
But that would include wars like the Central Congo War and the Syrian Civil War, where
mentioned.
Yeah, where Assad used chemical weapons on the general population, and do you think Israel has less resources than the governments in the Second Congo War, all the militias and so forth? Do you think that they have less resources, technology, funding, means to go about things in a more humane manner?
Well, I'm going to have to plead ignorance on. I don't know the capabilities. I don't know much about African militaries, and I can't speak to that. But
the thing is, a large amount of civilian casualties in war is due to famine. So it's due to the fact that wars in developing countries, usually developing countries, their militaries don't have the best air force or air forces. So because of that, things will usually result in a stalemate and a war of attrition. So that causes supply routes to be obstructed, and people can't get from point A to point B because things are just under lockdown. And then a large amount of civilians are dying more due to famine and disease as opposed to dying in the crossfire. And then you see that Israel, they have some of the most advanced AI, military AI, where the Lavender program, where it is able to use satellite tech and it's able to actually hack into all the different online networks within Gaza, and it's able to track who different journalists are, who different government workers are. So even before this battle took place, if we're going to talk about terrorism, one of the things the Lavender program did, and this is something that various different intelligence agencies across the globe determined through analyzing the program, is it would track different journalists based on facial recognition, everything. It would track who, based on social media, other activity, what their routines were, who their relatives were, and what time of day are they in the same location as many of their associates as possible. And they would send in drone strikes. And these are journalists.
Okay, journalists. Okay.
And the other issue is that...
So are you saying that Israel is trying to kill journalists on purpose? Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah, Israel
Can you provide evidence for that besides what you've said?
Well, it's
source.
This is something that you can look up the Lavender program, Lavender AI, and this is something that analysts from other various intelligence agencies from Western countries have established.
Yeah, I'm not saying you're wrong. I just would like to see it from a reliable source, because I find that so many times when you hear these things that you're like, oh my god, I can't believe it. 9 times out of 10, they end up being disinformation. So I mean, I'm not saying it is, but I would just like to see your sources on that.
Here, I'll look it up in a sec. Maybe Dirk can look it up for me. But Federico in the chat also mentioned that this has been going on since the 40s, and Hamas didn't come into existence until around the 1980s.
Sure,
and
yeah.
One of the reasons why that might have happened is due to the fact that you can see how a very large amount of people were segregated into this very small, small amount of land, and then that results in instability. And usually when you have instability, it's the biggest gang in town, whether it's a group of pirates like in Somalia, whether it's a group of cartels like in parts of the Americas, or it's a group of terrorists like Al-Qaeda or Hamas. That's something that kind of just naturally comes to be. So you don't just see that with Islamic states, you see it in pretty much any scenario where there's a lack of any sort of government structure. And mass poverty was something that was caused by relocating so many people in such a short amount of time and not compensating them whatsoever. And Israel hasn't been the most diplomatic. And you can see with the West Bank that it's okay, Gaza is this one territory in Palestine where they've had issues with militias like Hamas, but what about in the West Bank? We can see that the West Bank that's very compliant, they've just been opening up settlements, forcing people to relocate, and where are the Palestinians that are blowing up people or attacking people all throughout the West Bank?
Well, in the West Bank, there's the pay for slay program. I mean, they literally, if you kill a Jewish person as a Palestinian in the West Bank, they will make sure your family is taken care of for life. That's been going on for a while now. The pay for slay thing is alive and well in the West Bank.
Well, they've also been building illegal settlements, and the point is they've been
paying people to murder Jews because they're Jewish. I understand illegal settlements are wrong. I'm not saying they're not, but there's levels to this, and I would say that incentivizing people to go out and kill people based on their religion is worse than some ultra orthodox crackpot setting up some ill-advised settlement.
But then we also see that Israel's been doing things like killing journalists, using sophisticated AI programs and sending drones in to bomb a journalist home with a bunch of their families in it. So the point is, Israel hasn't been exercising diplomacy. So it's not like Israel's been nothing but formal and diplomatic, and it's been nothing but the Palestinian parties that have been acting out and misbehaving. You can see that Israel hasn't really been going about things in the most ideal manner. And like with Netanyahu and stuff, they've kind of been taking the most unethical approach imaginable when it comes to dealing with the sort of two-state issue with the other parties. So they haven't been a
two-state solution with a group who in their founding document states that their literal goal is to bring about Judgment Day by killing every single Jewish person on earth. So how are we going to have a two-state solution until there's...
Well, that's Hamas, and that's not the general population. And I'm saying Hamas didn't just come into power overnight. They
Hamas, people who basically believe the same thing Hamas does now, always have been there. It's always been that way. I mean, it's based on Quranic prophecy. It's not a new thing. It's not a new idea.
You don't think that if somebody lives in a particular territory where another group of people have consistently taken their land or engaged in war crimes and so forth, you don't think there's going to be people that develop a great level of hate and animosity? So you don't think that maybe, like, you look at what the populace within Gaza has dealt with in the last, like, few generations, you don't think maybe that has contributed a lot to the hate and the animosity?
I mean, okay, again, so yes, it does, but again, the primary factor that motivates the hate and animosity is the religious ideology, that's just the nature of jihadists. Jihadists don't care if you're nice to them or if you stop, quote unquote, occupying their lands. What they care about is whether or not you submit to their religious ideology. And so, yes, there's a difference between Palestinians and Hamas. Absolutely, we all know that, and we all need to recognize that. But at the same time, I mean, go look at that Pew Research thing that I linked. You will be shocked by some of the opinions that are held by Pew. So like in those, I think it was more than 90% of people in the West Bank directly approved of the actions of Hamas on October 7th. I mean, try and wrap your brain around that. I mean, what kind of worldview do you need to have to approve of that kind of thing? Like, I don't even. Yeah.
Put yourself in the position, try to, of someone who's been born in an area that really the only choice you have is to be oppressed by Islam. It's enforced by the law. But beyond that, it's not a choice. You're also being oppressed by your neighbor country, Israel, who, because the fucking fascists who are keeping you in control can't stop starting shit with those guys. So, they throw a fucking bottle rocket and then they throw a fucking M80 and then it goes back and forth, so whatever. You know what I'm saying? It gets hectic. It escalates very fast. So if your whole life you just watch, your friends, your family, people just get picked off and blown away. I mean, how long before you think you get radicalized and take up arms because, you can fight or you can get blown up?
But again, that is so. I mean, I already said the Buddhist thing, but I mean, again, this kind of hatred and this kind of violence is not standard for oppressed people, and you can see this by looking at the oppressed people who don't have the same religious commitments.
Look at Rwanda, and you had the Rwandan genocide, and the Tutsis took control, and then look at what they've been doing in Congo. So they've been oppressed, and they've been constantly stirring up like war within the Central Republic of Congo, and that is a war that resulted in millions of people dying. That is the deadliest war since World War II. So that's an example of an oppressed group of people engaging in a large amount of violence, and a lot of their attitude is, look at what the Hutus did to the Tutsis. Fuck them. They're a terrible piece of shit. I don't care if they die. So it's not that uncommon for people to have that sort of black and white extreme views. And I'd say that has less to do with religion. Culture and religion can play a part, but you see people do that a lot. Because people in general,
on Gaza is purely religious. I mean, they're talking about we need to kill the infidel. Like, I mean, this is like this. They're talking about martyrdom. I mean, this is when you listen to the language that is being used.
They're making martyrs by the dozen. They're making martyrs a lot at a time. So I mean, again, what choice do they have other than to be a martyr?
The choice that they have the choice that they had initially was to not go with Hamas as their leadership. That was the first choice they had. I mean, now they don't really have a choice.
No, they didn't have a choice with that.
They kind of did. They really propped. I mean, maybe they didn't know how Hamas was going to.
How long has Hamas been in power for?
So
decades. So all of the kids born within all that time, they're responsible for.
No, of course.
Yeah,
of course not. But they still got blown up. You know.
So what do we do?
And
most of the people living.
But your logic of the people there have really bad ideology and religion. They'd say, was it October 6th was a good thing, right? You said. So how many people in Syria would say that them flattening Gaza is a good thing? A lot of them.
In Syria,
right?
He's drunk. He means Israel.
Yeah.
Israel. Sorry.
Okay, it's actually significant. It's significantly lower, which is it's around. I think, again, they did do the research on that. It's much lower. It's not a majority. It's a minority. And in Gaza, it's a majority.
It's probably because they're not getting fucked on as hard.
Well, what's the number? What's the number
That's
where?
not necessarily true because let me tell you a story about. Okay.
Wait, can I?
Well,
speak
what's the
regarding
number where it becomes okay to flatten their whole fucking place and kill everybody? Because is it based on
Hamas,
this statistic you're talking
when
about?
People say that Hamas was voted into power. Most of the people living in Gaza today were not old enough to vote, or they weren't alive. So you look at the age demographics, and they had no say in the matter. Then, on top of all that, women. I don't believe they allow women to vote, Hamas and so forth. Plus, Hamas is a terrorist group, so they didn't really give fair, genuine elections. So they kind of just took power. That would be like saying that Haddad is saying that he was just elected. It was a genuine election when it wasn't.
Well,
so most dictators, most authoritarian leaders. Xi Jinping, Kim Jong-un, they all claim that they were elected, and most elections aren't genuine elections. So, I mean, it's very unreasonable to say that it was a fair election. And regardless, most of the people who are living in Gaza today, they weren't even alive to vote, or they weren't old enough to vote.
Okay. So, all right. So, I mean, we've shown that what a mess this whole situation is. Now, I guess what I want to ask you is, what do you think? Going forward? What do you think the right thing is? How do we get peace in the Middle East, in Europe?
Well, I think that instead of spending all that money giving weapons to Israel, it's just the United States could have used their military to at least transport food and resources. I mean, Israel, it is a fact that they were obstructing a very, very large percentage. It was like 80-90% of supply trucks from getting through. And it's just, that is unacceptable. There's no way to excuse that. And we know that it's just, when they were engaging in airstrikes and artillery strikes, they clearly weren't exercising due diligence, because you look at their claims that, hey, unfortunately, if there's 2 Hamas militants in a building, that makes that building a viable military target. So do you think it's reasonable to blow up an entire building with hundreds of people in it?
So what you're criticizing right now is how wars are generally the standard way wars are conducted by every country on Earth. So this is not
Is Russia doing that? Russia's blown up some buildings, but we view Russia as being very unethical. And look at the collateral caused by Russia and the Russian-Ukraine war.
Well, first of all, Russia was unprovoked. I mean, that was so that.
Yeah, they attacked unprovoked, and they had the second strongest military at the time. And they went in, and you look at Putin, and we view him as being an evil, terrible dictator. And you know what? It makes as much sense to say that like all the Russians elected Putin into power. It makes probably even more sense to say that than saying that all the locals in Gaza elected Hamas into power. And look at the amount of like Russia has a very strong air force and everything, and they haven't committed nearly as much collateral. Where if they're dealing with a bunch of like, you'll see them destroy a building.
In terms of population density, in terms of human shields, in terms of not wearing uniforms. I mean, none of that's going on. So,
but there's been scenarios where there's been battles and conflict that have taken place in cities where they easily could have destroyed an entire building because that building was a military target of theirs. And you look at the fact that there are dozens or hundreds of people in that building, and there have been like terrible cases, but you look at most scenarios where Ukraine or Russia have targeted some kind of building because they believe that they're using it to build supplies, or there's it's a very strategic target, and then it's like there's 2 casualties when they know that there's 70 people in that building, and even Russia isn't killing nearly as many people when there are attacks in areas where there are a lot of civilians. And the thing is, it's just Israel, when it comes to the kind of military technology they have, the level of intelligence they have, not just their own intelligence agencies, but they're also backed by the US and a lot of other NATO states that have some of the most sophisticated intelligence agencies out there. So when they're like, they can use satellite technology and so forth, and certain like surveillance technology to determine that, hey, we know that there's like 5 men in this building that have rifles, that have arms, and they're able to like they have the kind of technology to determine exactly how many people are there. And instead of like putting boots on the ground, going in the building, dealing with them directly, or like I said, they like look at what the rebels in Burma are doing when they're fighting against the government, the junta, where they're building like makeshift like kamikaze like drones in garages and sheds, and look at like how efficient that is at going against their country's military that has an air force, that has armored vehicles. Look at what Ukraine's been doing with drone technology.
I mean, how they different words though. Gaza is not any of these places. Gaza is like, but the point is, the most difficult military operation ever that any military has ever taken on.
But you're saying that Israel doesn't have the tech to send in a demolition drone to send it inside like a Hamas tunnel that they may have found in a school or in a hospital, and they're not able to send drones through to collapse the tunnel, to get the drones as far into the tunnel as possible, collect information. Then once it gets shot, we know that, hey, this is how far Hamas militants are in this tunnel from this entry point in this hospital. I mean, they're not able to just put boots on the ground, get in, even if some civilians die in the crossfire. If they're dealing with the 6 militants there, it's just that the logic is they need to destroy an entire hospital with hundreds of people in it. I think that, you know, you look at other wars going on, you look at different factions, belligerents that have far fewer resources, and they're going up against like much greater military powers, and the odds are far more stacked against them than with Israel, which Israel's a nuclear power. It has one of the most advanced militaries on the planet. And Hamas is just a terrorist group where they're using much more primitive weapons, hiding out in tunnels. So I just think that there's no excuse.
The advantage of not caring about morality or protecting their own people. That's
do you think Israel gives a fuck about?
No, yeah, but do you think
one hospital? There's no hospitals left in Gaza. There's no hospital.
They destroyed every
single
hospital
one
is used as a military base. I mean, the hospital forfeits its protected status when you use it as a military base. That's how. I mean, listen, I'm not saying
scorched earth. That's it. And it sounds like it really doesn't sound like you have a problem with it. It sounds like you think that's justified.
Yeah, and I don't think that that's okay. I think that's unethical.
I'm naive about how war works. That's all.
And you're talking about.
I think I know what scorched earth means.
Plus, you're talking about unethical.
Well, what do you call every hospital in the region being destroyed? I think that's pretty much.
When every hospital in the region is actually a military base, then it's not scorched earth because
is
it's
it a military base if there's just a tunnel, or if there's just 1 or 2 militants in it? I think that you're using the term military base.
Storing warheads or not warheads. Sorry, we're just talking about storing weapons and
I believe there was one hospital where they found that there was a decent presence of Hamas militants, where they actually did have some level of they were using it for supplies and so forth. They found that it was a notable strategic point, but all the other hospitals, the most significant thing they found was that there were 2 Hamas militants that were receiving medical care, or there was a tunnel, but yet there wasn't really much activity besides there being a tunnel found in that hospital.
This information is from where?
Well, you can Google it right now, because this is based on just constant reading and keeping up with it from a wide array of sources.
Stuff. No, because I'm not saying. I'm just saying that that's just because that's not what I've read. But I mean, okay, and yeah, I mean, but so here's the thing: is that when please do not think that I'm happy about any of this, or that I like, or that I'm glad that this war is going on, or that I take any satisfaction in the destruction of Gaza. That is not what I'm saying at all. But what I am saying is that we need to be realistic about what warfare is. And so when I see the stats coming out of even from groups that really aren't big fans of Israel, when I see the stats coming out showing that we have an average civilian casualty rate, I mean, you can tell me all these hypotheticals or all these situations that have happened, but when I look at the big picture of the stats, this just doesn't stick out to me as anything other than just a regular war. Regular war is hell. Regular war is terrible.
You're talking about regular war, but they've leveled the entire region. They've destroyed every hospital.
Yeah,
and the thing is, when you're talking about, Chad, you mentioned but the problem with Hamas is that they're a faction where they don't care at all. But then you look at the junta in Burma, where they've sent troops into towns and villages and burnt down entire towns and gathered up all the civilians. And they've killed all the civilians in towns and firing squads. Russia gave them bomber jets, and the junta has actually ordered airstrikes on civilian towns, where there's no doubt at all, the government isn't even denying it. The junta has straight up targeted towns and airstrikes, and they've even gone in and killed everyone in the town and rounding them up, putting them in firing squads, even setting people on fire. And that you look at what's going on in the Congo. I mean, Assad used chemical weapons on all the different civilians. So you're trying to act like Hamas is this most extreme sort of malicious force compared to any other military force in wars in the last 20, 30 years. And that's just not true. And when you look at
but here's the
rebels.
Sorry, you finish.
Look at the rebels in Burma going against the government, where the rebels don't have an air force. The rebels are pretty much using drone technology that they're designing in their garages, their sheds, to deal with the government's military vehicles that are on the ground. And they've been able to take more and more land, and this is a group of rebels. And then you look at Israel, and I mean, just look at Ukraine and just how little resources they had at the beginning compared to Russia, and what they were able to do. Drone technology has significantly changed how warfare works. Israel, no doubt, has greater funding, has more sophisticated military technology than Ukraine, than the rebels in Burma. So there's no excuse why they're not able to use some of the most advanced surveillance intelligence technology. They have demolition drones that can collapse buildings into their footprint.
Destroying and acquiring Gaza was always the goal. Do you agree or do you not disagree? I think destroying and acquiring Gaza was always the goal, and I think history pretty much will be in line with that. And the events of October 7th gave Israel the excuse to do so.
I don't agree at all. I don't see that.
I honestly think that now I'm not trying to be a jerk or be rude, but I think it sounds like you don't really understand war. Like
you cut out right after you said you think what?
It sounds like you don't really understand war like you think you do, because even just regular police and SWAT teams would take more precaution and be more planned out and be able to do these kind of things without a bunch of people dying. The military is more advanced than them. They're smarter. They have better technology. If we had a war with some terrorists in some other country, it'd be crazy as fuck if we just started blowing up every fucking thing.
That's literally what we do.
Wouldn't.
Exactly what we do.
They're right. JJ is right in that. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, we pretty much will just destroy everything.
And no.
Now I don't know about. I don't know. I mean, I might need
civilian
fact
deaths
checked on
there's
this one,
bullshit
but
like that. But there's a difference.
I might need.
No. What's happening in Hamas is a genocide. We would do bad things because we're stupid ass fucked up America still. But we're not genociding when there's some terrorists in a region. We're not genociding every fucking person.
Okay, but you realize that like some of the U.S.'s recent wars have higher civilian casualty rates than the war in Gaza. So if you're going to call the war in Gaza genocide, then you got to say that we're genociding.
Okay, so the war in Gaza has been going on for a little bit more than a year. Mm-hmm. The wars in like Iraq and Afghanistan lasted for over a decade. So there's that level of nuance there of how many.
It's that so the time doesn't really change the civilian casualty rate. And also, I would argue that a longer war is much more worse.
And look at Desert Storm. That's a good example of where here was this military conflict that the U.S. got involved in. You look at how we have, like Israel, I guess it's not unreasonable to say we have the most advanced military on the planet, and they were able to go in and out, deal with like the Saddam regime and everything, and like there was only like a few thousand civilian casualties throughout Operation Desert Storm. So that was an example of just, and the United States relied on a large amount of airstrikes, and there were only a few thousand deaths compared to tens of thousands of civilian casualties.
I mean, again, these are not analogous situations. I mean, Desert Storm. I mean, that's why I like looking at that UN stat, because it's an average of all the wars. I don't think that you can really say that. Okay, I mean, war is such a chaotic thing. You can't take one war and compare it to another and say, well, if this war more people died, so obviously this is. I mean, they're totally different situations. Again, you don't have the will. I mean. Well,
you're going back and forth. You're saying that in no other war are they dealing with the kind of situation with Hamas, and then I give examples of other wars where they're dealing with people.
Sorry.
What's that?
Okay, but you don't have you did give a war where there's where they don't care as much about their own people dying, but what you don't have is Gaza is one of the most densely populated places on Earth. That's a major factor that we can't ignore.
And I mean, the issue is, do you think that when Israel has the kind of tech and support that it does, it's necessary for them to engage in airstrikes? It's one of the most densely populated regions, and whose fault is it for why it is so densely populated? More and more people have been segregated into a smaller,
you see the map? They can't leave. They couldn't leave. They were packed into those borders and not allowed to leave.
And they've been a border with Gaza. Foreign trade And I mean, that will fuck up their economy. And then when the economy goes down under and you have a large amount of people living in poverty in a densely populated area, instability soars, and then the biggest gang in town takes over. Whether it's a militia,
a cartel,
whether it's a terrorist group. I mean, that's exactly what happened. They've been holding it under some sort of military or medieval style siege in the last few generations. They've been cramming more and more people into more of a densely populated area. And it's just, there are multiple times where Gaza has tried to get recognition from the UN and join the UN as like a state, and like North Korea is part of the UN.
Yeah,
and there's 5 countries that have vetoing power. Yeah,
we should bring up the map again.
Well, here, I'll do that in a sec. But
wherever it is,
there are 5 countries that have vetoing power. It's the US, China, Russia, Britain, and France. And there have been multiple times where Palestine has attempted to join the UN. So they have some like voice on the world stage. And every single time, the US has used their vetoing power to prevent them from gaining entry to the UN. And there have been multiple times where every single country voted to accept them to the UN except for the United States and Israel. And if the United States, Russia, China, the UK, and France, if those 5 countries don't vote, or if you take them out of the equation, then it comes down to the popular vote. So why has the United States been obstructing them from, like, at least having a seat in the UN? They've been obstructing them from having any sort of, I guess, platform or, like, diplomatic avenue on the world stage. And they've also been, like, obstructing any sort of foreign trade from getting through in Gaza. So it's like you just look at it, and they've been doing nothing but adding or contributing to a greater level of instability within that set of borders. So it's like no wonder some big gang, some major terrorist criminal organization took control of the region. They turned Gaza into this giant prison.
Yeah. And so I guess, all right. So, I mean, there's certain things you and I are never going to agree on, but you've all made very great points, and you all are very intelligent, and I really appreciate you guys letting me come on. And thank you. I would just like to, what can we do? Because we all want the same thing. We all want the war to be done and never start up again. We want there to be peace. So what do we do?
I'd like to see Benjamin Netanyahu held accountable for war crimes for packing these people into a fucking sardine can, again, over the course of generations in an open-air prison where they're not allowed to immigrate from. And even if they could, why should they have to? These, again, pull up the map, John. These are borders that were slowly cinched around and closed down around them over the course of, again, generations while they continue to reproduce within these walls. Now they're so tightly packed on top of each other. Look at that. The green, that's where this population was condensed down to. And now they just want to, blow it all down to shit.
What do we do to
we intervene. When I say we, I mean the powers of the world intervene to, again, hold Benjamin Netanyahu accountable for war crimes and address this for what it is genocide.
Well, this is what I think we should do moving forward.
I don't agree that it fits the definition of genocide, though. That's the only thing I disagree with.
Well, whether you call it genocide or not, what's going on is terrible, and this is what I think the damage is done. This is what I think we need to do moving forward. 1, allow the Palestine to have a seat in the UN. 2, I think that if there's still going to be instability in the region, that you gotta help rebuild that territory. I think you can't allow Israel to go in. They're building a road and they're already starting to build settlements, so I don't think they need to do that. And I think that, if the United States wants to get involved, instead of giving a bunch of weapons and everything to Israel, maybe the United States and UN peacekeepers can get involved and they can use their resources to help rebuild the region and restructure the region. And you know what? Maybe if you want to occupy a region, I think using a military to kind of engage in humanitarian work, make sure, let the Red Cross in, let Doctors Without Borders in, let any humanitarian aid organization come in and give the support that they need. And if the United States wants to act as the world police or whatever, it's just, well, if their military is just there, not engaged in military operations, but they're there to help rebuild the area, and let's say some militant tries to come in and start some stuff, maybe they're there to prevent something like that from happening. But I think that that's the approach that needs to happen moving forward, is trying to rebuild the area, not displace the people, not cut the area in half and build another Israeli settlement. And
my question to you would be, what would it take for you to quantify this as a Holocaust, or a genocide? Would it be when every Palestinian is dead, even though they have no hospitals to go to, they have no access to reliable food? It's already there. There's no reliable shelter.
Well,
when does it become a genocide?
Well, first of all, for something to be a genocide, it can't have an average civilian. It can have a below average civilian casualty rate. I mean, that's just disqualifying immediately. And then second of all, you have to show. I mean, you have to show in I just fundamentally don't agree that I mean, yes.
So there's just no changing your mind on this. You just decided that it isn't.
No, no. The reason it's not is
what did you say about the definition of genocide? And this being disqualified?
I mean, it's disqualifying because because literally by every metric, this is an average modern war. So unless you're going to call it, yes, what metric is it not?
What's the numbers? How many people that are Hamas were killed versus how many civilians? What are those numbers?
So the lowest estimate is 50%. The highest estimate is around 80% of civilian of the people out of all the people who have died in Gaza.
Can you look this up, Gene?
Yeah. Last time I read this, definitely changed, but somewhere around there. And so that's even the high estimate is still below average. And so that's disqualifying of the definition of genocide.
Well, wait, fuck, sorry, I'm drinking and stuff. That last part you just said.
Bro, I'm high too. You're good.
The last part you just said?
Oh, yeah. So what I said was the fact that the civilian death rate in Gaza, the civilian to combatant casualty ratio is below average for modern warfare is disqualifying of it being a genocide, because then it's indistinguishable from just a regular war. I mean, listen, like we can do this with any war. We can go and we can take videos of people being pulled out of the rubble and we can call it a genocide, because every single war looks like, because to a civilized person with a conscience, any sort of war looks like the most heinous atrocity ever seen, because that's what war is.
Yeah.
I think this is an example of a gross overuse of power. I think in my eyes it is unjustifiable to completely flatten every fucking hospital in a region. What option these people have now other than to roll over and die with their guns in their hands and fight to their last breath? Israel has them exactly where they want them.
Yeah, I remember hearing a number like out of every one Hamas person, 30 civilians die or something like that.
The ratio is very extreme.
It's not a joke. And so genocide is an intentional destruction of a nation, ethnic, racial, religious, or political group. It can include killing, causing harm, or imposing conditions that lead to the group's destruction. So I think that I'm waiting for him to pull up the numbers, but I'm pretty sure the numbers are dramatic like that, and it's obvious.
Okay, you're breaking up, Chad.
Is that? I mean, so when you haven't, so Hamas's intention as a group is the genocide of the Jewish people, and so what is so it's not about killing every Palestinian or getting rid of the Palestinians. It is about stopping a group whose expressed goal is to wipe you off the face of the earth. And so
they're going to wipe them off instead. That's what they're doing.
Oh, here, I just looked up the numbers.
Not the Palestinians, Hamas.
Here, I just looked up the numbers. So here, the most civilian-heavy conflicts per year. So I added up all the numbers, average per year. So the Ukraine war, 30 to 40% per year. Iraq war, 60%. Yemen war, 65%. Syrian civil war, 70%. The Darfur conflict, 75%. Second Congo war, 65 to 85%. War in Gaza, 85% civilian death rate per year ongoing.
Okay, and so I mean that could be true. And again, that's still lower than the 90% number. And
where are you getting 90%?
Well, 90% because
wasn't
this
real.
is higher than a higher death toll than any of the other like major wars that have happened in the last 20 years. This is higher. The second Congo war.
Too many
yeah.
I'd like to see your article for your 90% number.
Yes, when I looked it up, it says according to global estimates, the average civilian casualty rate in war is around 30 to 65%, meaning between 30 to 55% casualty. And it says this number can be even higher, reach up to 90% of casualties being civilians. So that's.
Take a look at the thing in general and tell me what you think of that.
And the thing is, like what Shab said, it was like 35% is the average. And I just looked up the deadliest wars in the last like 20 years and in terms of civilian casualties. And Gaza is the deadliest war in terms of civilian casualties. And it's only been going on for around a year.
Are you talking about percentages or absolute numbers?
Percentages. And like that's the thing. They've had a lot less time to kill such a large amount of people. And compared to like other conflicts, Israel has far more resources and the odds are stacked against them much less.
Wait, here's why I'm skeptical of that fact. Because, all right, so do you know that this is the first war ever where we take the terrorists' word for how many people died? We've never, when we fight ISIS, we do not ask them how many people are dead. We go in after the fact and we do surveys and we figure it out. So
these are estimates coming from the UN and different international. Well, they're not getting it from Hamas, they're getting it from calculations based on like certain aid, and then it like a lot of it is just math. It is like look at how many people are dying on average in these particular battles, how many people are displaced, how many people are missing, and it's complicated how they get these figures, but it's not as simple as just accepting what Hamas tells them. And then you look at the numbers that again the U.S. is presenting, or different governments are presenting. Governments from all over the globe that are mutual, allied with Israel, are enemies of the West. Like all the world's intelligence agencies are estimating these numbers. So this is an average, and then you have the UN, different international aid organizations. Then you have people who are academics in this area. And they use their own approach and everything to calculate the sums. But it's not just as simple as they ask Hamas and Hamas tells them how many people they think have died.
But the only raw data coming out of Gaza is from the Gaza Ministry of Health, which is Hamas run. So here's an interesting stat. So 98% of the fatality figures. So it was recently they did a survey of all the articles written about this war. In 98% of the time, people literally just take Hamas's word for it, which is unprecedented. And it just, again, this is just another double standard where you have to admit is that there are people who are very keen on demonizing both Jews and Israel, regardless of what the truth is. So so we have like people. So we have like Hamas just counting everyone as a civilian. They're not. These are not like. I guess these are just not reliable. And we know that
Israel, like you ask who benefits, Israel has an incentive to downplay the numbers, and even their numbers are fairly high in terms of what their government
the numbers
provides.
I was talking about earlier, like 1 to 30, something like that. One Hamas versus like 30 civilians. It was something like that. Those were numbers from them.
Last time I checked what Israel was claiming, they said it was 1-to-1, which I don't believe, but it's probably higher. But 1-to-1 is extremely good for modern warfare. So I don't know.
I would say that's extremely unlikely.
And plus the data.
I agree that both sides are definitely exaggerating. I would
barely any civilians dead.
Where I'm getting this data from is from the Our World in Data, which is an agency that there's multiple different institutions. The big one is Oxford University. And then another source where I got this data from is watsonbrown.edu. So, I mean, this is different, like, notable academic institutions. So it's just, if you're going to doubt them, then this is where, why do you think you know better than the experts?
Okay,
and
let's say,
what do these pundits have to benefit by inflating the data?
I don't think they're inflating the data. I think that the raw data they're using is already inflated when they get their hands on it. Because, I mean, so like, here's a perfect example of when we caught Hamas red-handed doing this kind of thing. So at the very beginning of the war, there was this big article that was run that was like, Israel blows up hospital, kills 500 people. And the New York Times ran with it. Everyone ran with it. It was a massive news. And what turns out was actually no, 50 people died. And the reason and it wasn't the hospital that blew up. It was the parking lot. And even worse than that, it was Hamas that blew up the parking lot. They were shooting missiles from out of their own hospital. One of the missiles fell back down, killed like 50 people, and they were like, Israel just blew up a hospital, killed 500 people. All the news sources ran with it, and when it was shown to be false, instead of releasing a retraction or anything like that, all they did was just sort of like quietly change the title of the article. No one apologized. So this is the kind of thing that we're dealing with. Is that
that's the media, and yeah, the media does have an incentive to stir up drama, exaggerate things, but is that the exception to the rule, or is that the rule? That's one example. What about the time
that Hamas is always going to, and we have a number now. We know that they exaggerated by an order of magnitude. So I mean, just internalize that for a second.
Now, here's the thing though. What about the time that Israel, the IDF, shot up they killed over 100 people during the Flower Massacre, they were swarming the humanitarian aid trucks, and they shot up and killed 100 people. I mean, there's an example like that. Plus, it's just on and off. There are no hospitals currently standing. There have been countless hospitals that they've destroyed where hundreds of people have died in these different hospitals and stuff. And over time, it's a lot of this data is coming from humanitarian aid organizations where it's just, hey, where there's this kid who is being amputated, and it's them and their older sister. They know that the parents are dead. They know that their uncle is dead. And it's just they're collecting this data from countless scenarios of large amounts of people who are displaced and the relatives that they're missing. I mean, you could say that some of these people are lying or whatever, but you get to the point where it's just when you look at studies coming from some of the world's most prestigious universities, and then you look at information coming from government intelligence agencies, and then information that's coming from humanitarian aid organizations. It's just why is everyone inflating everything? It makes sense why journalistic sources want to inflate things for drama. So it makes sense they'll do that to some extent, but it's like when all of these various different sources or different types of sources that most of them don't benefit at all from inflating this data, why is it so consistent? Whether it's from government sources, whether they're allied or not, academic sources, or from humanitarian aid organizations.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't think that they're inflating the data. I think that they're getting data that's already inflated. But no, I mean, I take your point, and listen, you could be right. It could be that high. It really could. But even still, I mean, sorry, I'm just like
Well, yeah, it is getting late. It's like 6:42 a.m.
It's 6:42, and yes, I've been up all night. Yeah. But I would like to find some common ground before we end this, at least. So I mean, I guess, what do you think here? What do you think of I mean, what do you think of the idea that Egypt or Jordan should be responsible for the Gaza Strip, and just take Israel out?
I don't agree with saying that they need to be responsible. I think that in the end, lots of countries should probably come together and give aid and support. The more nations decide to invest in aid and rebuilding, the more resource, more money they're going to have, and the quicker we'll see like reconstruction in the area. And I think, if anything, it's just you can blame the UK for the British mandate and stuff, creating that sort of instability in the region. I think some of the blame can go on the US for constantly giving all this like aid in terms of like military to Israel. I think Israel, based on their history and stuff, they need to take a level of accountability. So I think that it can't just be, hey, they build a road, they start building a settlement, and they just wall them off even more. I think there needs to be an occupation. I think that Israel, the U.S., other countries should aid in the occupation, and I think most of the occupation should be based on, rebuilding the schools, rebuilding all of their like state infrastructure.
Yeah,
maybe
all those hospitals.
Maybe establishing a coast or some like coastal port where they can engage in more like global like maritime trade to bring more industry in the area. And I mean, the problem is, you might think, okay, that's going to be a lot of money, but in the end, the larger or the more countries decide to sign on and to support this, the more organizations who are allowed to go in and give aid and support, the more efficient they're going to be at like rebuilding the area. And I think that, if we care so much, we're giving all this money to like Israel, the very least we should do with our military when it comes to all the boondoggles we engage in overseas. I mean, the very least we can do is just have a presence to make sure that as these projects are being established, that other parties aren't going in and interfering.
Okay. So here, I like what you're saying. Here's the one thing that I don't think you addressed is how do we deprogram people who have basically had Hamas brainwash them into believing things that will basically make it impossible for them to ever live happy, productive, healthy lives.
Israel stops acting like the monster that Hamas has convinced them that they are. That would be a good start.
It's not about that, though. We have.
Yeah, it's not about that. It's not about that. It's not about Israel actually not
oversimplification. I mean, we literally have like material. Literally in Palestine.
You asked where we start. I told you where we start.
They're teaching children like literally the love of genocidal, suicidal terrorism in schools. That's not Israel's fault.
Here's the thing. Maybe we try to establish elections there, and they can make sure, if the U.S. and Israel have a presence, that it's a genuine election. They make sure that they don't just move out and like just leave them with no resources and then from there, it's just what happens. Oh, Hamas comes out and they reestablish control. Maybe they continue to have a presence and stop bombing and destroying stuff, and they hold elections, and they allow people to run who want to run, and they make sure that, you know what, people are allowed to show up, people are allowed to vote, and these people running don't have to worry about being killed. Maybe Israel, the U.S. can give those people that want to run protection. So they don't, and of course, like, will the U.S. and Israel, will other powers interfere? Will it be a mock election where they appoint somebody? I guess maybe they'll do that, and this is where the world fucking sucks, but it would be ideal if they tried to establish a genuine democracy, and if they're going to have a presence there, make sure that a fair election takes place. And I mean, over time, the more stability you see in the region, you're going to see people, they'll be deprogrammed when they're not constantly having bombs dropped on their heads. People have more jobs that they can pursue because you add to the development in the region. You stop cutting them off from the rest of the globe. You allow industry to develop, and I mean, there you go. You stop, you stop making it so they have no funding at all, and it's just the biggest gang in town controlling this prison state. Stop turning it into a prison state.
Okay, I mean, yeah, the whole, the whole prison state thing. I mean, that's like, you can put that at the feet of many different countries. I mean, first of all, look at I briefly mentioned this earlier, but look at the Egyptian border with Gaza, and look, I mean, that is, if you want to, I mean,
Egypt's been bad as well. And we live, lots of parties have engaged, are partially responsible and fueling the issue. Egypt has been bad in the past. Israel is outlined, Netanyahu, the US, UK, I mean, the Ottoman Empire, when they controlled the region. There's lots of notable, governing bodies that should be held to some level of accountability. And I think that a large amount of different, groups, organizations, different foreign governments should contribute to trying to rebuild the region and engage in some kind of peace talks. And I think people need to cooperate more. I don't think the United States has been doing what they need to on their end. I don't think Israel's been doing what they need to on their end.
I mean, I personally think that there's some non-zero chance that even in a legitimate election, we will still get some sort of atrocious leader. And so what I think, I mean, and, I'm just spitballing, but I think that it's up for the more modernized, secular Arab countries to sort of lead the Palestinians in the right direction, lead them away from the extremism. Because the Arab world is making strides. They really are. They're modernizing, and they want to modernize. And I think that, because I really think that, just based on what the opinion polls coming out of Gaza, I really think there's some significant chance that even with a perfectly fair election with no corruption at all, that some pretty bad characters could come to power, and we could get a.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. Let's say a party like U.S. government. Let's say I just miraculously was appointed head of state of the U.S. government. I was in the same position that Trump or Biden are in. Maybe I have no fucking clue what I'm doing, but what I would do is be like, okay, this issue's over, so we need to rebuild this area. So I'm going to talk to the Arab states like Saudi Arabia and be like, you know what? Would you be willing, how much aid would you be willing to give to Gaza to rebuild Gaza? I would talk to the EU, all the European states, and be like, you know what? How many resources would you be willing to allocate? How many government workers? I'd go to the UN and propose this. I would say, hey, Egypt, you're close by. How much would you like to participate in this reconstruction process? Yeah. I would be trying to reach out to every single organization. How much can the Peace Corps contribute? How much can Doctors Without Borders, the Red Cross, all these different international aid organizations? And I'd be like, you know what? I want to engage in less war. Look at this huge military that we have. I'm going to use like all the military vessels we have to fly in supplies and to help get as many workers there and give protection to all of these different volunteers, all these different agencies. And the thing is, I think a very large amount of nations would be like, you know what? I'm willing to sign on to this and support rebuilding this nation, not just money, but also like providing like labor resources, people who will go in and help rebuild things hands-on. And then that would bring all these countries together. I mean, working with like crowdfunding campaigns and reaching out to any sort of like organization across the globe that is investing funds or trying to save up funds and trying to get them like as many different groups to cooperate as possible when it comes to something like that. That's what I would try to do. That's what I think. If Trump was a decent person, he should try to do.
Yeah.
But maybe I have no clue what I'm talking about. Maybe if I went down that approach, nothing would be able to be solved. But
no, I don't think nothing would be able to be solved. I think you would meet some resistance because unfortunately, there's still factions within many of the Arab states that like the fact that the Palestinians are in the position they're in because it creates difficulties for Israel to exist. I mean, it's sad, but it's true that there are people who are genuinely like, the Palestinians are the sacrifice we need to make to ensure that Israel is a failure. And so I think that's another reason why this never gets solved, is because people will pretend that they really want it to be solved, but then and a lot of them do actually really want it to be solved, but there are many people in very powerful positions in the Arab world who don't want it to be solved.
But there's also people in very high positions on the Western world that don't want it to be solved for other ulterior motives because they want that foothold in that region for things like oil. Mm-hmm. So there's parties are on all sides. And if the United States wants to show that it really cares and it wants to use its military for something, at least it can just have its troops there, so Israel isn't going to go in and bomb the region with a bunch of American troops there. Yeah. As all those other parties I said are coming in and trying to rebuild. So I know this is idealism, but if I had my way, that would be my approach to trying to solve the issue. But it's complicated. There's a lot of stuff we don't know. And we live in a fucked up world, and there's parties on all ends that are trying to obstruct any progress from being had.
Sure.
But anyway, it is almost 7. So I am thinking of ending the stream. But I do appreciate that you came on and you actually had an adult conversation with us. Even though we don't agree, you didn't just engage in a bunch of ad homs and calling other, like, yelling and screaming.
Fuck you.
Shut up, Chat. You didn't just engage in the kind of...
I can kick your fucking ass, Gene.
Chat,
My dad
shut
would
up.
beat the shit out of your dad.
Yeah, this is the first time we had somebody on, some random person in the chat, and I think you did a good job when it came to being formal and civil when it came to discourse. So I think you deserve a lot of credit there.
Hey, and I think you guys opened my eyes to things. I came out of here with a much more sympathetic view to the other side of this argument. So I appreciate you guys for that.
Yeah, and feel free to subscribe. Feel free to hang out in the Discord. Sure, you can chat with other people. And we don't censor people, so feel free to argue as much as you want. So,
oh yeah.
And we could have let you in, probably would have too, even if you wanted to just call us a bunch of lip-tards.
But it probably wouldn't have lasted that long.
No, it probably wouldn't have been as fruitful as of a conversation.
I'm a bit of a libtard too myself, guys. So don't underestimate me. On some
See,
issues.
this is what we encourage here. So, regardless of your political views, we like having civil discourse. But I need to get started with my day. It's 7 a.m.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, it was nice meeting you. Thanks for coming on and hanging out.
Thank you guys so much.
See you hopefully on the next stream.
I'll be there.
Heck yeah. All right, we're gonna call it a night.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's all she wrote, dude.
All right, peace out, everybody.